completing a strenuous workout in the gym or completing a 3 weeks workshop that you want to do to improve yourself in a certain skill. All those stuff, they are tedious, but they actually build us and make us better. They improve on us. In today's video, we're going to be carrying those improvements into your conceptualization to your visualization in architecture. Okay, so even if you are not in architecture, even if you're an engineer or someone just interested, it's fine. You are welcome to this video. Okay, in today's video, we're going to be covering a Revit to D5 render full workflow. So in this Revit to D5 render full workflow, it's not like my previous videos where I've done Revit full course in isolation or D5 render full course as a separate video. This is a compound video, so we are going to be working from Autodesk Revit to D5 render. So my name is Henry. You can also call me Architect Piperr. I'm a graduate architect. I've gained some experience in designing, modeling, and visualization, and the aim of this channel is for me to share those skills with aspiring designers or people in the AEC industry. Maybe they're having a hard time. Everybody is welcome to learn. So now, the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to talk about what is Autodesk Revit. So Autodesk Revit is a building information modeling software. So building information modeling actually goes beyond modeling your buildings to getting information from those buildings you model and using it in the implementation of that building. So Revit is a very comprehensive tool, and modeling is not the only thing Revit can do. Okay, but in this video, we're going to just be focusing on the modeling aspect, and we're going to just model it well enough for us to be able to visualize it in D5 render. So now let's talk about D5 render. So D5 render is a real-time visualization software. So real-time visualization softwares are dedicated softwares for visualizations. So in this dedicated software for visualization, once you install them and you open them, you kind of create your own miniature world. So in that your miniature world, you're going to bring in your model from whatever software you are using. It's not only Revit that D5 render works with, it can also work with other modeling software. So once you bring in the model from those other softwares, you kind of now add realistic components and do the whole render setting, create like a miniature realistic world inside our real-time rendering softwares, and it kind of optimizes the performance to get things like renders, animation, panoramic views, and all those stuff quickly. So D5 render is one of the best, or if not the best, real-time visualization software. Okay, so in today's video, we're going to be covering the latest aspect of D5 render in this comprehensive full course video. We're going to be covering D5 render 3.0. So D5 render 3.0 is the latest update, and let me tell you, D5 render has 1.1, 1.2, 2.10, so they have a lot of updates. So this shows that D5 render always constantly improves on their software. So every now and then you're going to get new updates with new features, which is very amazing because they're already at a very high level now and they still keep improving. So we are going to be covering some of the aspects that come with D5 render 3.0 and why is a must do if you are looking into architectural modeling and visualization. So whether you came to learn Revit or whether you came to learn D5 render or both of them, you are welcome to this video, and I promise you in this video you are going to get full comprehensive knowledge. So let's talk about the new features of D5 render 3.0 and see what they have to offer for us in this their new update. So let's talk about the AI features of D5 render 3.0. This AI features has a lot of tools, and I'm going to mention some of them. The first is the AI scene match. So just imagine you see a render that you love the effect. Do you know that you can bring it into D5 render, and D5 render is going to be able to mimic the render settings of that image or the scenery of that image and bring it into your project. This quickens work and makes work optimized and faster. Let's talk about the AI image to 3D. Do you know you can bring in an image to D5 render? D5 render is going to read that image and going to recommend not only the setting, it's going to recommend components that you can use to kind of recreate the image you want to mimic in your scene. So this is a wonderful feature and something to look out for. So there is also the AI enhancer. Even though this is not a new tool, but it's also a very nice tool. With this, you can do some post-production using D5 render. You don't need to go to other softwares. You can even make your entourage or your characters more realistic using these settings. You can even change the green area, you can enhance the sharpness, and just very nice stuff. So we're now going to be talking about the hyper-realistic environment. So I want to introduce you to the ocean tools in D5 render. So before, we had the ability to just manipulate the terrain, but now we can create an ocean. We can even create different islands, creating super realistic rendered views. I'm also going to talk about the volumetric cloud. So D5 render have optimized the cloud settings, so you can choose between different kind of clouds. You can edit them, change them to whatever taste you want, and it gives you more control. So let's talk about the true material. So this true material displacement is very nice because normally before I've always had a problem with the depth of materials in D5 render, but in this new update you can actually edit the depth of materials, as you are going to see later in the video. I think I use this tool and it's a very nice tool. It gives you more realistic control over your materials. So let's talk of D5 Works. So D5 Works is like a marketplace for materials and components. So if the D5 asset library is not enough for you, you can click on the D5 Works. So this D5 Works give you access to an extended library where you can get models and materials from other softwares or other models that you can still integrate within D5 render. So you can see both the free ones and the paid ones depending on which one you want. So I think it's a very nice tool and it improves the flexibility of their asset library. Now let's talk about the XR and spatial tools. D5 render can now be accessible by the common guy. You just need to work on the XR or spatial tools, then send him the link, then he can have an immersive experience and get a full walkthrough within D5 render or a certain project. So this gives some level of flexibility. You don't need to only send animations and views that you set from any point of view. You can give your clients freedom to explore the scene a bit more creatively. So I think this is a good step in their innovative ways of improving their presentations. So with all the features of this new D5 render 3.0 update, D5 feels more than just a rendering tool. It's a true end-to-end workflow tool. So by end-to-end workflow tool, it's like a companion throughout your design process, especially now with AI-powered features across the materials, textures, vegetations, environment, and post-processing. D5 renders AI speed up the design process while keeping everything in one smooth, continuous workflow. No tool switching, no breaks in a creative flow, just a smooth journey through your conceptualization to your final presentation. Alright, so the question is, what are you waiting for? Go and get D5 Render 3.0 right now. So to get D5 Render 3.0 is very simple. Just simply go to the description of this video. You are going to see a link saying go and get D5 Render. So this is just easy, just click on and you should be able to get D5 Render. So this is a way of supporting the channel, so please make sure you follow the link. Along with this video, I'm also going to be dropping the resource file. So this resource file is going to include the template file. Some of the files I'm going to download along in the video, I'm just going to put them in the resource file, so you will not need to download them. So it's going to make things much faster for you as you learn, so you can grasp the whole process. And don't forget, if you have any question, leave it in the comment section. I'll try and be reading the comment section time to time to answer those questions. If it's urgent, you can email me. I'll also drop my mail in the description below. So with that said and done, I hope you have a wonderful tutorial, and I hope you stay and you are able to watch to the end to get the full scope of this project. Thank you once again, and let's start. So the first thing we have to do for this tutorial video is to have D5 render, and is to also have Autodesk Revit. So in this case, I'm using Autodesk Revit 2026, so an older version is still fine. Okay, then we are just going to open our browser and we're just going to go to d5render.com. So if you don't have D5 render, you can also go to this website and just click. We'll just type D5 render. So you're just going to see D5 render, click on this website. Then what you're now going to do is you're now going to go under workflow, then you're going to click on Revit. So under this Revit, you're now going to click on download D5 Revit sync for free. Then you're just going to once it's downloaded, you're going to open the file location, then you're going to run it as administrator. So currently I already have D5 render live sync. I've already installed it, so I don't need to run it. But for you that have not installed it, you need to run it. So once you're done with that, it's simple, just like any other software. Right click, run as administrator, and it's going to show. So once you click on Revit, it's going to show load always, give you the option to load now or load always. So I think you should select the load always button in, so the D5 render is always going to be the D5 render plugin is always going to open when the Revit file opens. So I think that is important. So that aside, we are going to create a new file, and we're just going to quickly create a project we need to model. So the first thing to do is to click on new. Depending on where you are or the kind of system you're operating, you can select Imperial. Me, I'm going to select metric multidiscipline. Then I'm going to click OK. So now, after doing this, I'm just going to hit Ctrl S to save this. So by saving this, I'm going to create a new Revit file. So I'm going to go to this PC, basically go to anywhere I want to save this project, and I'm just going to call this quick project. So after doing this now, I'm going to hit Ctrl S and I'm going to save this. So now the thing is saved. I'm just going to go ahead and delete something. So I'm going to select this section line. I'm going to click on delete, click on OK. Then before we move any forward, we are going to now transfer our template. So templates are basically like a setup for it to make your work faster. Under the resource file I dropped, go to the link in the description to get the resource file. It's totally for free. So once you have downloaded the resource file, you are going to extract all the files. So if you don't know how to extract, you can just watch a 2-minute video. It's not very hard to extract the file. So just quickly extract it. Then you are now going to see this folder. So this folder contains the template file, which is called Revit Mini, an image which is a sketch, some sketches which basically shows what we want to do for this quick tutorial video, and a trellis panel. Maybe this will come in handy later, but let's just click on this Revit Mini and just drag it into the Revit. So it's going to open. It's going to show your model is being upgraded if you are using a newer version of Revit. So the thing about this template file, it was done in Autodesk Revit 2024. So if you have a version older than Revit 2024, it's not going to work. So for this video, for you to be able to flow well, especially if you are new, I'll suggest you get Revit 2024 or later. But if you have Revit 2024, it's still fine. So now it's opening the file. We're just going to wait a bit. Then once it's open, I'm going to explain some few things for you quickly before we move forward. So now it's open. It's going to show something like elements have duplicate values. Just click OK. It's no big deal. So now before we do anything, I'm just going to brief you through Revit. So in Revit, we have this properties panel. So what this properties panel does is it tells you the characteristics or properties of anything you select. So let's say we select this part here, this element here is going to change and show us the characteristics of this element. Then we have this top panel. This top panel basically is like your toolbox in Revit. So it gives you whatever tool you need to use at any given time in Autodesk Revit. So let's say you want to get walls, you go under architecture, you see walls. You want to get doors, windows, stuff, structure, precast, tail, and even the D5 render. So if you have installed the D5 render Revit Live Sync, you are going to see this tab will be added to your tool tabs. Okay, so you can bring Revit to D5 render. Then we have this project browser. So in a project like this, you need to go and access the different views of the project, the ground, first, second. So this is where you can access all of them. So we are going to quickly transfer this template. And if you notice, the file we created is not yet closed. If you click on this other tab, you are going to see the file. So this kind of works like a browser-ish kind of setting, in the sense that you can open two Revit files and just access them through this view boxes here. Okay, so if I click on more views in a certain file, it's going to appear here, but I can still always go back to this file here if I want to easily without closing it. So that aside, we're going to click on manage now, and we're just going to click on transfer project standard. Okay, but before we do this, we're going to close this first. Before you transfer project standard, you need to go to the file where you want to transfer to. So after we have gone to this file, which is this new quick project, we are going to click on manage. We are going to click on transfer project standard. Then this Revit Mini is going to appear. It's the only one we can select from because it's the only other file open. So all these things we are going to leave it checked on. So basically we want to just transfer the standard to this project. Then we're going to click on override. So once the transfer is complete, you are going to see this grid has been renamed grid head. Yeah, it's no big deal, it's fine. So now we have transferred the project. We are going to move to the next phase. We are going to start seeing what we want to do first. Because in life, before you do anything, you need to at least have a rough idea, at least, of what you want to do. So we're going to open this resource file folder, and we're just going to drag in this image. So this was just me sketching. I was just looking for a precise, compact, small project I could use for this tutorial video. So I just sketched out something like this. So it's basically a simple form, like two boxes overlapping on each other to form kind of just a small double floor building. So we are going to work on this with this idea. So if you notice, I already have some sketches showing some hypothetical levels, which I'm going to get to, and just showing what I needed to create this. So this project is pretty straightforward, and if you just follow this video, it should be very easy for you to get. So the first thing we're going to be doing in Revit is to work on the levels. So what are levels? Levels are basically vertical reference point. Okay, so this vertical reference point kind of determines the height of things. For example, if you look at this sketch, we have something I wrote: NGL, GFL, FFL, ceiling and roof. So all these are these vertical reference points. So in real life, you can see it practically in your natural ground level, that is the outside of your building. You go into the inside, you climb some steps into a new level, that is the ground floor. Then you now go upstairs to the first floor, that is another level. You have your ceiling, another level. You have the top of your roof, or if you are using, that is in the case if you are using flat roof or parapet, that is another level. So all these are vertical reference points. So in order to do that, we are going to go into an elevation view. So to go to an elevation view, we are going to go to this project browser, and we're going to click on this plus icon. Then I'm going to go to east elevation, just any elevation, maybe north, south. Okay, then I'm just going to first delete. Normally by default Revit comes with two levels, L1 and L2. So I'm just going to click on this L2 and I'm going to click on delete. Click on OK, whatever one it gives me. Then I can't delete this L1, I can only rename it. So I'm just going to double click on the name and call it 00 or 01 NGL. Please name it like this and add this 01. Is important because it's going to kind of help organize it. So we have the NGL, the signifying natural ground level. So we're now going to create new levels now and add to the levels based on what we sketched. Okay, so I'm going to go to architecture, I'm going to go to levels, then I'm just going to change this from no head to 8mm head. Then I'm just going to hover around this and place this. So you're going to see a blue dimension is going to highlight. So I'm going to just try and match the end of this level till it reaches 600, that is 0.6 meter. Then drag it to meet this one here. Then I'll click on escape, select this level and double click on the name and call it 02 GFL. So GFL means ground floor level. Click outside. So these two levels are kind of the graphics are graphically clashing, so I can click on this zigzag line, click on this point and drag it up so they won't clash. So you just see, as simple as that. Then next we are going to create the first floor. So I'm going to go to level. So this level kind of determines the design in a way that, for instance, as we're creating this first floor, we're also going to be creating determining the height of the headroom of the first floor. Headroom height basically means if you are inside a building, the height from where you are standing to the height of the ceiling or floor above you. So that is the headroom height. So we're going to make this 3.150. that is the reason why I'm adding that 150 is because of I'm considering floor thickness, because if you create floors in Revit, by default it offsets downward. So I'm just adding the floor thickness to it. So I'm just giving it 3150 and clicking on enter. Then I'm just going to drag this here, click on escape. Then I'm going to call this 03 first floor FFL. Okay, then we're just going to go and click on level again. Then the next one is now going to be 3 meters since there is no floor on top, or let's just give it 3150 since I may slab it and call this ceiling level. Then I'm just going to since the level is still active, create another one 600mm on top. Then I'm just going to call this 05 roof level. Then I'm going to click on this and click on this zigzag just to make this graphically make sense. Okay, so now this is done. If you notice, there's something off here. We are not seeing the we're only seeing this floor plans is supposed to change, because each level is basically a floor plan, because floor plans are like horizontal sections. Okay, so as we walk through this project, you are going to see that more. But currently there is an inconsistency, because since we changed the name of this 01 L1 to 01 NGL, it was supposed to reflect here, but since it did it, we can just manually reset it. We can just double click on this name, select this, right click and click on copy to copy the text, then click out, hover around this L1, right click, rename, and hit Ctrl V to just paste this and rename this. So now we have named this, you must be wondering, where are these other levels? They are supposed to appear here. We're now going to simply click on view. We're going to click on plan view, view, plan views, floor plans. Then we're going to see all the levels we created. We're going to hold shift and select the last one, everything, all of them, and click on and enter. So you are going to see all the levels are arranged because of the numbers we give them. So now we are now going to go back to this our NGL where we have this sketch, and we're going to start creating the context, that is the site layout, the context of this area. So we have an entrance here, we have this road here, we have this one here and this one. So to quickly work on the site plan, what we're going to do now is we're just going to click on massing our site, then we're going to click on topo solid. So when we click on this topo solid, we're going to draw a box. So I want this box to be bigger than, and click on finish. So I want this box to be bigger than this, so I'll need to expand this view range here. So this view range is basically like we're in the world of Revit now, so this view range kind of controls which part of that world we can see. So if we want to see more of it, we can either turn the hide option or basically expand the view range. So how are we going to do this? We're going to select this view range now, and we're going to go under view or views overall, this scope box here under this extent, click on this drop down and change it to none. Then we're just going to manually extend it. So after doing this, we can now simply click on this element here, hold Control, select this range box or this scope box, select all of them, and simply click on right click, hide in view by category. I don't need them in this view. I'm also going to select this elevation point, select this one here, hold Control and select this logo too. I selected two things. Remember, I clicked on this one first, then held Control and selected this one. Then I'm going to right click, hide in view by category, so we are not going to be seeing them. So now this is out of the way, we're going to select this image and keep it here. So it's going to be like a guide because we have kind of a site sketch here, because we want to work on the context. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on edit sketch and just push this back. So I'm going to just quickly explain those things I hid before. So the fact that I hid them by category doesn't mean they are deleted. If you want to see where they are, you can simply click on this review hidden elements icon. Then you're going to see all of them. So what are these points here? These points are elevation points. Elevation point, if you click on any of them, you're going to see like a line. So just imagine this line as the camera that is going to view your elevation. So it's viewing the elevation from this side of the building. This one here is going to view from the front, this one from this side, and this one from the back. So it would be ideal to place our building in the middle of this, so it's going to get all the elevations. So, but I don't need them being seen on the floor plan, so that's why I hid them. But anytime we want to manipulate them, we'll always go back to this view. So I'm going to click on this hide element. So now we have created this topo solid. It's just a blank surface. So what are we going to do? We're now going to click on the subdivide element. So this subdivide kind of gives us the opportunity to draft out where we want to create for our site. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to create an access road. So I'm going to draw a line from here up to 20 meters to this point here. We can click on this reveal hidden element, so it's still going to fall close to the center of this. So we're going to draw a line from here up to this point. Let's just use 25 millimeter. Then draw it to this point here. Then draw it up to 8 meter, 8,000 here. So we have drawn a box. I can click on this, so this won't be distracting us. So I can click on this line we used to get to this point and delete it. Then we're going to just use lines here, and we're going to create a hypothetical site. So I'm going to draw a line from 3 meter here or 6 meter here. Then I'm going to draw a line 15 meter here and another line 30 meter here. So another one 30 meter here. So it's just a 30 meter by 30 meter site. Okay, then I think that is 100 feet by 100 feet. So we have the 30 meter. If you look at this sketch, you can see that from this sketch in our side, the entrance is from somewhere here. So we are going to just give a bit of offset and just create this kind of stuff for this using this first one. So I'm going to draw a line from here up to 5 meter and another line, and I'm going to click on this line here and change it to once I click on this line, these distances will come out. So I'm just going to click on this and change this to 6 meter. Then what I'm now going to do, since I already have this in mind, all this was a hypothetical sketch, then I'm going to select this, delete this line here, then click on. Remember that the distance from here to here, drag, we can click on this dimension point, left click, hold and drag it here, is 5 meters. So we'll keep that in mind because we are going to be using it the 5 meter distance when we are now creating the draft for the main site itself. So I'm going to click on trim and I'm just going to trim this here. Click on split here, click on this trim icon, trim here and trim here. I hope you saw how I did it. This is the split, this is the trim. Okay, so after doing this, we're now going to click on this tool named fillet arc, and I'm just going to select here, and create an arc. Select here, create an arc randomly. So of course the two dimensions of this arc are different. We will just manually unify them. We're going to click on this and we're going to change this to let's change it to 3 meter, since that is the minimum turning radius, and 3 meter here too. So now we have the access route to this building. So after doing this, we are now going to click on edit element. We are going to click on duplicate, and we're just going to call this 00 asphalt road. Then click on OK. Then we're going to click edit type, and we're going to click on this finish one, change it from grass, click on this material, change it from grass to, and click on these 3 dots. So we're going to, since I don't think we have an asphalt material, I'm going to right click, duplicate, and create a new material called asphalt, 00 asphalt. So after we have renamed this, it doesn't mean the material has changed. We are going to click on this icon here. We are going to go to appearance, and we're going to go to site work. Then we're just going to select this asphalt dark gray, or simply this asphalt. Then we're going to click on graphics, make sure this use render appearance is selected on. We're also going to fix the graphics of this grass by making sure the render appearance is selected on. Then click on this asphalt here. Then we're going to click on, make sure this asphalt is the one we select. Click on OK, apply, OK. Then this subdivide offset, we're going to put it as 10 millimeter, just 10. So the road is going to rise a bit above. We are still going to put a walkway, and we're going to click on finish. So after doing this, you are seeing that there is no color here. This thing is looking bland. What we can do is to first click on this icon here and change it to coarse. Then click on this icon here and change it to shaded. Then this shaded is still looking very dark. We're going to now click on GD, graphics display option. Then we're going to click on lighting, and we're going to increase the sun amount and this ambient light to 40. Then reduce the shadow to 5. Click on apply and click on OK. Then we have our thing, our stuff visible. We can click on GD again. If it's not bright enough, go to lighting and increase the light to 60. So I think this 60 is bright enough. So since this image is kind of being behind this thing we're creating, we can click on this image and simply select this, bring to the front. Okay, since it doesn't work, let me just try it again. Okay, I'm just going to push it this side. So now we have done this, we're now going to draft out the side. So I'm going to click on this topo solid again. I'm going to click on subdivide elements. Then we're now going to draft from here up to this point here. That is 5 meter, remember. Then we're going to now draft up to 30 meter here, and draft another 30 meter here, 30 meter here. Then what we're now going to do now is, since the site is not just one single element, we are going to try and start creating, starting from the thing we want to start from, like start from one part of this site. So we have some green areas prominent here, so we're just quickly going to design that. So firstly, I'm going to try and create the place for the building. So that is basically where the building is going to rest. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 6 meters. So I'm going to offset 6 meter here, 6 meter here. Make sure this copy is checked on. Offset another 6 meter here. Then after offsetting 6 meter here, we're now going to go over to this point here and kind of offset another 15 meters from here. I think 15 meter is small. So I'm just going to offset, let's say 9 meter up to this point here. So after offsetting 9 meter, well, I'm just going to go over to this point here, and I'm going to click on trim. So this is our building footprint here. So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to hover around this. I'm going to click on tab here, hover around it, or simply select these lines outside it and delete it. So I think I can start with the building footprint in the middle. Then I'm now going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm just going to call the 00 footprint. Then I'm going to click on OK, and I'm going to click on edit type. Then I'm going to change this asphalt to footing here. So there's already a material that came with this template for it, and I'm going to click OK, OK, apply, OK, and click on finish. Then I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to change this subdivide offset to 25. So it's going to kind of stand rise above. Then I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to click on subdivide again. Then I'm just going to try and get that thing I did again, and this time we're going to be subdividing out the green areas. So I'm going to just try and get something like this. So I'm just going to go 5 meter off here again. Then I'm going to go 30 meter here, another 30 meter here, another one here, and another one here. Then I'm going to start by trying to create this parking lot here. So I'm going to draw a line from here up to 6 meter and stop it up to 5 meter here. Then draw another line here up to 5 meter and draw another line here up to 1 meter. Then from this there are about 3 parking, so the width of 3 parking is 7.5. So I'm going to draw a line up to 7.5 here and stop it here. Then I'm now going to follow here. I'm going to draw another line here up to 5 meter and another line here up to 5 meter here. Then I'm now going to extend this here up to, I'm going to extend this up to 5 meter. Yeah. Then draw another line here, then draw another line here. So after doing this now, I'm still going to, I think for this other place I can leave this portion. So I'm still going to click on this, and I'm going to draw another line here. Then I'm going to click on an offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 2.4 meter around the building. So what I did to actually get this thing easily, let me click on escape, click on tab and delete this. Just go back a bit. I just click on this box too, then I clicked on this point and clicked on this point, I think. Yeah. So what I can now do now is to click on this offset, change this to 2.4, then make sure this copy is checked on, then offset 2.4 here, 2, 3, 4. So after doing this kind of just creates a kind of walkway buffer for this site here. So another thing I felt is that I felt this site is too small. I'll need this site to be bigger here. So what I can do is to select this portion, select this line, match it to this, then select this portion of this building and extend it by 9 meters. So we are going to have some nice green area here. So yes, there is no strict site here, so we are free to do this. So I'm going to first click on this line and delete it because I want an element to be on this line here. Then I'm going to click on split, and I'm just going to split here. So I'm going to click on trim first. I'm going to trim here, trim here, trim here. Then I'm now going to click on this fillet arc tool, and I'm going to select this line and select this line. Then I'm going to create a major arc here. So this arc is basically going to be, let's make it 7.5, 7,500. Then I'm going to click on this fillet arc again. I'm going to do the same for here and do the same for here. Then I'm going to do the same here. So I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on this arc, and I'm going to make it 2,4. Then click on this and make it 2,4. Okay, so we have a nice smooth transition here. Click on this one and make it 3 meter. Okay, so now after doing this, now we're now going to kind of create these provisions, these boxes here, to kind of indicate that okay, there is going to be a walkway here. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're first going to click on this line walk, and we're going to draw a line from here. Then we're going to stop the line here. Then we're now going to draw another line from here up to 3 meter and join it with this line here. Then we're going to click on trim, and we're going to trim this here. So we're now going to click on an offset, and we're going to be clicking on an offset of 1 meter. Or let's make it 1.5. Okay, so after clicking on this offset, we're now going to kind of bevel here first. Click on this and click on fillet arc here and fillet here, and do the same for here. So we're going to leave this value as 1.8. We're going to click on this one and make this value 4.5. Then I'm going to click on delete these offset lines here. I think it's better we offset it again. Now we have created the main geometry and offset here up to this point. So what we're going to do now is we're now going to do something interesting. I'm going to click on line work. I'm going to hover around here and I'm going to pick on this center point here. Then I'm going to pick on another point from here, picking on this one here, kind of creating a center line. Then I'm going to pick another line here. So this is the line 45 degrees, this is 90. So we're now going to try and get 22.5 degrees. So I'm just going to draw a line, even if it's not 22.5, at least close enough. So after doing this, I'm going to click on this line here. I'm going to go to annotate. I'm now going to click on this angular dimension to get the angle of this dimension. So you are seeing 23 here. So I'm going to click on this line and change this to 22.5. Then after doing this, I'm just going to select this line. Okay, before I select this line, I'm now going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting some 112.5 millimeter. So I'm going to offset it here, offset it here. Then I'm also going to offset it here, one here, and offset one here. Then I'm going to also offset from here and offset from here. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to select this line in the middle here, delete it. Select this line here, delete it too. Select this line here, delete it too. Then I'm going to now click on split and split this line here, split this line. Then I'm going to click on trim this here, trim this here, trim this and trim this. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to select these two lines here. I'm going to click on mirror, this time mirror by pick axis. Then I'm just going to pick this middle line. Okay, so the mirror actually didn't mirror it with a copy. So once I select this and click on mirror again, I'm going to make sure this copy is highlighted and I'm going to mirror it. So it's going to make a copy here. So I can now finally delete this middle line. Then I can just finally click on split here and split here. Then just basically trim all of this, unjoin the element, it doesn't matter. Okay, I need to split here too. Okay, so now after doing this, what we can now do now is just to click on this line work and draw another line, kind of locking this pawn in place, and also draw another line here. So we're still going to come here and kind of create this kind of big concrete slab box here, even though we are still just making the provision in the green areas first, and so it will be faster for us. But before we do that, we'll need to now do the same thing we did here for this curved here. So we're going to find the circle point. So once we find the focal point, it's going to highlight as a circle and the line is going to highlight. So we're going to draw one here as usual, draw another one here, draw one 45 degrees. Then for this curve that is bigger, we cannot just use the half of it, that is 22.5. we need to lower it. So we are going to divide the 45 degrees into 15 into 3, that is 15 degrees each. So we are going to draw another line here. So this next one will now be 30 degrees. So before we even draw a line to this side, we will just basically work everything on this side and mirror it. So we are going to click on offset again, make sure this copy is checked on, offset here, offset here, offset, click on tab, offset this one here, then offset here, then click on escape and we can delete this one. So we're going to delete this line here, delete this line too as well. Then we're going to click on split. We're going to split here, split here, split here, split here again, and this one is already split. Then I'm going to click on trim and I'm going to trim here, trim this side, trim here as well, here, 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 here. Then also trim this one too. Then once we have trimmed this, what we can now do is to just hold Control, select this line here, hold Control 2, select these two, hold Control and drag, select these two too. Then simply click on mirror, pick axis and mirror it to this side. So this line is clashing with this line, so we can click on this line and we can delete this. So now what we're going to do, this place is interesting, we're still going to come to that. We're now going to click on offset and we're going to be offsetting, doing the one for this middle. Then click on this middle line and delete it. Click on split, split here, split here, split here, split here. Then we're going to also split here too, and we're going to split here. So this guy is kind of going to just blend with this. We're also going to split here as well and split here. So let's first start with the easy ones. So I'm going to click on trim, trim this here, trim this, trim this, trim this, trim this, trim this, trim this, trim this. Then this is the last of our easy ones. Then remember we split here. We're not going to trim this curve line here to this exterior one. On join element, don't mind it, it's going to cry as it wants. We're going to trim this here and trim this here to kind of form this kind of horn here. So remember that what we are trying to draft is the green area. We're not yet doing the walkway. So we're not going to close this loop. We're going to just make a kind of opening for the things. So for this point here, we can now simply click on this and simply delete this line here. Okay, because this is the green area we are creating. Okay, so wait, before we delete it, I think we are supposed to click on offset and offset this one by 125 here. Then click on trim, trim here to here, trim here to here, trim here to here, trim here to here. Then we can now click on delete. So before we click on delete here, remember that we actually need to create the elements, need to be consistent. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to click on this one and I'm going to reduce this distance here to 9 meters to 900. Then I'm going to select this box here, click on copy and copy it by 1050. Okay, then after copying it by 1050 once, I'm going to click on copy. Instead of putting the value, I'm not going to click on. So let me show you how I copy by 1050 in case you didn't get it. I selected everything, clicked on copy, picked this point here, then imputed a value of 1050. Then it's going to copy in the direction which I set it. Then we're just going to click on copy and copy this to here, 2, 3, 4, 5. So for this last one, what we can just do is to simply extend it and change this value to 150. So we're also going to go here and do something similar. Select this box here, click on copy and simply copy it by 900 or 1050. Or click on escape first, then click on offset, offset 900, then offset 150 here. Then close this loop here, click on split, split here, then select this, click on copy, pick this point here, copy it here. So I think that is all we need for you. You can click on this line and delete it. So we're just going to click on this split, click on trim and trim this. So I think this is most of the hard part of the landscape, drafting all of this. So finally, click on split here, click on trim and trim this here. So another thing we're going to do finally, because we need to actually delete this line here, if not it's going to create a green area in the middle here. So I'm going to hover around this, I'm going to click on tab, select all these lines here and delete. So we have this as the green area. So now I'm simply going to click on edit type, I'm going to click on duplicate and I'm just going to call this 00 green area. Then I'm just going to click on OK, click on edit, click on this footing, then select this 00 grass, click on OK, OK, apply, OK. Then we're going to set this subdivide as -5 and click on OK. So I think it kind of had an issue. So I'm just going to go to 3D view and I'm going to try and see what was the issue. So I'm going to click on this and change this to shaded. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to click on edit sketch. Then I'm going to click on finish. So what I'm going to do first is to click on this green area and change this subdivide to 5. So if I go back to NGL, it's going to show. So apparently it's kind of just a technical issue with Revit. It's annoying that up to this stage that you can't create this complex subdivide forms without Revit giving you an issue. But regardless, we move on. So now we're now going to select this and click on another topo solid. We're still going to figure out a way how to solve this later. Then we're going to click on subdivide. So next one, I'm going to be doing the concrete walkways. Okay, so the concrete walkway is basically going to start from here, and it's even going to, I'm still supposed to make a small opening here just for the concrete. So we're just going to click on pick line 2 instead, and we're going to click on pick 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So for all these casings here, we can just click on tab and just select this. Okay, we're not going to do for this yet. We're going to hit Ctrl Z, but we're just going to leave this at this first. Then we're going to be leaving this one at 0. So I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm just going to basically click on edit type, duplicate, and call this 00 paving. Click on OK, click on edit type, click on this grass. Then I'm just going to, if there's no paving material here, I'm going to right click on this asphalt, duplicate, and call this 00 paved area. Then I'm going to just click on this icon. I'm going to go to appearance. I'm going to click on site work. Then I'm just going to look for, if I don't see any concrete paving, I can just use this pavers interlock. Click on graphics, appearance, OK, OK, apply, OK. So after doing this now, I'm just going to leave this subdivide offset at 0. Then after doing this, we're now going to now do the asphalt for inside this building. Okay, and then we're now going to also do the walkway here. So I'm now going to go to click on this topo solid, click on subdivide elements, then click on pick part 2, pick here, pick here, pick here, pick here as well. Then I'm going to draw a line from here to here, and another one from here to here. Then I'm going to just change this to asphalt here, asphalt road. Make sure this is 0. Okay, so we are now still supposed to click on pick line and pick here too, and click on finish. So now we are now going to create this walkway. So I'm going to first click on this grain area, click on edit sketch. Then I'm just going to draw an opening from this point here up to, click on offset and offset it by 2.4 meter. Then click on split, split here, unconstrain. They say can't keep joining, join, unconstrain. Then I'm going to click on cancel. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to drag this line off here on join element. Then I'm going to click on split and trim this here. Then I'm going to click on this line work and join this here. Then I can click on finish after editing this. So I'm going to click on this paved area here, click on edit sketch, then simply draw a line from here to this point, click on trim, then trim this here. Okay, so finally we're now going to create the concrete walkways going around this building. Then we're going to place some parking. So now we're going to click on this again, and I'm just going to click on subdivide. Then I'm just going to change this from topo solid to footing. Then I'm going to put the subdivide height up to 25. Then I'm just going to kind of follow this profile here. Then I'm also going to follow here, then follow here. But for this one is going to be a bit different. I'm going to click on pick line here, pick here, pick here, pick here, and pick these lines here. Then I can click on this line too and draw a straight line here, joining this to this. I'm going to click on pick line to hover around these boxes here, tab, select tab, select, hover around this, click on tab, then select it. Make sure this is pick line too, so just like that. So once I hover around the box, click on tab, Once it highlights everything, select. So if you notice, I'm clicking tab 2 times to be able to get it. Then I'm going to click on escape. So I can now click on finish. I'm going to click on save project. So I think we have this now. So another thing we're now going to be placing is we're going to be placing the parking. So I'm just going to go to massing and site. Then I'm going to click on parking component. Then I'm going to make sure this parking level is NGL. Then I'm going to click on edit type, and I'm going to change the parking width to 2.5 meter and the parking length to 5 meter. I think that is standard, and I'm going to click OK. So I'm going to click on space, and I'm going to place this parking 1 here, and place this parking 2 here, then place this parking 3 here, and click escape. So we have our 3 parking, we have this. So if we go to 3D view now and we rotate this, we are going to see something like this. So my problem with this green area is that I need some curbs for it. Okay, so even though this is higher than this one, so what I'm going to do first is I'm going to click on, okay, I think this road is fine, but I need some curbs for this green area. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create a curbs using the cutting wall in Autodesk Revit. So I know we're kind of jumping forward a bit, but I think this is essential for this site context to create curbs before we start designing the main building and stuff. Okay, so we're just going to go to file, and we're now going to click on new, and we're going to click on family. So after clicking on family, now we're going to click on this to go back, and we're going to be selecting this English metric. Then we're now going to be scrolling down, and we're going to be looking for metric cutting wall. So we're just going to scroll down to metric and see. Then we're going to click on this metric cutting wall panel, and we're going to click on OK. So the whole aim of this is to create a kind of stone curb system. So this is just a creative one I want to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on this reference plane here, and I'm going to be reducing this distance by 1. I'm going to reduce it to 150. Okay, so after reducing this to, or let me reduce this to 125. So after reducing this to 125, since this dimension is equal, this EQ means equal, it means any dimension I change here is going to be equivalent to here. So that is just how it usually comes in the beginning. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to create, I'm going to click on sweep, then I'm just going to click on sketch path, then I'm going to draw a line from here. I can click on TL to turn off the tick lines. Then I'm going to, it doesn't mean the tick lines are turned off, but it just means visually it's not going to be appearing tick per se. I don't know if you get. Then I'm going to draw a line here up to 100 mm, and draw another line from here up to 100 mm. So after doing this, I'm just going to click on this material. I'm going to right click on these analytical panels, and I'm going to change this to stone curbs. Then I'm just going to click on this icon here. Then I'm just going to go to appearance, and I'm going to scroll down to stone. I'm going to look for stone, then maybe select this field stone weathered. Go to graphics and check this use render appearance, apply, and OK. So after doing this now, after sketching this part, we're going to click on finish. Then we're now going to click the next thing for sweep. We're going to click on edit profile. So it's going to ask us to open a view. So I'm going to be select this 3D view and open it. So if you rotate this now, let me just try and rotate this a bit. So this is basically the sweep. So what sweep means is we are going to draw a part like we drew, then we are going to draw a cross section that is going to form that part. So if you rotate this to the right here, okay, which is where we can draw a cross section, or if we go to maybe this east, or let's go to this left elevation. Okay, so in this left elevation, we are going to see something like this. So if you are following this video, just follow me and click on left elevation. We're now going to click and draw a line from here up to, we're going to draw a line just from this point up to 150 millimeter, and draw it upwards up to 75 millimeter. Then we're just going to click on this fillet arc, and we're going to fillet here and fillet here. Then we're going to click on this and we're going to change it, leave this at 25. Click on this one and change this to 25. Then after doing this, we're going to click on finish. Click on finish again. Then we're going to go back to this floor plan reference plane. Then what we're going to do is we're now going to do some dimensions. So I'm going to go to annotate, click on align, select this reference plane and select this face here. Then lock it in place. Select this face here too. Then lock it in place. Okay, then we're going to click on escape. Then we're now going to click Ctrl S to save this. Then I'm just going to be saving this as I think I'm going to save this as under the resource file. I'm going to save this as KEBS unit. Okay, then I'm going to click on save. So I'm now going to click on load into project and I'm going to be loading it into the project we created, name quick project. So how does this come into play here? Because as we loaded it, we didn't see anything. We're now going to go to the cutting wall system. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to go to walls. So I know we are rushing in. We have not yet even touched on walls before, but I think you can still get this part. So we're going to click on this drop down and we're going to go down to this cutting wall non-defined. So we're going to select this non-defined. Then we're going to click on edit. We're now going to click on duplicate. Then we're just going to call this 00 CW KEBS. It means cutting wall KEBS. So there's no tool for KEBS per se in Revit, at least to my knowledge, but we use creative ways to create the kind of KEBS we want. So this kind of KEBS I'm looking at in this project is quite peculiar. The first thing we're going to do now is we're going to edit this parameter, and follow me closely. We're going to click on this finish function exterior, leave it there. We're going to uncheck this automatically embedded. We're going to click on this cutting panel, click on it and change it from glazed to KEBS unit. Then the join condition, leave it at non-defined. The vertical grid, we're going to set the vertical grid at fixed distance, and we're going to set the distance at 300, yeah, I think at 250 millimeter. I think 250 was the distance between, because one was 125, the other one was 125, so both of them 250. Then the horizontal, we are going to set it at fixed distance 75. Then we're just going to click on apply. Okay, so now we are going to set this base constraint. We are now going to go to the constraint and set it from NGL to NGL. Then we are going to set the top offset at 75. So these settings are important. Remember, base constraint NGL, base offset 0, top constraint NGL, top offset 75. Then we're going to click on pick line 2, and I'm just going to pick this line here. Then you're going to see the KEBS unit. Pick here, pick here, pick here. Click on this green area and pick here. Ctrl Z. So I'm going to click on tab because it's selecting this parking line as a reference. So after creating this KEBS like this, I didn't want the KEBS to be on the green area. So if you go to 3D view, I didn't want the KEBS to face here. So we're going to go back to NGL. We're going to click on this cutting wall itself, not the KEBS unit. Click on this zigzag icon. So this zigzag icon basically selects which face you want it to be on. So we're going to select this cutting wall here. We're going to click on this. Select this one here as well. Click on this. Select this one. Click on this zigzag. I think this one is just a little error. You can ignore it. Select this one too. Click on this icon here. Select this one here. Click on this. So after doing this here, we're now going to do this for every other green area, maybe apart from these boxes here. So I'm just going to go to architecture, going to click on wall, then click on this pick line tool, then just pick here 1, 2, 3. Okay, for this one, what we can do is to hit Ctrl Z. Then instead of using this pick line, we can click on draw wall, and we can draw one here and draw another one here. So we can click on escape pick line, pick here, pick here. So remember, we're still going to reset this. Click on tab in order to select where we want to select. If this thing is a problem, we can select this parking lot, this parking spot here. Click on HH. So HH means temporary hide. If you want to undo it, you click on HR. So it's just to temporary hide things that are nuisances as of the moment. So HH, then click on wall again. click on this pick line tool, pick here, 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 delete type, replace panels. Don't mind that stuff, it's just small little errors. So now we're not going to set it the way I planned. We're going to click on this and we're going to just make sure it goes the opposite way from the green area. So the green areas will be clear. Select this, click on this, select this, click on this, select this here, click on this, select this, click on this. Yeah, I think I've set everything. So if we go to 3D view now and we zoom in, you can see the stone curves, and I think this is very nice and it's just what I wanted to do. It's looking very nice to look at and it's good. So now we have created the context of this area of this project. We're now going to start with the main project. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to simply click on walls. So now we are going to be using the wall tool from physics. Okay, so I'm just going to explain and it's going to further build on what we just did on these curves. Okay, so we're going to click on this, and this is the wall tool in Revit. So in walls, the first thing to do is to select your wall. So in this case, since we already transferred template from the template file, we are going to be selecting this 225 wall. Okay, so this 225 wall, the things in walls is that you need to set the constraint next after you have selected the wall type. So we're going to set the base constraint as NGL, which is this first level, that is the natural ground level, and we're going to set the top constraint as first floor. So we're going to go to this offset and change it to 0. Okay, so after setting this parameter, we're now going to click on this wall tool and we're going to draw a wall from here. So remember that we want to create something like this. Okay, so just follow me step by step. We're just going to simply create it. It's not so difficult, so we should just proceed. So we're going to draw up to this point. I'm now going to draw a wall up to 10 meters here, or I'm going to extend it up to 12 meters here. Let me just input the value 12,000, click enter and draw another wall up to this point. So after doing this now, what we're now going to do is we're now going to click on an offset and we're going to push this wall back by 1.5 meters. So I'm going to click on modify, I'm going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting this by 1.5. Uncheck this copy, offset here, and offset here. So we have our first set of walls. So in order to see the dimension, the inner dimension of this space, we can click on one wall, then the dimension is going to appear here. We can also drag this dimension point to any other reference we want. So you can see we have the dimension from this place to here, which I want it to be 1.5. We're also going to click on this one, drag this point to this place, and we're going to make this dimension here 1.5 as well. Click on this, then we're going to drag this dimension here and make this 1.5. Okay, so now after doing this, we can click on this one too and just simply make this inner dimension 10 meters, that is 10,000. So we have our walls in Revit. So the next thing we're going to do is we're now going to create floors. But before we create floors, we need to go to the ground floor level where we want to create this our floor. Okay, so what we're now going to do is we're going to go to architecture. We're going to now go to floor, then we're going to click on this drop down and select this floor main. So I'm just going to click on this box tool and simply draw a box inside. So accurately, the way to draw floors in Revit is the floors are meant to attach to the external part of this wall. That is how it is in construction. But this is a Revit D5 workflow, so we're just going to be kind of optimizing our workflow to make it faster. For that, I suggest we put the floors inner of the walls. So click on finish. So if we go to the 3D view, we're going to see something like this. Then now on this ground floor, looking at, we're going to go back to this NGL. We're going to select this image, click on cut, then go to this ground floor, click on modify, click on paste, and click on paste from clipboard and just place this image here. So we'll now be working with the image on this ground floor level. So now what we're going to do is we're going to try and get this effect here. So we're going to try and get this cantilever and this balcony that goes like this. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're simply going to click on wall. We're going to be using wall, but we're going to kind of modify the properties. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're first going to click on architecture. We're going to click on wall. Then after clicking on wall, we're now going to set the thing from ground floor to first floor, but we're going to add some offset. So for the base offset, I'm going to change the base offset to 150, minus 150, sorry. So minus 150 means it goes downwards. Let me just put the value well. Then for the first floor, I'm now going to put the top offset. Remember, the constraint is ground floor to first floor. I'm now going to put the top offset as 600. That is literally plus 600. Then the first thing I'm going to do is to draw a wall from here up to this point, up to here. So this wall, I just did it randomly. So what I'm now going to do is to click on this wall, click on move, and move this to this point here. Okay, just like we have. So I'm trying to create this element here. So what we're now going to do is I'm now going to go to annotate. I'm going to click on dimension, and I'm going to select this face here, then dimension here. Okay, then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to select this, and I'm going to change this to 900 millimeter overall. So this floor plan, we are not seeing this wall where the graphics is bad, so we can just quickly edit the graphics. So I'm going to hit on VV, that is visibility graphics, scroll down, click on part, go over to where wall is. You're going to see walls, a row of things to click. Then we're going to click under this cut column. We're going to click on patterns. Then we're going to click on drop down and select solid fill. Click on color override and make the color black but not too dark. Click on OK. OK. Apply. OK. Then we can see the walls in this format. So this old setting only applies to walls where we are cutting through, and I'm going to explain that later. So now we are going to now create these dwarf walls to kind of form the balcony we are going to have. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on wall. So this base offset is going to remain, this base constraint is going to remain constant. The base offset, okay, but this top constraint is now going to change from first floor back to ground floor, but this top offset is going to remain the same. So what this is going to result in is going to result in a wall with a total height of 750, meaning a dwarf wall just like this. So if I draw this wall from here now to this point here, and I now draw another wall from here to this point, let's say I now draw a wall from here to here, you are going to see it's not going to appear dark like this. And the reason why is that is because of the cut plane. So this visibility graphic setting I did was actually for walls that the floor plan is cutting through. What do I mean by cutting through? Every floor plan is a horizontal section. Okay, so if I go to this view range in this properties panel, click on edit, and I reduce this height offset, which is the place, the level where it is cutting. So we're on ground floor. So what we are seeing here is the cut version at 1.2 meter. So if I reduce this to 300 and I click on apply, you are going to see these dwarf walls are going to appear dark because they are higher than 300. So if I set this back to 1.2, you are going to see they are going to appear like this. I hope you understand what I'm doing. So I'm now going to click on this wall here, and I'm going to now click on move, or I'm just going to click on it and click on this inner dimension and increase it to 2.4. Okay, then after doing this, I'm going to click on this wall here. I'm going to click on copy, and I'm going to copy this wall from this point here to this point to kind of form a solid block here. Okay, so if you go to this 3D view, you're going to see we have something like this, which is nice. Okay, so now after doing this, if we go back to ground floor, we are now going to create these cutting walls here because we have some cutting walls here. We're going to just create some cutting walls here. Okay, so to do those cutting walls, we're just going to go to architecture. We're going to click on wall. Then after clicking on wall, we're going to click on drop down, and we're just going to select this cutting wall, this not defined. Then after selecting this not defined, we're going to click on edit type, duplicate, and we're going to call this 00CW main. Then after doing this, we're just going to click OK. So we're going to leave everything here the way it is, system panel glaze not defined. Then we are going to also leave this. The only thing we're not going to change is these vertical munions. We're going to click on drop down and select all of them, main munions. Okay, so if you have done the project template transfer or project standard transfer, you should see these main munions, and I'm going to click on OK. So now I'm just going to set the constraint of the cutting wall. The constraint of the cutting wall, the base offset is going to be 0, and the top constraint is going to be first floor, and top offset minus 150. There's a reason I put minus 150. You're going to see it. So I'm going to draw a cutting wall from here up to this point. Then I'm going to draw another cutting wall from here up to this point. Okay, so after doing this, now we are now going to go to 3D view and see how it is. So looking at this now, it's not yet looking like, if you go back to this ground floor, it's not yet looking like how we wanted it to be here. Okay, so what we are now going to do is we are now going to add some settings. So we are going to click on this cutting wall here. We are going to click on edit type. Then we are now going to set this vertical grid layout. We are going to click on it and set this vertical grid layout to fixed distance. Then the fixed distance, we are going to leave it as 1.5. And this horizontal grid, we are going to set it to fixed distance. And the fixed distance, we are going to set it at 2.1. Click on apply and click on OK. Then those repeated intervals will come out. So if you go to 3D view, we are going to see something like this. So another thing I want to do is to kind of eliminate this wall at this corner here. So I'm going to go to ground floor. I'm going to kind of try and trim this together in a way that, let's just see how this works. So I'm just going to first try something. I'm going to right click on this point here and click on disallow join. Then also select this cutting wall, right click on this and click on disallow join. Then after doing that, I'm going to go back to 3D view. I'm now going to select this wall here, or select this wall, rotate this way, select this wall housing this cutting wall, click on edit profile. Then I'm just going to rotate it to the front. Then what I'm going to do now is to just click on pick part. I'm going to pick the top of this cutting wall, this edge here, and the bottom of it. So if you can't see the bottom, you can rotate it and just pick the bottom of the cutting wall here. Then after doing this, we are going to rotate this to the front here, and I'm going to click on split here, and I'm going to split this edge here. Click on trim this here, trim this, and trim this here. Then click on finish, continue. So it's saying lines cannot intersect with each other. Okay, so let me just click on trim and click on finish. Then after doing that, I'm going to rotate it to this side. I'm going to now click on this wall and do the same thing. Pick line 2, pick here, pick here, pick here, split here, click on trim, then click on finish. So after doing this, now we have a continuous cutting wall system. Okay, so now what we're now going to do is we're now going to go back to this ground floor, and we're going to do one final thing. So we're going to draft, since this is a double floor, we need to draft the staircase going from this ground floor to the first floor. So how do we do that? Very simple. We're going to simply go to steps under this architecture, click on stairs, click on this drop down and select this my monolithic stair, M monolithic stair. Then we're now going to set the constraint right from ground floor to first floor. Then we're going to set the number of risers from 18. So if you notice, if we change this desired number of risers, the riser height is going to reduce or increase. So if you make it more, like if we increase it from 18 to, let's make it 20, you are going to see this riser height will reduce. So I think if we put it to 21, it's going to reduce to 150 millimeter height, which is standard, and we're going to change this to 300. So the way I would recommend we create this stair, instead of using any of these run tools, is to click on create sketch. Then we're going to start with these boundary lines, and we're just going to be creating a standard dog leg staircase. So what I'm going to do is, the staircase is going to start from this middle point. So I'm going to draw a boundary line from here up to, let's start with 4.5. Then after doing this, I'm going to click on escape. I'm now going to click on modify, and I'm going to click on offset here, and I'm going to be offsetting 1 meter. Then I'm just going to make sure I check this copy, offset 1 meter here, offset 1 meter here. Then click on trim and trim this. So note that this is all we are going to do for riser, for this boundary line. Don't use boundary line and close this. Your staircase is not going to work. So we're now going to click on riser now, and we're just going to click on this riser here, and we're going to draw a riser here and another riser here. So we're now going to click on offset, and we're going to be offsetting 300 millimeter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you notice, as we're creating these risers, you are going to see a value saying 7 risers creating, 14 remaining. So we're going to leave this space as the landing, this the risers here, and create another set of risers here. So you're going to see this number is 11, it's now 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Then we can add one more riser here, 2, 1, and maybe 1 here, 0. So we're now going to click on trim. This risers that are extended beyond this boundary line, we're just going to trim this here and trim this here. Trim this, trim this. So this staircase is almost ready, but we're not yet there quite yet. So we're now going to click on stair path, and I'm going to draw a stair path from here, a line from the middle here, and another line from the middle here, joining this. Then our staircase sketch is ready. We're going to click on finish. So this arrow now shows the direction of the sketch. So it shows the start from here and goes here, which is what I want. Then I'm going to click on finish. So we have our staircase, we have our curtain walls. So another thing, just to rectify this staircase, I think it's a problem with the template file. Let's just quickly fix it. If we click on this railing, we're going to click on edit type. Then we're just going to click on this we're going to click on this 3 dots here, that is this rectangular 50 by 50, and we're going to go over to this profile and change it from rail curves to M square handrail 20 mm, just square handrail, apply and OK. So it's going to just fix the railings to normal railings, so it will not be confusing. Okay, so now we're now going to do one thing. Remember that we created floors before, so we're going to select this floor here we created, and we're going to click on edit boundary. So we're now going to extend this floor to this cantilever here, that is this dwarf walls we created here, and we're just going to click on trim and trim this here. Click on this and click on delete. Then we're going to click on finish, don't attach. Okay, so now after we have created this, we're now going to go to the first floor. Okay, so in order to go to the first floor, we're just going to go over to this project browser and double click on first floor. So in the first floor, we're going to be seeing some elements. The reason why we're seeing this element is because they rose above the ground floor. Okay, they rose above the first floor level. So all the elements that didn't rise above the first floor level on elevation, we are not going to see them. For example, if you go to this north elevation, most of you can see the only thing that rose above this is this walls here, this railing, and this staircase shows regardless of floors. So you can see that this one shows this wall didn't rise above it. That is why it's not visible. So if you go back to the first floor, staircase is actually an exception. It's designed to show beneath, like if you're on first floor, you should see the staircase on ground floor because it's a transfloor element. So in order to see what is on the ground floor while we're drafting this first floor plan, we will need to go over to this properties panel, go over to this underlay tab, click on this drop down and select underlay ground floor GFL. So if you select this ground floor, we are basically going to now see what is happening on the ground floor. So it's going to like inform our sketch. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're now going to go back to this ground floor. Now we're going to now select this image, click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected views and select first floor and click OK. So if you go back to this FFL, we are now seeing this image here. We can drag it closer, so we can see that okay, on this first floor, this building kind of shifted position a bit. So we are going to try and make those adjustments. So I'm just going to go to architecture, I'm going to click on wall. So this time I'm going to click on drop down and I'm going to be selecting the normal 2254. Then I'm going to set it from first floor to ceiling level. Then click on this top offset and change it to 0. So after doing that, I'm just going to follow this wall here. I'm going to draft the wall from here up to here, draft another wall from here. Make sure we try and maintain accuracy. Okay, so in order to kind of save the settings, the graphical settings, transfer the graphical settings I did for the ground floor and transfer it to this first floor. I'll just need to go over to this ground floor plan. Then after going to this ground floor plan, what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to click on view. I'm going to click on view template, create template from view, and call this 00. Click on OK. You are going to see the template there. Then go to first floor, click on view template, apply template, and select this 00 and click on OK. Then the settings we did. So another variation we need to do is that if you notice, according to this sketch, this curtain was actually extended here. So remember, the concept of this building is like two boxes shifted. So what is going to happen now is I'm just going to make an adjustment. So I'm going to select this wall here and I'm going to drag it here. Okay, I'm going to hit Ctrl Z because since we drew this wall on top of that other wall, they are kind of linked together. So if you drag this one up, it's going to affect the one down. So I'm just going to first delete this wall here and delete this wall and then delete this wall. So we are drawing new set of walls. So I'm going to click on architecture wall and I'm just going to draw a wall randomly from here. It doesn't need to be in position. Then I'm going to extend it by 1.2. So I'm basically creating a 1.2 meter cantilever and draw another wall here. Then from here, I'm going to draw this wall from this point here, this point. Then draw another extension of this wall from here to this point here to match this point. Then I'm just going to click on trim. So after doing this now, we're now going to start editing the dimension. So the first one is I'm going to click on this wall here and I'm going to change this dimension to 2.4. Then I'm going to click on this cantilever and also change this dimension to 2.4. Remember, dimension is from this wall exterior to here. Then I'm going to go to this rear side and change this dimension to 1.2. So it's like a cantilever 1.2. Click on this, drag this dimension to this point and also change this to 1.2. Okay, so after doing this now, I think this is a good start. So what we are now going to do now is we're now going to first go here and create this top balcony here, this element here, this top here, just like what we have here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm first going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on wall. So now I'm going to set the top constraint, base constraint of this wall to be FFL, then the base offset minus 150. Then this one, I'm going to set the top constraint to be FFL, then the top offset 600. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do now is to drag a wall from here up to somewhere here. Okay, I'm going to select the middle of this line here and draw another wall from here up to this point. And now select here and draw a wall from here. If you notice, I'm avoiding this place. Well, do you know why? Because there's a wall under this. So I'm just going to remove this base offset to 0. So drawing a wall from here is not going to, the base offset minus 150 is not going to clash with that wall there. So if you go to 3D view, we are now going to see something like this. You see how this thing is coming out? It's just coming out gradually. It's coming out. Okay. So now after doing this, we're now going to go to this first floor again. Then we're now going to create floors. So mind you, when we're creating floors for this first floor, we're also going to make sure we create an opening for this staircase, since we have a stair coming here. So we're going to go to architecture, click on floor. Then we're now going to click on this line profile and draw a line from here to this point, up to this point. Then we're going to continue the line here, since we are going to. So another thing is we didn't select the kind of floor. We are just using this floor main. Okay, so we are still going to use a different kind of floor to kind of on these balconies, just to indicate. So what we're going to do is I'm just going to stop this sketch here as a box. Then I'm now going to follow this staircase and kind of draft an opening. So we're going to draw a line from here up to this point. Up to this point here, and maybe it will stop here up to this point and up to, or maybe you can continue this up to this point here, but I think stopping here is fine. Then click on this line and just draw it and click on finish, don't attach. So now we have created the floor. Okay, so now what we're now going to do is we're now going to create this effect here. So we're basically going to bring out this effect here, kind of try to create this element and also create this balcony here. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're now going to use walls first. So I'm just going to go to architecture, wall, and I'm going to set this wall from this first floor. I'm still going to be using this first floor to first floor 600. Then I'm just going to try and create this balcony here. So I'm going to draw another wall, extending it up to here, just randomly, then draw it up to this point and connect it here. Okay, so after doing this, now I'm going to click on escape. So I'm going to now click on this underlay and change the underlay base from ground floor to NGL. So why I changed it to NGL is so I'm going to see this site component and I'm going to now extend this to where this building stops. Click on move and just move this here. Then I can even also extend here to just fit here. So we have something like this. Then I'm going to go back to this underlay now. So I think I don't need this underlay anymore, so I can click on it and change it to none. Okay, so we're going to click on this wall here. We are going to just change the top offset to, instead of 600, to minus 150. So it's not going to be affecting these spaces here. So we can click on this one. I think this wall doesn't need to be here since it's from first floor to first, so I can click on delete. If you go to 3D view now, we are going to now see something like this. So as usual, I'm going to select these walls here. I think it's not meant to be like this, so I'm going to go back to first floor. I'm going to select this wall 1, 2, 3 and put this base offset of minus 150. I'm also going to do the same for this wall here and click on split this wall at this junction, then select this part that is cantilevered and put a base offset of minus 150. Okay, so now what we're now going to do now is we're now going to create this element here. So we're just going to create this element. So it's kind of almost like a roofing element, but it's kind of going to connect to the beams that is going to kind of overlap here. Okay, all right, so the first thing we're going to do is to go to architecture. We're going to click on walls. Then we're going to set these walls from first floor to roof level. Then I'm just going to change this to I'm going to change this top offset to 0. Then I'm going to draw a wall from here, matching this wall here, and going all the way to 900 and just matching this. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to annotate, click on dimension and simply dimension from this point to this point. Then click on this wall and change this value to 900. Then click on this dimension and delete it. So after doing that, we're now going to go to ceiling level. So in this ceiling level, we're only going to be seeing these two walls. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on this underlay and change it to first floor. So we're going to see what is happening there. So I'm going to click on architecture, click on wall. Then I'm going to set this from ceiling to roof level. And I'm going to draw a wall here up to this point here. I'm also going to draw a wall here up to this point here. Then I'm going to draw a wall from here. This wall, I'm just going to put a base offset of minus 150 from this ceiling. So I'm just going to draw a wall from here up to this point. Click on escape. Then find the middle of this point and draw a wall from here up to here. Then I'm just going to draw another wall from here, matching this here. Then I'm going to click on escape. So I can click on this wall and set the top constraint back to ceiling level. So if you go to 3D view, we basically have a simple form like this. If you rotate this to the front, you can see that we are kind of getting the form we want. So let's go back to first floor and let's adjust this floor. So I'm going to click on this floor. I want to use a different kind of floor for this terrace. So I'm just going to click on close this first. I'm going to click on floor, but I'm going to click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to call this 00 terrace. Then I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm going to click on edit, click on this icon, right click, duplicate, and call this 00 terrace style. Then I'm going to click on this icon. I'm going to go to appearance and I'm just going to click on flooring. Then I'm just going to use this wood berry, this beech wood stuff. Apply OK. So the materials don't really matter too much now, and it's when we go to D5 render. So the most important thing is just to select separate materials. So I'm just going to follow this part here. and I'm just, after following this part here, I'm just going to click on finish, don't attach. Okay, then I'm now going to go to this roof level here, or rather go to this ceiling level. So I'm going to now create a slab here. So this slab is going to be what is basically going to serve as the roof, but this slab is going to be different. It's going to have to be fully concrete. So I'm going to go to flooring now. I'm going to click on drop down, and I'm going to be selecting this concrete 150. I'm supposed to see it here, yeah, concrete 150. Then I'm just going to draw a simple box here. Click on this and draw a box from this point here to this point and click on finish, don't attach. So the reason why I did this, if you just go to this underlay and turn it off, you are going to see this is the main part of this roof. Then if you go to 3D view, we are going to see something like this. Okay, so now we are going to create the curtain walls that is supposed to be here on this first floor. So I'm just going to go to first floor, and I'm going to just simply click on walls, and I'm going to click on curtain wall. Click on this drop down and select this CW main. Then we're going to set the base constraints from FFL, base offset 0 to ceiling level. Okay, then I'm just going to draw a wall from here up to this point here, curtain wall. Click on escape. Okay, then I'm going to click on wall and draw another curtain wall from here up to this point here and click on escape. Then I'm going to go to 3D view, and I'm going to be doing that same thing we did before. So another thing is I'm just going to click on this concrete slab, click on edit type, click on edit, click on this material, click on graphics, and just simply click on this icon to click on appearance, go to concrete and just use this normal concrete material. Click on graphics and make sure this render appearance is used, apply and OK. So it will not be looking weird. So another thing we'll have to fix is we are just going to click on this slab here, and we're just going to click on edit boundary and click on finish. So what we're going to click is attach. So it means that every wall that's okay. So I think this is an issue. I'm going to hit Ctrl+C. So the reason why we are doing this is that these walls are kind of clashing materially. So we can just select these walls manually, and what we can do is to now click on this top offset and put -150. So it's going to reduce the overall height of the wall, kind of preventing these clashes here. So I'm just going to do the same for this, and even this curtain wall too. I think this curtain wall should go down by 150, and select the top offset as -150. Okay, select this wall too, -150. So what we can now do now is to click on this wall here, click on edit profile. Then we're going to rotate this to the front. So we're just simply going to click on pick line tool. So we're going to be picking this edge here, and we're just going to click on trim and trim this here and trim this here. Then delete this line here. So what we are doing is basically removing this wall fill here and making this fully curtain wall. Okay, so what we can do now is to also select this wall which is clashing with this staircase place, and just change the top offset to -150. Okay, so now what I'm going to do now is I'm going to create railing. If you can see here, this place is kind of an open space, so we need a railing to kind of prevent people from falling off into this place. So I'm going to go to first floor. Then I'm just going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on railing. For this one, I'm going to select, instead of rectangular, I'm going to just select this handrail rectangular. Set the level at FFL, base offset 0. Then what I'm going to do, in order to make things easier, I'm just going to put an offset, this offset as -25. Then I'm just going to pick here and draw a line from here. Pick this point too. You can see that it's already offsetting -25 automatically. Pick here. Pick here as well to this point, then pick here. Then we can just click on trim and just trim all this profile here. Then click on finish. So if you go to 3D view, if you see through it, you are going to see railing. So we're also going to create some railings here. So if we go to this ground floor, plan, you can see that they have to be railing here. So this railing is going to be a glazed railing, and it's going to rest on top of this dwarf wall. So we are just going to go to railing click on this drop down and select this minimalist railing. You're going to get it with the template file. Then we're going to put a base offset of 600, so to match this dwarf wall. So we're just going to draw from here to this point, then to this point, then click on finish. Then if you go to 3D view, you're going to see these glazed railings here, and it's looking nice. So now we're going to also do the same thing for this upper floor. So I'm just going to go to ground floor or first floor, sorry. Then I'm just going to look at this. So I think I wanted to kind of create something kind of different for this part of this project. So in order to do this, we're going to be creating a wall here again. So we're just going to be kind of demarcating this region of this project. So I'm first going to click on tab and select this floor here. Then I'm going to click on edit boundary. So I'm going to be selecting a different slab here and be calling it terrace. And so I'm just going to trim here to this point here and delete this. Then I'm going to drag this to this point and click on finish. Don't attach. Then I'm going to click on this wall. I'm going to select copy, pick this point and copy it here. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm going to change the base constraint to FFL and change this base offset to 0. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select this cutting wall here. I'm going to go to 3D view and select this cutting wall here. Then I'm going to make the base offset of this cutting wall 600. So it's going to rise above this one here. Then what I can do is to click on this wall here, click on edit profile, click on this pick part, then pick under this maybe pick this edge here, or just pick the edge of this wall here. Then click on trim this to here and trim this to this point here, to just click on finish. Then we're going to have something like this. Okay, so what we can now do now is, since this cutting wall is kind of different and inconsistent from the one we have on the ground floor, we can just simply select this cutting wall here, click on edit type, click on duplicate and call this CW2, click on OK. Then go over to this horizontal layout and just click on this drop down and change it to none. Then click on apply and OK. Then it's going to show delete grid line. We are going to say no, we're not going to delete the grid line, we're just going to click OK. So it's going to retain all the grid lines. So since we have separated this cutting wall from this one, we're going to adjust the grid line here, and we set it in a way that we can adjust the grid line. So I'm going to click on tab till I select this grid line. It's going to highlight, you see it's selected. Then I'm now going to change this distance to 900. I'm going to be looking at this one. So I think this one is 900 too, and this one 900. So it's going to, in appearance, sort of match this one here. So after doing this, now we're going to go back to this first floor. Then I'm going to click on architecture. I'm going to click on floor again. Then for this, I'm going to be using this concrete floor, but this time I'm going to be making it 600 mm high. Then I'm just going to click and draft the floor inside. So the reason why I'm doing this is because of I want this slab to be inaccessible by foot. Don't attach. So if you go to 3D view, you are going to rotate this. You are going to see this slab is also a concrete slab. So it's not an accessible slab. It's just where we can put flower pots. If you go back to this first floor, you are going to see something like that here. So now, after doing this, I'm now going to create some railings. So I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on railing, and I'm going to be using this minimalist railing. And I'm going to add 600. Then we're just going to the base offset 600. So I'm just going to sketch the profile of the railing here. Then I'm just going to click finish. So if you go to 3D view now, we have another railing here. Okay, so the next thing we're now going to do now is we're now going to create, if you go back to the ground floor, we're now going to, if you go back to the ground floor, we're going to see this element here. So this is like the structural element that is meant to support this column here, okay, or this cantilever here. So what we're going to do now is we're going to, from this ground floor, we're going to go over to this underlay, and we're going to change this underlay to first floor. So we're going to be seeing what is happening on this first floor. So I'm going to go to annotate, I'm going to go to detail line, and I'm going to draw a line from the middle of this point up to this point here. Then after drawing this line, I'm going to click on this line and extend it here. So I'm going to click on detail line again, and I'm going to draw another line from here up to 900 here, up to 600, and up to another 1.8 here, and another, this 9, I guess this 600, so this should be 1.2. Okay, so I even forgot that this cantilever extended here, so I'm going to drag this line to this point, and I'm going to click on detail line, and I'm going to find the middle of this point here. Then I'm going to select these 3 lines. I'm going to click on move and move this to this point here. So after doing this, I'm just going to select these 2 lines here. I'm going to click on mirror, and I'm just going to mirror it from this point here to this other side. Then I'm going to select this line here, delete, select this line as well, delete. Then click on annotate, and I don't want to save now, and just create a box here. So now we have created this box, and we know the center line. I'm just going to click on this trim single element, select this line and trim this here. So we're going to leave this for now. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to select architecture, click on walls, then click on this drop down. Then I'm going to select this 225 wall. So I'm going to click on edit type, I'm going to click on duplicate, then I'm just going to call this 225 wall masonry. Then I'm going to click on OK. I'm now going to click on edit. Then I'm going to click on this wall material, and I'm going to change it to this stone material here and click on OK. So after doing so, we're now going to go over around this and change this from GFL to NGL, and from this FFL to this GFL. Okay, so we're now going to change this wall face to wall finish face exterior. Then we're going to pick from here, pick here, pick here, and pick here, and draw a wall here. So there's a reason we didn't see this wall. The reason why we didn't see it is because the walls did not rise above the ground floor. So if we go back to NGL, we're going to see the 4 walls. So if we click on tab and we select these 4 walls and we add an offset of 25 millimeter, you are going to see, if you go back to ground floor, we are going to now see the walls. Okay, so we can hit Ctrl Z and just delete the walls. Yeah, I think it's deleted. Then go to ground floor, click on wall. We are going to set this constraint, right? NGL to ground floor, set the offset 25, finish face exterior, then just draw a wall here. Click on escape. So after doing this now, we are now going to click on, okay, well, we still need this line. So now we are now going to create an extrusion on top. So we are going to click on component, model in place. We are going to click on casework, enter, extrusion. We are now going to click on set, pick a plane. Then we are going to pick on top of this wall here. So we are going to hover around it, click on tab till we select the top of this wall. Once it selects like this, it means this is the top. Then click on this box tool, click on offset here and put 75 millimeter. Then put the extrusion end at 75 or 50 millimeter, since this is a minimalist design, and just draw a box point from here to this point. Then we're going to click on this material and we're going to select this my white plaster, click OK and OK. So this my white plaster, you should see it is part of the template file. Okay, so now after doing this, we are going to click finish. So we're now going to create the steel columns that are going to like catch this here. So now we're now going to go back to this ground floor and we are going to now model this. So the first thing we're going to do before we click on model in place is to click on RP to create a reference plane. So I'm going to just click on it. Then once you type RP, we're just going to create this. So I'm just going to double click on this name and I'm going to call it columns. Okay, then I'm going to click on out. So I'm going to click on escape now. Then we're now going to click on architecture, components, model in place. This time we're going to be selecting columns and click OK. Then I'm going to now click on create and I'm now going to be using the tool called revolve. Then I'm now going to click on this axis line and I'm going to click on set and I'm going to click on pick plane and I'm going to now pick this reference plane, click on 3D view. Then I'm going to, from this point, draw a line here. So remember, this is supposed to be the axis line, so we can use the boundary line to kind of get the 1.5 from here, middle here, 1.5. Then we'll now draw an axis line here, then draw a simple axis here. Then after doing this axis, we can click on these two lines and delete it. Okay, or then we can now click on this boundary line and we can draw a line here. Then we're now going to click on an offset, and we're going to offset 150 first. Then I'm going to offset 75 millimeter first. Then I'm now also going to, from that 75 millimeter, I'm now going to offset another 150 millimeter above the 75. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on this detail line now, and I'm now going to draw another line up to this point and draw a line from here. Then I'm going to click on trim this here and trim this here. So after doing this, I'm now going to click on this start curve, this curve line here. I'm going to pick this point and pick this point. Then I'm just going to curve it up to here. Click on escape, select this line here, delete, and delete this here. So we have something like this. So if I click on finish, it should create something of this nature. Okay, but this nature I feel is too wide, so I'm going to click on this, hit Ctrl Z. Then I'm just going to hit Ctrl Z again till this line appears. Then I'm going to delete this curve line, and I'm just going to select this line here and reduce the distance here to 75. So it's not going to be like a very fat column. So I'm going to just click on this, and what I can do now is to just select this line here and kind of drag it till it becomes straight. Then click on trim here. So I'm now going to click on this curve line, select this point here and select this point here and catch it at the middle of this line here. Then I'm going to delete this straight line and delete this one. Okay, Ctrl Z, delete this straight one here, not this curved one. Then I'm going to click on this and I'm just going to drag it in, so it's going to like enter within here, so it's not going to be looking weird here. Then I'm going to click on this material and I'm going to be looking for steel. Then I'm just going to select this 01 steel, click on use render appearance, click on OK, click on this and click on finish. So we have our steel column here. Then I'm going to click on finish here. So I'm now going to go back to ground floor. I'm going to go to annotate detail line and I'm going to draw a line from here. Okay, so it's like this is the center of this point. So I'm going to select this column, click on mirror and mirror it to this side. Then I'm also going to select this column here, click on mirror, draw axis. I'm going to click on this point and draw a line 45 degrees. So it's going to mirror to this side. Then I'm going to click on mirror and mirror this to this opposite side. So if you go to 3D view, we are going to see something like this. So we have kind of this column hanging here. So the final thing I need to do before we start preparing this thing for rendering is to just create an opening here and a door. So we're going to go back to ground floor and we're just going to click on architecture, click on walls. Then we're going to use this masonry wall and we're going to draw a wall from this ground floor to this first floor, top offsets -150. Then I'm going to draw the wall from here, click on escape, set this to wall center line. Then draw a wall from here up to maybe this point here. Then I'm just going to click on modify and click on trim. So we have kind of a pocket here. So I'm going to go to architecture, click on doors. Then we are going to select a single swing door, 900 by 2.1 meter. And we're just going to place it. So once we hover around the wall and we move, you can place it here or place it here. So even if we're placing it on this side, we can click on space to change the door swing direction and place a door here. Now after this, we're now going to draft an entrance steps. So to create an entrance step is simple, but we need to go to the floor where the entrance step is starting from. So I'm going to go to NGL now, and we are just going to draft a floor. So I'm going to go to steps, stair, I'm going to now click on edit type, duplicate, and I'm going to call these 00 steps. Then I'm going to click on OK. Then I'm just going to click on this run type, click on these 3 dots, click on duplicate and call this run type 00 steps. Click on OK. Then I'm going to change this from smooth to stepped and change the structural depth to 450. Click on OK. OK. Then we're going to make sure the constraint is right, NGL to GFL, 4 number of risers. Click on this sketch stair path. Then I'm going to draw a boundary line here up to 900 and another boundary line here. Then I'm going to click on riser and I'm going to draw a riser here and another riser here. Then click on offset and offset it by 300 millimeter. So you're still going to see the same number, 2 risers created, 2 remaining. 1, we're going to offset 1, 2. Click on stair path and draw a path from here to here. Click on finish, and since the staircase is going in this direction, we're just going to click on flip, so it's going to go the opposite way, and click on finish. So we have our entrance steps here. Okay, so if you want to design ramps, of course this is not really a sophisticated design. This is just a kind of sample project, but you can check my other videos. I covered how to create ramps in Revit. So now we are going to go to 3D view now, and we're going to see the opening we created. So this is just a very simple minimalistic design. Okay, so after doing this now, we are now going to create the ceiling works. So this ceiling works is going to be a key aspect of this design, and we are going to use the section box to work on it. But there is something I feel is key that we have not yet done, is to simply place some windows. So we're going to go to ground floor. Since we have some space here without some windows, I'm just going to click on architecture, click on window, click on this drop down to select any window of my choice. So if I don't like any window here, we can simply click on file, open the Revit mini, that is the template file. Then we can go to this ground floor presentation and we can just select a wall that has this component here. Then click on copy to clipboard. Then simply click on file, click on the quick project and open it. Then hit Ctrl V to paste the whole wall. So the wall, we are going to place it here. So after placing it, we can click on it and delete it. You must be wondering, why are we deleting this wall? The reason why we're deleting it is because it's no more needed, in the sense that if I click on this window now, if I click on this drop down, I'm going to see this W1 window that came with that wall. So once you copy something from another project, it kind of saves in the inventory of Revit. So we are going to place this window somewhere here. The sail height is already set 300. I'm going to place it somewhere here. Okay, this is weird. So I'm going to go to ground floor. I'm going to now select this window and change the level to ground floor. Then what I can now do now is I'm going to turn off this underlay. Select this window, click on copy to clipboard, click on paste, align to selected level and select the first floor. So it's just going to copy. So if you go to 3D view and we rotate this, okay, there is no window. I remember that there is a cantilever, there is no wall here. So we can just go to the first floor and we can just click on component and place another window here. Architecture, window, and place another window somewhere here. So if you click on escape, if you go to 3D view now, if you want to align this from this elevation point, you can click on AL, select the edge of this window here. AL. Let me see if it works. Click on tab till I try and get the edge of the window. Select this edge here and kind of align this edge here. So these two windows will now be on the same place, making it look nice. This wall here, I can click on split and split this wall at this point here. Split this wall here. Then I can now click on this and change this to 0. So it's going to like kind of blend well here. Okay, so now and after doing this, we are now going to work on the ceiling. So to create ceiling, there is a way to create ceiling in Revit that I feel is not really the fastest way you can do it. I basically use the model in place. So what we're going to do first is we're just going to click on this section box here and we're going to click on this. So we're going to rotate this here and we're just going to crop the section box from the left first to the right, depending on where you're sitting, to the top up to this level. Then we're going to crop it up to here. So if we rotate this here, we can now see the ceiling where the walls stop and where we can now create new ceilings up to here clearly. So what we are simply going to do is we're going to go to architecture. So I'm going to click on components, this drop down, click on model in place, then I'm simply going to click on ceilings, and I'm going to click OK. Okay, so I'm going to click on extrusion, I'm going to click on set, pick work plane, then I'm going to go to the soffit of these cantilevers, and I'm just going to pick the face of one of these walls here. Since all these walls, we kind of use the same settings for them, most of them are on the same level. So we're going to rotate this to the bottom here, and we're going to draft from this point. So if you notice something, I'm following the external of the wall here. So it's going to create a continuous ceiling up to this point, up to this point, up to this point. Of course, you might be wondering why didn't I follow here. If you rotate this here, you'll still notice that this is just a difference in the floor types, okay? So the ceiling can still cover it. So I'm going to rotate this here and just click on this to complete this ceiling. So after doing this ceiling, we're not yet done here. I'm going to create a kind of chasm for LED lights. So we're going to just click on offset, and we're going to be offsetting 225 millimeter. I'm going to offset from here, offset from here, offset from here, offset from here. Then after doing so, we're now going to offset again 75 millimeter. That is to kind of create like the pathway where we're going to model the LED lights. Offset this, offset this. So after doing this, we're going to click on trim. I'm going to trim this to here and trim this to this point here. Trim this here, trim this here, trim this here. Then I'm just going to trim this here and trim this here. So after doing this now, we're now going to click on split, split here, split. Okay, I don't think any of here needs splitting. Then simply click on trim and just trim here and trim here. Then click on this line and delete it. Then we're going to change this extrusion to 15. We're going to click on this material, and we're going to be looking for a material named ceiling white. Let me just click on this default ceiling and click on OK. Okay, so now we are not yet done. We'll still need to design the ceiling for this part of this project. So I'm just going to rotate this to this bottom here, and I'm going to click on line, and I'm just going to continue from this point and basically do the same thing I did for this side on this side too. Okay, so due to the fact that this is a cutting wall, like this is concrete slab, I'm just going to select this and increase the LED light up to the ceiling up to this point, and also select this and increase the ceiling up to here. So what I'm going to do in places like this where they clash, I'm going to simply hover around this, click on tab and click on this line here, delete this, then click on this one and delete it. So I'm basically trying to fuse these two together. Then I'm going to click on this line work. I'm going to extend it, entering inside here, clicking on this point, then coming out here. If you want to know why I did it that way, if you rotate here, you're going to see there is a wall here. So I'm just kind of doing this. So the reason why I kind of extended this ceiling up to this point is basically because I don't want, if we are taking a view from a shot from here, the ceiling is going to look inconsistent. So what I might as well do is to drag this and drag this up to this point here where it's inside the project. So I can just basically follow this project here. So the ceiling design is going to just flow well. We're going to stop this at this staircase and stop this here. Then click on trim, trim this here, trim this here. So just try and get up to my end result. Click on this and click on this here and here. Then click on trim. Okay, so now this is like this. I think this creates a comprehensive ceiling. So we can now click on offset again and offset 225. Then offset from here 2, 3, 4. So for this one, we're going to click on this LED light and just stop it here. Then we're just going to click on trim first to trim these lines here. Then I'm now going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 75 millimeter from this side. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on this line and drag it back a bit, then click on this and create another line here, then simply click on trim. So it's going to make sense. Then I'm going to click on this and close this loop here. So we have our LED light and ceiling. So I'm just going to click on finish, and you're going to see this white ceiling work. Okay, so after doing this now, we're going to click on create. We're going to click on extrusion. We're going to click on set, pick plane. Then we're going to pick beneath this now. Then I'm just going to click on a random box here and just draw a box first here and click on finish. Then click on finish. So the reason why I didn't complete it is I want to click finish and finish the model in place temporarily to go back to this view and adjust this section box. So I'm going to select this section box again, click on this point and drag it up. So we are now going to go to this next ceiling. So I'm now going to click on this box that I just randomly drew. Click on edit in place, select this and click on edit extrusion. Then I'm going to rotate this to the bottom of this. Then I'm going to select this and delete this. Then click on this line and draw a line from here up to this point, up to here, here as well, here, up to here. So what I'm going to do, the same thing I did for the ground floor, I'm just going to do it here. So I'm going to extend this ceiling up to this point here. Click on trim and trim this. So after doing this now, I'm now going to click on offset. I'm going to be offsetting 225 from here to 3, 4. So this 225 is only in the exposed area. I'm going to click on trim and trim this here. Then after doing this, I'm going to click on offset and I'm now going to offset 75 millimeter from here to 3, 4. Then what I'm now going to do is I'm going to click on line work and I'm going to draw a line from here 75 millimeter off this other line. So I'm just going to draw it, click on escape. So once this, I'm just going to impute 75, click on enter and draw a line here and draw a line here. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim this here, trim this here, trim this here and click on, okay, it's not yet done, trim this here and click on finish. So after doing this now, I can now click on finish here. Then I'm going to hover around this properties panel. I'm going to click on turn off this section box. Okay, so I still need the section box, so let me just turn it on again. Then I'm going to click on it and just adjust it to this point, then rotate this. So now I want to create the LED light. So this LED light are just going to create a nice effect. You can see how this building is now looking refined with this ceiling. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go to architecture. I'm going to click on component, model in place. It's asking us to save the project. Let me just save. Click on ceiling again, or click on casework this time. Click on edit, enter OK. Click on extrusion, set, pick work plane. Then we're going to be picking the top of this extrusion we created. Then the parameter we're going to set for the LED light is -5, -15. Then we're going to click on this material and we're going to look for LED light. If you don't have one, I'm just going to close this and look for this gray material, right click, duplicate it and call this 00 LED light. So it doesn't matter if they are glowing in Revit, you just have to rename it. So we're going to click on pick line tool and we're just going to be picking these chasms we opened for this LED light. We're also going to select this. We can even rotate this to the bottom here to get a proper view. Ctrl Z, click on tab to carefully select what we want. Then I'm just going to click on this line work and I'm just going to try and close this here. Then I'm going to click on trim this to this point here. trim this to this point here. Then I'm just going to click on finish. So we have the LED light here on this ground floor. So apparently the values we put for the constraint kind of did the reverse. So we're going to reverse it from -5 to 5 and from -15 to 15. So it will give us what we want. So now we can click on create extrusion again, set pick work plane, then we'll just pick this higher one here. And pretty much the same thing, 5, 15, pick line 2. We're going to pick here 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, Ctrl Z, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then we're going to rotate to this other side here. I think, yeah, this other side. Then I'm just going to hover around here and try to pick this line here. Then click on trim. Then we can click on finish, and we have our LED light here. Click on finish. Then we have the tape model. So now we can now go over to this section box and turn it off. I don't think we need it now. What we're now going to do is we're now going to create fence. So I'm going to click on this wall here, and I'm going to try and click on edit profile. Okay, so the wall is supposed to be set. Okay, so what is remaining is just to click on this and trim it here. Then click on these 2 lines here that are not needed and click finish. Then click on this one and do the same here. Edit in profile, then click on trim this here, select these 2 lines, delete, click finish. So I think everything is clear for us to use. So now the next thing I'm going to do is to create some fences. So the fence we are going to be using for this project is very simple. Then we're going to go to NGL now, and we're going to click on architecture, click on wall. Then we're going to just be using white walls. We're going to select this 225 white wall. We're going to set it from NGL to ground floor. I'm going to change this top offset to, we'll say 150. Then I'm going to select this wall center line. I'm going to draw a wall from here up to this point, up to this point here, up to this point, and up to this point, and just up to this entrance. So if you rotate this, if you go to 3D view, you must be wondering, this wall is too small. Well, is this even a fence? Calm down, we are still working. So I'm going to click on this our folder, our resource folder. Then these trellis panels, I'm just going to drag in these trellis panels and see. Or if this trellis panel, what we're going to do, we're going to now create a new fence panels. So what I'm going to do now is, just like the way we created these caps, I'm going to be using that same principle. So I'm going to go to file, I'm going to click on new, I'm going to click on family. I'm now going to be going to English metric, and then I'm going to now go to metric cutting wall panel. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is to click on one of these sides and make this 150 or 112.5. So after doing this now, I'm now going to go to create, and I'm now going to go to extrusion. Then I'm just going to draw a line from here up to let's say 75. Sorry, it's not, it's meant to be straight. 75. Click on enter. Draw a line here up to 75 again, and this line here up to 150, like that. So another thing I can do is, I feel this gap is too much. This okay, I think this is fine. Then I'm just going to click on this fillet arc, and I'm going to click on this fillet arc here and this fillet arc here. Then I'm going to click on this and change it to 25 as well. Then I'm going to click on this line here and delete it. I'm going to click on offset and offset 10mm here. Then I'm going to select this profile, click on mirror, and mirror it to this side. So what I'm going to do now is, I'm going to simply click on annotate, click on align and dimension here first, then lock it in place. Dimension here as well, lock it in place. Dimension here, click the middle of the dimension, lock it in place, and finally dimension here and lock it in place. After doing that, we are now going to set the parameters. We are going to set this at 900. We are going to click on this material and we are going to just right click on this default, duplicate, and call this fence metal. Then I'm going to click on this icon, go to appearance, go under metal, and I'm going to click on this aluminum glossy, or click on this aluminum rough gray, graphics, use render appearance, apply, okay, then click finish. So after this, now what we're going to do, I'm going to go to annotate, align. I'm going to dimension here to this point, dimension it, lock it in place, dimension this side to this reference plane, lock it in place, click on escape, go to this exterior elevation, drag this up to this point here, drag this up here to this point here, then lock it in place. Okay, so if you drag this around up and down, it's going to adjust with it. Then hit Ctrl S. Then we're going to save this under this resource file. So basically it should be in your resource file by now, but showing you the process how to create it isn't so bad to learn. Then call this fence panel. Then I'm just going to click on save and I'm going to load it into project, quick project, load it into it and close. So what we're now going to do, we're now going to create a cutting wall for the fence. So for this cutting wall, since we set these walls from ground floor to GFL to 150, we're going to go to ground floor to draw them. Okay, so it will be easier for us. We're going to click on wall, click on drop down, select cutting wall, non-defined. Click on edit type, duplicate, and call this 00CW fence. Click on OK. Then we're first going to click on this automatically embedded and check it off. Click on this cutting panel and change it to scrolled up and change it to fence panel. Okay, then we're going to click on this vertical layout. We're going to set the vertical layout to fixed distance. So if you remember, the total distance we set for those for that fence panel was 225. So one side was I think 112.5, the other side was 112, or am I mistaken? Okay, I think it was 300, so we're just going to set it as 300. Then the horizontal layout, we're going to leave it as none. Then I'm going to click OK. So I'm just going to click on this and draw this cutting wall here. So before we do it, sorry, we need to click on wall. We need to now set the constraint. So we're going to set it from ground floor to ground floor, but base offset 150. On the top offset, we're going to set the top offset as 15. So we're just going to draw a wall from here up to this point. Let's see what it creates. Okay, so something is off. I think the setting is not right. So what we're going to do now is we're just going to confirm something. I'm going to hover around this, click on tab till I select one panel. I'm going to unpin it and click on edit family. Then I'm just going to go back to this reference plane and I'm going to confirm this total distance here. I'm going to go to annotate, align, and I'm just going to dimension this. So it was 225 all along. So I'm going to close this, and going to click on no. I don't want to save changes. Then I'm going to click on this cutting wall, click on edit type, and I'm just going to make this spacing 225. You see why it's important to check all those things. Click on delete panel, replace panels, and yeah, we have our panels here. So if you go to 3D view and we just rotate this way, you're going to see the fence we created, and I like this, it's looking nice. So we're going to do the same for all this other fence. So we're just going to go to GFL, click on architecture, wall, and just do the needful. Delete type, replace panels. So don't mind all this, it just means some panels may be too long or short. So just you can click on, it's not a big deal. Click on wall. Okay, so if you go to 3D view now, so the final thing we need to do on this model before we carry it to D5 render is we need to group these fences Okay, so the reason why we need to group this is so we can work flexibly with them. So we're going to import the fences separate or load in the fences separately. So the reason why it's always nice to do that is so per each view you can have flexible shots. So let's say I'm picking a view from outside the fence, I can still decide to hide the fence if I want. Okay, so we're just going to select this, hold control, select this cutting one, select this, hold control, select this cutting one, then click on group and call this F1. Okay, so if you didn't see how I grouped it before, I'm going to use this second fence as example. Select this dwarf wall here, hold control, select this fence, click on this icon. It's going to give you option to name the group. We're going to group it F2. We're going to do the same here. Select this here, select this as well, group F3, and select this final one. Select this, group F4. Okay, so another thing I noticed, don't mind me, is I just like doing things very well, or doing things completely before I finish. I just want to create a sidewalk here, so I'm going to click on this topo solid, click on subdivide, rotate this to the top, and just click on pick path, and I'm just going to pick here. So I just basically want to create a walkway here. So a walkway is not going to harm, it's going to actually look nice. Click on offset and offset 1.2 meter from this walkway here. Then click on this line walk, close this loop here, Ctrl Z. Then after doing this now, we're simply going to click on this, edit, duplicate, and we're just going to call this 00 paved area. Okay, we already have a paved area. If I can click on cancel, okay, I'm just going to call this duplicate paved 2, 00 paved 2. Then I'm going to click on OK, edit type. I'm just going to click on this material. Then I'm just going to search for pave, P-A-V-E. And I'm just going to select this paved area. I can right click, duplicate, and just click on OK. So after doing this, what I can do now is to click on this subdivide offset and put an offset of 25. So, or I can even put an offset of 75. Click on edit, click on edit type. I can increase this thickness to 75 and change this to 75. So after doing this now, I'm just going to now maybe pick, I can click on edit type, click on edit sketch, and also add this other side of the road to the walkways. 1, 2. Then I can now add these walls here, these cutting walls, NGL cutting walls here. So I can just click on wall, click on this drop down, select this CW curves, set this from NGL to NGL, change this to 0, then change this top offset to 75. Then click on pick line tool, pick here, 2, 3, 4. So we are still going to resolve these other ones here. All these ones are this course. We are going to fix it. So it's showing that we can't create more than 200. So we'll need to just create this one manually and just draw a line up to this point here. So I think this point is enough. We don't need to make it all the way here. Then we can select this, simply click on this zigzag icon. I think we are supposed to find this somewhere here. Or let's go back to NGL. So what we can do now is to first select this and click on HH. So we can just easily select this cutting wall. Select this cutting wall here, click on this, or select these curves here. I think it's very difficult to select this cutting wall here. Let's try to just go to this edge, select this, then click on this zigzag here, select this cutting wall here, click on this, select this here. Okay, now we can click on HR to unhide the paved area. Then I'm just going to select this curtain wall here. I'm going to click on mirror. I'm going to select the center of this walkway and just mirror it to this side. So for this other side, I can just click on architecture wall and just draw a simple one from here up to, or click on it, start from this side, from this point here up to this point. Okay, it's too much, so we can just create one here and just duplicate it. So I'm just going to select this one here, click on copy, select this point here, copy it to here, then also copy another set here, and I think this two is enough. So I'm going to try and select these two here. So I'm just going to hover around it, click on tab till I select the curtain wall, hover around this one, click on tab. Once it's highlighted, hold Control, select it, click on mirror and mirror this here. Okay, so if you go to 3D view, this, okay, we're already in 3D view. Okay, so I think we have done a very magnificent work on this project. Right, so we are going to be building on what we just did. I think one final touch to make things a bit interesting. We are going to kind of be terraforming this topo solid. So we're just going to make it kind of an island. So it's going to yield an interesting landscape. Then I'm going to now create a new topo solid, then kind of fuse it with this box. So I'm just going to go to architecture, massing and site. I'm going to click on topography, click on topo solid, create by sketch. Then I'm going to set the topo solid level at NGL and set the height at -6000. Okay, then after doing this, I'm just going to click on this start end arc line, and I'm just going to go about further from this point here. Let's say once the dimension is highlighting about 100 and something meter, and start just clicking and creating curvy lines. I'm going to bend the first curve a bit, not completely. Then once I bend the other one and it snaps with the first one, it's good to go. Do the same thing here, bend it till it snaps with this one, bend it. Once this one highlights blue, boom, it snaps, and we just keep creating a kind of interesting something. Then I think this makes sense. Then we're now going to click on this box tool and we're going to draw a box here. Okay, then I'm going to click on finish. So after doing this, I'm going to click on this and change it to click on this first topo solid to check what it is. I'm going to click on this drop down, and I'm just going to look for topo solid. So I think it should be, so I'm going to select this grassland 1, 2. Okay, so after doing this, now what I'm now going to do now is I'm going to click on this grassland and I'm going to click on modify sub element. So the first thing I'm going to do is to click on this sub element and drag it to match this one here. Okay, so after doing it, we can still click on some extra dots, create some extra points here, click on add point, create some extra points to just add some variations. So we can just click 2 points here and another 2 points here, just to make it a bit interesting. Then after we create like 4 points, I clicked on escape. I'm going to click on this again and click on modify sub element. We're just going to go to maybe one of these points and just increase it a bit, or hit Ctrl Z. I think that one was too steep. Or we can click on this and click on our mouse key to kind of raise it higher. Go here, click on our direction key upwards to kind of tweak it a bit. Go to this one here, we can reduce this one a bit, just to make it kind of varying a bit. Then after doing this, I think we can click on escape. So what we are going to do is we are now going to use some divide sub elements, that is subdivide, to kind of continue this element here, so this won't just look isolated. So the first thing I'm going to do is to click on subdivide after clicking on this element. So what I did was I clicked on this topo solid, click on subdivide, then I'm going to click on this point here just to continue this asphalt road. So I'm going to click on it and just draw a line from here up to 220 meters, draw another line from here. Then I'm just going to click on this curve line, click on this point and curve a line to this point here. Okay, then I'm just going to stop the curve here, the line here, because maybe I'm now going to connect this with a bridge or something. Okay, then I'm just going to stop the road here. So I'm just going to confirm the width of this road, which is 8 meters. Then I'm going to click on offset and I'm going to be offsetting 8 meters. Okay, then what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to click on this line here and I'm going to cut this line here. Then I'm just going to click on this drop down and I'm going to call this asphalt road and I'm going to click on finish. Okay, so I think the asphalt road matches that one and it matches this side. So after doing this, now we're now going to do the same for the walkway. We're going to click on this, click on subdivide, rotate this to top view, click on this pick line to pick here, click on offset. I think the offset is 1.2 and offset 1.2 from each side. Then we can just close this here and close this here. Do the same here. Then click on this and call this paved area, paved 2. Yeah. Then we can now increase this subdivide to 25. So I'm going to click on finish. So I've forgotten the actual subdivide, so I'm just going to confirm from this other side. So I'm going to go here and click on this floor here, this topo solid subdivide here. So this one is 75, so I'm going to click on this one and make it 75 as well. So this asphalt, I'm going to make it 10, just like this other one. Okay, now so after doing this, now I think so far this is a good start. What we're now going to do now is we're now going to create, like on this other side, we're going to create like a cul-de-sac. So a cul-de-sac is basically where a road ends. We're just going to use a circle kind of asphalt. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to select this asphalt here. I'm going to click on edit sketch. Then I'm going to go to this other side and I'm just going to draw a line from here up to 7 or 8 meters. 8 meters is fine. Up to this point, up to this point. Then we're going to draw a line closing this. Then draw a line from here up to 6 meters or 7 meters. Then I'm going to click on this circle tool, click on this and draw a circle up to 12 meters or 11 meters. Let's just use 10 meters. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to select these two lines in the middle, delete it, click on split and split this circle. Then I'm going to click on trim and trim here, trim here. Then click on this fillet arc tool and just make here smooth and make this top smooth. Then I'm going to click finish. I'm also going to go over here and I'm going to click on this road here. Then I'm just going to click on edit sketch and just basically pick around this here. Click on offset, offset it by 1.2 and close this here. Alright, so after doing this, we're just going to click finish. So I think this makes sense now. So what we're going to do, we're now going to demarcate an area that is going to be, we're just going to call this the sand beach. So we're just going to click on this and we're going to click on subdivide. Then it's going to be, we're going to click on pick and we're going to pick the edges of this topo solid. So when we're rendering, you're going to see the essence of all these things I did. So I'm now going to click on offset, and I'm going to be offsetting 30 meters. I'm going to offset here 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, just around it. So for this part, I don't want this part to intersect with the road, so I'm just going to skip offsetting here. Then I'm going to click on this curve line tool and just basically manipulate my way around here. So something like this, or let me hit Ctrl Z. I'm just going to hit here. Draw another curve line here. So it doesn't need to be perfectly accurate like this. Just the main stuff is to get something close enough. Then I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to click on edit type. I'm going to click on duplicate, and I'm going to call this sand. Then I'm just going to click on OK. I'm going to click on edit type, click on this material, and I'm going to right click, duplicate, and call this 00 sand. Then I'm going to click on this icon, and I'm going to go to appearance, and I'm just going to look for sand here. Start work, and scroll down and look for sand. Then I'm going to click on apply, OK, OK, apply, and OK. Then click on finish. So we have the sand on our edge. So the final thing to do is just to model a bridge here. So the bridge, we're not going to go into so much detail to it. We don't need to do too much. So what we're simply going to do is we're going to go to NGL. Okay, so since in the NGL, we're going to just click on this do not crop view. So we're going to see the full extent. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to architecture. We're now going to go to floors. Under floors, we're now going to click on edit. We're now going to right click. We're going to click on a floor, edit type, duplicate, and we're just going to call this 00 bridge. So once let me just spell it name, bridge. So what we're going to do is to click on OK, click on edit type. So this concrete structure, we're going to make it 600. Then we're now going to click on insert, and we're going to add another structure that is 150, sorry, thickness 150. Then we're going to select the material and look for asphalt. So we're going to select this asphalt material, click on OK, click on OK again, apply, OK. Then we're simply going to start the bridge from this point. Then remember that we're going to make sure this bridge is on NGL and change this to 0. So we're now going to go here, or we're going to make this bridge, let's make it 1.2 meter above NGL. Then I'm going to click on this pick line tool. I'm going to pick here, pick here, pick here. So the bridge is basically going to be this whole width. So I'm just going to click on line work, and I'm going to click on this, or I'm going to click on pick line tool. I'm just going to pick this and just extend it to this point here like this, then drag it. So I'm just doing this randomly, it's not a precise, so this stuff is just like an imaginary stuff. Then I'm going to click on offset. I'm going to click on line work and check the total line length from here to here. That is around 10.4, yeah, 10.4 meter. Then I'll click on offset and offset 10,400. Then offset it here. Then I'm now going to click on this normal line and now do Ctrl Z, offset it again. Then I'm going to click on escape, click on this line tool and draw a line from here, just straight. Just make sure the line matches this curve. Once this curve snaps, you can see the thing highlights blue, and draw a line, let's say up to this height here. So I think this is enough. So I'm just going to click on offset and offset this here. Then click on this line tool and close this. So after doing this now, we're just going to click on finish. So it's showing an error. We're going to click on continue. So I'm just going to try and see why it's having an issue. So we're just going to try and trim everything well. Okay, I think there's an issue from here. So I'm going to delete these lines here. I'm going to click on this line work and make sure I pick this line here. Then draw this from here. Click on offset and offset this here. And click on trim and trim this. Then click on finish. So it's showing lines intersecting each other. So what I'm going to do is to click on show and click on continue. So I'm going to go to this part here. Okay, this is the line intersecting. I'm going to click on delete this line here, then just click on trim, so it will be one single line here. Then I'm going to click on finish. So after doing this now, what we are now going to do, I'm now going to click on wall. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm now going to select this concrete wall 600. Then I'm just going to set the constraint from NGL to NGL. I'm now going to set this top offset as 2.4 meter and this base offset as minus 1.2. Then I'm going to click on this and set it to finish face exterior. Click on pick line tool and I'm just going to pick the edges of this bridge and do the same for this other side, out to out. So I'm going to click on escape, then I'm going to go to 3D view. So obviously there is an issue here. This bridge is kind of starting here. So what we are going to do is we're going to click on this floor here. Then we're now going to click on modify sub element, then click on this line here and drag it down to this point. Drag it down till it matches. Okay, let me hit Ctrl Z. Rotate this here. So I'm just going to click on this and drag this down. Click on this point here. Click on this modify sub element. Sorry. So I'm just going to click on this modify sub element. Click on this point and drag this point down to here. Click on this point to drag it down to here. Okay. So click on escape. So it's going to be something like a rising bridge here. Then what we're now going to do is we're now going to click on this curve line, this beam here. We're going to click on this one. Then we're just going to reduce the offset to minus 6,000, the base offset. So it's going to like start from this point all the way here. So what we're now going to do, we're now going to add some piers to this bridge since we already added wall here. What we're going to do is we're just going to go to this NGL here and we're going to model a simple pier. So I'm just going to go to component, model in place. I'm going to click on columns, click OK. Then I'm going to click on sweep, sketch path. Then I'm just going to draw a path from this point here up to 2 meter or 2.1. Then I'm going to click on finish. Then I'm going to go to I'm going to go to edit profile and I'm going to click on 3D view and click on open view. Then what I'm now going to do is I'm just going to rotate this to a point like this, somewhere around. Just click on this between back and left. Then I'm going to click on this and change this temporarily to wireframe. So we are going to see our reference point here. So I'm going to draw from here. So remember that the width of the whole bridge is about plus the is 10.4 plus the thickness of the walls, these two concrete walls, retaining walls beside it. Let's say 10.4 plus 1.2, that is about 11.6. So I'm going to draw a line from here up to 11.6. That is 11,600. Then I'm just going to click enter. Then I'm going to push in another line here, 1.2 meter extra from this side and another 1.2 meter from this other side. Then I'm going to draw a line down 1.2 meter again. So another thing to remember that we did this sketch in the NGL, we did this sweep in the NGL. So remember that there are beams under this structure. So what we are going to do is we're going to click on tab, select all these lines we have created, click on move and just move it down by 1.2. So it's just going to rest beneath those beams. So I'm going to continue sketching, click on this line, 1.2. Then draw a line from the middle here. So this line is going to just go now. So we have drawn 4.8 meter, a 4.8 meter long line here. So we're just going to basically select it and click on copy and just copy it, because this is actually a pier, so it's going to go down. Okay, so after doing this, we're going to click on offset and offset 1.2 meter from each side of that center line. Then we're just going to click on this and close this. Then I'm going to select this line, delete, select the second line, delete. So now I'm just going to click on this line work. Then I'm just going to draw another line from here up to 2.4 meter or 3 meter. Then I'm going to connect that line to this 2 points with two other lines. Then I'm just going to use it to draw a diagonal line here and another diagonal line here. Then I'm just going to delete all these lines in the middle. Delete this one here. Delete this one. Hold Control and delete these ones here. Then click on trim and trim this here. Then we're going to select the material for this pier. We're just going to right click on any material, duplicate, and call this concrete piers. Then I'm just going to click on this, go to appearance, go to concrete, and select any concrete that it looks nice. Let's just use this concrete polished. Click on graphics, use render appearance, appear, okay. Click on finish. Then we're going to click on this, change it to fine, click on this and change it back to shaded. So we are going to see the pier we created. So we are going to click on finish first. Then I'm going to click on this and rotate this to this top view. So I'm going to copy this pier. So instead of wasting my time copying it one after the other, I'm going to click on this array tool. Then I'm just going to pick this point here. Then I'm just going to estimate a distance each of these pier will be spanning. So I think 20 meter is a safe distance. So I'm just going to select copy it by 20 meter. So the thing about this array is once you copy it by that distance, it's going to ask you how many of those copies do you want to make using that same distance we copied it in the first place. So I'm just going to put 10 and click on enter. 10 is not enough. We can click on this and change it to 15. Enter. Okay, 15 is too much. We'll click on this and change this to 14. Okay, so I think this is enough for the render scope. So if you look at this, you can see that this is like a bridge leading to this island with this small project. Okay, so now let's jump right into D5 render. At the phase of this video, we're going to be carrying our workflow into D5 render. Okay, so if you have modeled through the Revit part, or if you have been able to complete the Revit aspect of this video, congratulations. So we are going to start working with in tandem with D5 render. So we are going to work from this Revit project and create some nice visualizations with D5 render. Okay, so I'm just going to briefly explain what D5 render is. D5 render is a real-time visualization software. So for years now, D5 render has always been improving, and they have been adding new improvements to their software, making it a top challenger in the visualization world. Okay, so in this video, we're going to be using D5 render to kind of visualize this model we did in Autodesk Revit. Okay, so if you just came for the visualization part, is fine. We can just start from here. So before I start the visualization, I want to just tweak some things I feel in this model could be adjusted just to get a better effect. So first off, we're just going to kind of fill here. So I think this is a modeling mistake. I was modeling this curtain wall that I just forgot to add this wall beneath it. So what I can do is to click on this wall here. That is the wall beneath the curtain wall. Click on edit profile, then simply drag this profile to this point here and click on finish. Okay, then click on cancel. So I'm going to hit Ctrl Z. The reason why I'm hitting Ctrl Z is I didn't want it to kind of form that thing, form that edge. So I'm just going to click on it and stop it somewhere here. Okay, then what I can do is to just rotate this, zoom out, then kind of just zoom in closer, click on AL, which is the shortcut for align. Click on tab, try and select this face here, then align it here. Then click on escape, modify, click on finish and click on escape. So I think it's fine this way. So we have a wall base. So another thing I would have wanted to do is to add a green area here. So I'm going to click on this topo solid footprint, this divide part in this topo solid. Then I'm going to click on edit sketch. So if you don't know how to do this, please just follow through the Revit aspect of this video. I think it's simple to follow and it's not something that will be too difficult, so just try and follow it, and it's important. So we're going to go back to the NGL and we're just going to go over to this side. This is where we want to adjust. Click on offset and offset 900. Okay, then click finish. Click on edit sketch, click on offset 900, and just push this back by 900. Ctrl Z. We're going to make sure we uncheck this copy, then offset this by 900 and click on finish. So after doing this, now we're not going to try and select this green area. We can go to 3D view to do it. Then I'm just going to hover around this edge here, select this green area, click on edit sketch, go back to this natural ground level, click on this box tool, click this point and just form a green area here and click on finish. So after doing this, if you go to 3D, we are going to see something like this. So I'm kind of tempted to put this curtain wall here, that is this curtain wall. So I'm just going to go to NGL and I'm going to click on architecture wall and I'm going to select this curtain wall. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to set the height offset at NGL to NGL, change this base offset to 0, change this top offset to 75. Then I'm just going to click on this and draw a box around here. Ctrl Z. I'm going to click on this drop down, then select this CW caps, then simply draw a box round. So after doing this box, what we can do is to now select each curtain wall we did, click on this icon here to kind of push this outside. Like I said, if you haven't done this, just please go and watch the Revit part, because I feel this is a full comprehensive video. I feel you should follow that part before coming here. Okay, so now we have done this. I think we have rectified what we need and made the final adjustment. Then we're going to transfer this to D5 render. But before we transfer this to D5 render, we're going to hide some components. So if you follow the Revit video, you'll notice while we were modeling, I told you I kind of grouped these fences as each fences on each boundary. So the reason why I did it is to ensure flexibility. So you are going to see how we are going to work towards that flexibility. So I'm going to select all these 4 fences, that is F1 to F4. I'm going to right click, hide in view, hover around hide in view and hide them by elements. Then of course you can just simply, if you have installed the Revit to D5 Live Sync, which if you want to install it, you just open your browser, click on d5render.com, or just type D5 render. Then the first website you see, you're just going to click on it. Then what you're just going to do is to go under workflow and click on this Revit, then click on download D5 render Revit Live Sync. So if you download, like I'll download it now, you are just going to run this file as administrator. So I don't need to run it because I've already done it and I have this D5 render is going. So if you are opening Revit after running it as administrator, I'm just telling you this information, you are going to see always an option, and in one of those options you're going to see always load. So make sure you select always load, so anytime you open Revit, the D5 plugin is going to be loaded in. So now that out of the way, we're going to export this. So if you didn't see how we modeled this, go and watch the Revit video. This is a combined video, so I think you should have everything you need. So I'm also going to, in the resource file, there's a folder called D5 render. So we're going to use that folder when we are working in D5. So we're going to click on this export tab, and then we're going to leave this export smoothness. We can just click on it by 1 tab forward, so it will make it a bit more refined, but it's not necessary. You can just use it here, but I will just, for this, I'm going to use this one more. Then I'm going to click export. Then once we click on export, we're now going to create a new folder. So I'm just going to click on new folder, and I'm just going to be calling this 00 D5 render work. So after giving it this name, we're just going to double click inside. We're going to now right click, create a new folder, and call this 01 export. So all these folders I'm creating, they're important. So if in future, if you want to maybe edit the project or change some things, it will be easy for you to find it. Okay, so we're going to double click inside the folder, then we're going to call this, give it a file name. So I'm just going to call this D5 minimalist work, D5 minimalist. Then we're going to click on save, and it's going to export this. So it's going to kind of print this in a 3D format that is readable by D5 render. So while we're waiting for this, we are now going to also open D5 render simultaneously. So if you click on D5 render now, we'll need to just do a few little things while the software is open. So I don't know if you are hearing, but if you can pay attention to the audio, you are going to hear my system is already revving. So another thing about D5 render is that D5 render is a graphic intensive software. Okay, I'll have to be honest with you. For all those performance, it kind of comes at a cost of, you need a very powerful system. So D5 render, you need at least a minimum of an RTX 2070, but realistically I'll say a minimum of RTX 30 series as minimum base to be using D5 efficiently. Okay, so now that is out of the way, we are now going to just do something. So once we open D5, it's just going to open a new project like this, but we're not going to be using this one yet. We're just going to click on this menu, and we're going to click on open D5 render launcher. So if you don't have the launcher, it's going to link you to where you can download it. This launcher is important as it has some tools that are very necessary. So in this launcher, you are going to see some old projects as well as the opportunity to create. You're also going to need to log in. So me, I have a pro version. So if you log in and you get D5 render, the pro version, you are going to see it in your account. So you can log in or sign up with your email. Simple stuff. Follow their instruction, follow their verification code. It's not a big deal. So we're now going to go back to home, and we can also create a new project from here, or we can just simply save this project that it automatically opens. So we are just going to go this simple and hit Ctrl S to save this project and use it as our own. So once you click Ctrl S, it's going to open the file explorer. Then we're going to go to the folder we called D5 render work. Then I'm just going to call this D5 render. I'm just going to call this minimalist project. That is the name of the file. I'm going to hit save. So it's going to save this as the minimalist project. Now we're now going to go back and open Revit. So this thing has finished exporting. Then we're going to export each of those fences we hid one after the other. So the first thing we're going to do is to just left click from this point and select this whole model. Okay, let's select everything including this bridge. Very well. Then we're simply going to click on HH, that is temporary hide. So it's a kind of quick way to hide components without hiding it as per hiding its main. Okay, so after doing that, we're just going to click on this reveal hidden element. Then we're going to see the models we hidden with temporal hide highlighted in blue. Then we're going to see those fences highlighted in red that we hid by element. So I'm just going to click on this F1. If you don't remember in the video, we named this fence F1. I'm just going to right click on hide in view by element. So I'm going to unhide and export them one after the other. So I'm going to click on this close reveal hidden element icon. Then before I export this, I'm going to click on this gizmo here, and I'm just going to click on this center, left click, hold and drag this circle to the center of this. So it's going to make this the focal point and easy to move in D5 render. Then I'm just going to, after I've confirmed that this circle is here, I'm going to click on this X to close this. Then you can see the base, that place where we place that circle becomes the focal point. Then I'm going to click on export, click on export, then just call this F1 in this folder. So I'm going to kind of repeat the same process for the other fence. So F2, F3, F4. So I'm going to hide in view this one back. Click on reveal hidden element, select the second one, right click on hide in view by element, click on this gizmo here, drag this to the center, close this, export, F2. So let's just do this for the last two. I don't need to talk about it. So now the final one is done. We're just going to click HR on our keyboard to undo the temporal hide, then hit Ctrl S to save the project. Now we're now going to go to D5 render. So we're just going to go to our tab and click on the D5 render tab. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is to import those models we exported. So to do that, we're simply going to click on this import icon here. Okay, so let me just, before I start importing, let me just brief you a bit through D5 render interface, since I assume you're a new user. So in D5 render, we have these tabs here. So this tab include the scenes. So this scene basically means if you create a 3D view, it's going to save as a scene. Okay, we are going to still come to that. The layers, so layers are basically like planes of existence. Just like you have layers in Photoshop, you also have layers here. So you can put light in a layer, you can put grass in a layer, you can put maybe some furnitures in a layer, just depending. So kind of helps you optimize your project. So you now have the objects tab. So this object, if we import this object, is going to show as imported. If we place this object in the D5 scene, it's going to place under object. So it kind of gives you the list of your inventory. So we now have this tab, the menu to open the settings, the file to launch the login tabs and all those stuff. Then we also have this import tab, we have this AI agent, we have the assets library. We're still going to come to all of this. We have the asset library, basically like your components library in D5 render. We have AI generation, is also an AI feature we are going to cover. We also have the studio. Okay, the studio is where you can just save your presets and save your other tools. So we have these tools here. So these tools are like lights. We have the parts to, if you are doing mass road creations or mass populate particles, different tools here. We now have this tab here. So this tab basically is like similar to the properties panel in Revit. So this tab basically tells you the property of your environment and effect of your scene. So if I select any model here, is also going to bring out another tab called inspector, where it's going to show the properties of that model, where you can edit the size and stuff. Then you now have this. So this is basically like for communication. You have AI post-processing. For example, if we finish rendering, we are going to process the images. We can post-produce it in D5 render without the need to go to other softwares. It's a very nice stuff. We have the tour. So if you want to create like VR views, if you want to create all those views that someone remotely, you can send someone a link to look around the project, you have those tools here. The image, basically to render images. We have the video to render animations, and we have the queue render. Just if you don't want to be rendering each of them and be clicking the button, you can automate the process and just set the views to render here. So I hope that explains. And we also have AI style transfer, so you can upload an image and transfer the style to D5. Of course, I'm going to come in details to all these things, but practically, but I feel it's good I just kind of brief you through it. And we also have these camera tabs here, so it kind of controls the camera settings, how your camera move, the view angle, and all those little stuff. So we're just going to click on this import icon here, and it's going to open File Explorer. So we are going to navigate to our File Explorer, and we're going to go to where those files, we kept those files. So I think I kept it under this render work, under export. Then I'm going to select everything and click on open. So it's going to appear under imported. So once all of them is not more showing any percentage loading, we're just going to click on this first major one and place this. So this one is going to be big, and we're going to place this now. So now, after placing this, I'm going to show you how to navigate in D5. So to navigate in D5, you can just click on this drop down, and we are going to set this navigation on free. Then we can increase the speed of this free. So if you scroll your mouse backward, you zoom out. If you scroll your mouse forward, you zoom forward. So if you right click on your mouse and hold and drag it while right clicking, you can control where your camera is looking. Okay, and if you left click, okay, left click can't do anything there. So you just right click, change where your camera is looking, then zoom out. Then as you can see, we have zoomed out and we can see the whole thing we brought in. You can see the model here. So we will just right click and change the direction of our camera looking and zoom in. So I want you to just practically do this with me. Zoom out, right click, hold, look left, look right, look center, zoom in. Zoom out, right click, look left, look right, look center, zoom in. So please do this again. Do this like 3 times so you get used to it. Zoom in, zoom out, zoom in, zoom out, left click, because I recommend. So if that is difficult for you, you can also click on your keyboard and use this keyboard key. So click on D to move to the right, click on A to move to the left, click on W to move down, zoom in, and click on S to zoom out. Click on E to move down, click on Q to move up. So do it again. D to the right, A to the left, W to zoom in, S to zoom out, E to move down, Q to move up. So those keys are in the top left corner of your keyboard, so all of them you can just use them. So you can use them simultaneously, use your mouse key and move. So I'll suggest you use this your mouse keyboard key, your mouse key, so you can get used to it. So if you want to enter the interior of this space, we can zoom in, right click and change this direction, zoom in, then reduce the speed of the zooming in. Just scroll our mouse key gently, right click again, zoom in, then enter the space. Then we're inside the space. If I want to get to this staircase, I'm just going to right click, change this direction, zoom in, right click up, zoom in, right click up, zoom in, right click and turn a 180, then zoom out, zoom backwards small, or zoom in small. So you can see how we can get these different views using this movement. Okay, so the reason why I'm taking time to kind of teach this is because I know it's difficult for people, and people kind of have a hard time learning this movement, but just keep practicing. I promise you, you're going to get used to it. So if we zoom in and we zoom out of the building, then right click and rotate, you can see I've zoomed out. Then I'm just going to look downwards, then zoom out from here to get an overall grasp of the building. So even if you can pause the video now and take like 10 or 20 minutes learning how to move, I will really appreciate that. So I'm just going to count to 5, so you pause the video and practice this thing if you are new. Then after doing it, you can come back, so we'll continue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's go. So we are now going to bring in the other fence now. So we're going to click on F1 and we're just going to place it on the road here. I know it's not like this in the actual model, but we're going to start by placing it here. Click on F2. We're going to place this here. Click on F3. We're going to place it somewhere at the back. Click on F4. We're now going to place it somewhere on this left side. Okay, so now this is done. The first thing we're going to do is to kind of, because if you notice, this green area is kind of identical to this green area within the site, is identical to this green area outside the site. Okay, so what we are now going to do now is we are going to kind of differentiate the green area outside the site. But before we enter, we are not going to enter into too much material editing now. We're just going to click on I on our keyboard. We are now going to select this material outside. So I is the shortcut for material editor. Then we're now going to click on this base color map. Then we're going to click on this more settings here. Then I'm just going to go over here to this saturation tab and drag this saturation and make this black. So you're going to see, if you zoom in now, you're going to see this green area is different from this other one because this one is desaturated. So this is just a setting for now. It doesn't mean this is the material we're going to use, but it's just kind of to differentiate. And we can even make it lighter by increasing this brightness here. So it's going to appear something like this. Okay, so we are just going to click on escape once we are done. So another thing is we need to now arrange these fences. Okay, so to get a very nice view and to get pinpoint accuracy, we are going to click on T on our keyboard. So if we zoom in, we can still zoom out and zoom in. So this T gives you like an orthographic view. Okay, so now we are just seeing like the top site plan view. So we're just going to click on this fence. So in order to move this fence, you are going to see some gizmos here. You are going to see this arrow moving here, this arrow moving here, and this blue arrow. So this green arrow is to move this way, that is back and forth. This red arrow is to move on this axis. This yellow circle here is to move dynamically on this plan axis. Then this blue one, if you click on P, that is to go back to 3D view. This blue one is to move up and down. Okay, so if you want to return this back to base, instead of trying to accurately place this on the ground and looking at it, you can simply select this cube in the middle and just left click, hold and drag it to the center point. Thereby you have just placed it on the plane. Okay, so to just reverse. So the same way you can move dynamically on the plan, clicking on this yellow circle, you can move dynamically on this plane, clicking on this purple one. On this blue one, you can move dynamically here. You understand? Then you can just click on this box here to drag it back to base. So now we are going to click on T. I hope you understood that. And just click on this circle and drag it till we kind of get to this point here. So it accurately matches. Then we're going to click on this second one, do the same thing. click on this third one, do the same thing. Click on this fourth one, do the same thing. Then we can now use maybe one of these 4 keys to kind of just get some linear movement. Then once we are done with this, we can now click on P. Then congratulations, we have successfully imported and placed components in D5 render. So if you click on this object tab, we are going to see all of them listed here. Okay, so now after doing this, we are now going to go into camera shots. So now we are going to now pick some scenes in this D5 scene. So the next thing to do after importing your project and placing them is to create your scenes. So we're going to zoom in with the scroll button. Then we're going to right click to kind of adjust the position. Then we can use the key D to move to the left. So when picking views, we can also click on this and reduce the speed of this navigation. So once we are close to the building, so we can zoom in, then click on E to go down, then right click to kind of try and place this. So the aim of picking any view is to kind of put this building as the center of focus. So the next thing we're going to do is to click on this camera icon and change this camera angle to 75. I'll always suggest starting with 75. Then click on this, reduce the speed to about 7. Then scroll back, click on E to go down, scroll front a bit, around here. Then we're going to now try and make this the center of focus. For that, we can click on camera, then or we can click on display. Then we can now click on this grid tool. So this grid tool kind of helps us to kind of know where the center is. So you can see the center box here, and we are going to try and align the vertical elements to these vertical lines to kind of create a perfect 3D view. So we're still going to go down, then do this. So now another thing we are going to do now is to go, I think we are going to try and centralize this building. So we are going to make sure that the distance from this point is the same as the distance from here. So there is no specific calculation for it, but it's just a thing of visual prowess. We are just going to use our eye ruler. So another thing we can do just to perfect this is to go to camera settings, then click on this 2-point perspective. So if you are using a system, my system just has some keyboard issue, you can click on F8 or P, so it's going to activate it automatically as the shortcut. Then now we have gotten this approach view, which is my favorite view. I'm just going to click on create new scene. Then we are going to pick about 2 other views. Then we are going to start working on the composition. So I'm going to click on P to exit that 2-point perspective setting. Notice it's very important to exit it. Then we're just going to move this to this side and try and get a 2-point perspective. That is the classic regular perspective here. So what we are going to do, since this building is kind of too far, I'm going to click on this camera setting and I'm going to change this view angle to 70 or 65. Let's try 70 first. Then I think 70 is fine. I'm going to click on camera. I'm going to click on camera, click on F8 and activate this 2-point perspective. So if you notice one thing, I'm grabbing a lot of the environment here. Okay, so I think I'm grabbing a good portion of the environment as well as I'm grabbing the sky. So it's kind of creating a balanced 3D view. Okay, then we're going to just click on add. Okay, so now after creating this view, we added 2 views, so I can right click and click on delete to delete the second one. So after creating these 2 views, we're now going to create an aerial view. Okay, so this aerial view, we're going to click on P to exit this 2-point perspective. Then we're going to right click and point our camera to the sky, then scroll front, then right click again and point our camera, then click on E to move down, okay, or increase the speed. Then another thing, after zooming out again, we're now going to click on this camera view and change this camera angle to 50 degrees. Then we're going to zoom out because I want to grab a broader context here. Okay, so I think I want to just grab here like this. Then I'm just going to click on add scene. Okay, so what we're now going to do is we're going to update this scene. I'm just going to use the mouse D to move to this side to kind of centralize this building at the center of this view. Click on E, even though I want to kind of grab something here, we are still going to get to that. Then I'm just going to hover around this and update this scenery here. So we have our 3 scenes we are going to be working on. Okay, so now this is done. What we are now going to do now is we are now going to turn on some basic settings. I'm going to first go to this display and I'm going to turn off this grid line. Then I'm going to rotate this. So you can see that this horizon is ground, and I actually designed this space, or we designed this space in our Revit to kind of be like an island. That is why we have this bridge. So what we're going to do to kind of bring that effect to life is to go over to terrain, click on site, then click on ocean. So this is going to activate the ocean. So what we can now do is to edit the height of the ocean to kind of just stop at the edge of this beach here. So we can now go to the ocean and increase the depth to 10. So it's going to be like an ocean kind of stuff. So now this is done. I think this is a very nice setting. When we are rendering this, you are going to see how the effects come out. So we're just going to reduce the wave height a bit. We are going to reduce the wave scale to a much smaller scale. I think 57 is fine. Then I think for now it's fine and good. Okay, then after this, now we're now going to come to our building. So now we are done with the picking our camera shot. We're now going to work on the materials. So in these materials, I'm going to start from working on how to edit materials, like these materials that came with Revit. We're going to edit some of them that need editing. We're now also going to, I'm not going to show you how to get materials from the asset libraries and place in D5. Then we're now going to talk about bringing materials from outside D5 render into D5. Okay, so we're going to cover those 3 aspects mainly in this material section. So what we're going to start with, we are start by editing materials. So the first one I'm going to start with is this glass. So this glass is dark, but I don't think it's the best. So I'm going to show you how to tweak this glass to be realistic. I'm going to click on I to activate the material library. So click on I to activate the material library and select this glass. Then I'm going to go to this base color. You can see under this material, we have a material template. We have the maps. Then we now have the settings under the maps and the UV, which kind of edits the size of the material. Now we know all this. We are going to start by editing the color. Since this is a glass, you can see that the material template is set as transparent, but the color is black. That is why the glass is looking tinted. So we're going to click on this black and we're going to make it almost white, but not white, just like on this gray scale, like dragging it about on this line here. Don't drag it here, it will become red. Make sure you're dragging it at this edge about, let's say, 70% close to the white. So after doing this, we're going to close this. Then we're going to go to this specular and increase the specular to 0.4. Then we're now going to increase the refraction just a bit to 1.6. Then we're good to go for this glass. So for this railing glass is a different case. So for this railing glass, we're going to be making it dark and tinted. So I'm going to select it. So remember that this material editor is still active. You are going to see something like a pen or an ink dropper. So we're going to select this. Then we're going to go to this base color, click on it and make it black. Not pure black, but like 30% away from the pitch black. Then we're going to increase the reflectivity to about 0.47 and refraction. Okay, so now we have done that. We have edited those two. So we're now going to edit some metallic materials. So we're going to start from this munion. So we are going to, after editing this material, I'm now going to show you how to copy materials by copying the material, edited material from here to this railing metal here. So we're going to select this munion here. We're going to first click on this color. Then we're going to make it just a bit below gray so we can zoom in to see the thing very well. So another thing we can do while editing material, this is very important. We will need to go to environment and kind of change this sun setting to about 2 p.m. or 9 a.m. So the reason why I'm bringing the sun early like this is if light is shining so we can see the materials very clearly. Okay, so I'm just going to click on eye icon. I'm going to select this material again. I'm going to go over here, increase the specular a bit. I'm going to reduce the roughness a bit to kind of increase the metallic cluster. The metallic is already high by default as it came from Revit as a metallic material in Revit. So D5 kind of adopts the properties and convert it. Then we're now going to go to this round corner settings and turn it on. So what this round corner setting does is that it kind of bevels the edges a bit. So you can see the edges is kind of beveled, which makes it more realistic. Then we're just going to go and reduce this darkness. We're going to reduce it towards a bit light gray. Then I think this is enough. Then after doing this, we're going to select this material, close this. Then we're going to hover around this icon here called duplicate and click on it. Then once we click on it, we're now going to zoom. Sorry, let me zoom in back. Please don't make this mistake. We can click on this, increase the speed to zoom in, hold shift to zoom in at incredible speed. Okay, so be careful about this kind of thing, so you not zoom in away from where you are. So we are just going to now click on this. So if that kind of thing that just happened now happens to you, what you can do to save yourself is to click on escape self and just click on a view you have already saved. So it's just going to go back to that scene. Then you can click on P and continue working. So as usual, we're going to change this, reset this from to 9 a.m. so we are going to be seeing our material. So now I've showed you how to edit materials. I'm not going to show you, so let's just edit one more material. So I'm going to click on I'm going to select this material here. So apparently this material and this railing material actually shares the same material, so it's kind of restricting me a bit, but it's fine. We're just going to work with it. So in order to differentiate it, we can go back to Revit. We can go here, rotate this and select this column here. So I think we can select the 4 of them, or we can select the 4. Select one of them, click on edit type, select the column itself, click on this material and just right click and duplicate and call it, just click, let's wait for the material tab, right click, duplicate and call this 000ST instead of steel and click on OK. Then we're going to click on finish and we're going to manually do it for the 4 of them because we kind of mirror them individually. Just search for ST and select the 000ST. Okay, so you notice that the main thing differentiating materials are the names we give them in Revit. Okay, so it doesn't really matter about the appearance, but even though the appearance kind of helps you know that okay, this is supposed to be a metallic material, or especially if you give it to another person to render, the person can easily denote okay, this place is supposed to be wood, this place is supposed to be material. So I know that you can just simply click on D5 render and click on start D5 easily, and it will be easy to kind of update this, but I usually like using this export and import method because it's very easy. It's kind of easy to optimize, and when you like it is when maybe you have worked on the project after a long time, you now come back to edit some things. It will be just easy for you to kind of update. So we're just going to click on export again, click on export and then select the file we exported it to before and click on save to override it. Then while it's exporting, we're now going to go back to D5 render and just wait a bit. So while we're waiting a bit, what we're now going to do is we're now going to go to object and select this minimalist, or we can even select it from here. Okay, then what we're now going to do is we're now going to click on reload from source file and just click on reload, click on confirm. Then it's going to update it because we have exported it. So if you click on I now and select this, it's supposed to be different. Let's see, let me go back to Revit. It's supposed to be different, I think. So let me just click on this again and I think this should be, click on this, click on, we're going to click on replace from local folder, confirm the file path, and we're just going to go to where we kept it. Then we're going to go to our export folder and select it and click on open. Okay, so let's wait for it. Okay, now I think the update has been made, the materials have been separated. So I think what is left is just one column that is still sharing this. So we can just go and kind of continue, kind of redo the process. So I'm just going to select this column here, click on edit type, select this. Then change this material from steel to ST and click on OK. Then I'm just going to click on D5 render export, click on export again. then just quickly export it. Then we're just going to wait a bit. It's always important to be patient. We're going to wait a bit, then click on this. So we're going to click on replace from local folder and select this minimalist tool. Okay, we are still waiting for it. The thing is still okay. So now it has updated, it has exported from Revit. We're just going to click on open and replace this. So let's just wait a bit and good to go. So now we have separated this column material. So we are now going to make this stainless steel column. So I'm going to click on I and click on this material. So what we are going to do now is we are just going to reduce the roughness. Then I'm going to increase the specularness just a bit, or increase it to about 63. So I think once it's kind of reflective enough like this, I think it's fine by me. So now we are now going to go into loading in materials from D5 render asset library. So for that, we're going to use it to apply materials in various places, including this stone curbs here, these stones here. So what we're going to do first is we're going to place a material on this wall. Okay, so we're going to go to assets. We're going to go to under this asset, you are going to see a list of groups. So these groups, you can use it as a guide to select which material. So for walls, we are going to click on this drop down and go under wall paint. So you are going to see this library will come out. So under wall paint, what I'll suggest, since we are kind of using a minimalist approach, I'm going to be using this I'm going to scroll down and be using this white rough wall and click on it. Then I'm just going to apply it on this wall. So now we are not yet done. Just applying this material is not yet enough, but you can see the texture is looking nice. I'm going to click on I to edit it, select the material. Then what I'm going to do is to go scroll down and click on triplanar. So after I click on triplanar, I'm now going to also stretch the scale, reduce the scale to about 0.80 or 0.7. Then I'm going to scroll up, click on this base color map, click on this more setting and kind of desaturate the white a bit by -13 is fine. Then zoom out. So what I'm going to do, I'm still going to copy some materials. Like I'm going to select this railing material here, or this munion material, click on copy, and then also copy it to this railing here and copy it to this railing here. So now I've placed this, we're now going to place some concrete slab material. So for that, we're going to go under concrete. Then we're going to scroll down and look for this rough concrete 09. It's a very nice material. I'm going to select it and place it here. Then I'm going to click on I. I'm going to zoom in to see the texture. Select this. I'm going to go and turn on this triplanar and I'm going to reduce this stretch to about 0.4. So after doing this now, we're now going to apply some nice timber materials here, some timber floor material. So for that, we're going to go under wood flooring, click on this drop down or just select it. So this library is going to open. Then we're just going to scroll down and we're just going to be using a nice wooden tile. So we're going to select this brown solid wooden floor and paste this here. Then what we're going to do is to click on I, select this material, click on triplanar, then reduce this and stretch this value. Reduce this value to about 0.2. I think 0.2 is fine and this makes sense. Okay, so now after doing this, we're now going to apply some floor materials here. Okay, we're going to apply some floor tiles. So for this, I'm now going to go and click on this and I'm going to go just above it. I'm going to click on ceramic tile. Then I'm just going to be going down and selecting this jazz white tile. Very simple and direct. I just like it. And paste this here. Then I'm going to click on I, select this material and just click on triplanar. That's all. So now we're now going to apply some nice bricks or masonry stone tiles for this. So what we are going to do now is we're now going to go under wall tiles. Click on this drop down just above material ceramic tile. Then we're going to scroll and look for a nice stone or brick material. So normally I will use all these free ones, but since we are using the pro version, I'm going to use, but if you are not using the pro version, you can use the free ones. Which one, whatever is fine for you. So we're just going to be looking for a nice wall tiles that kind of pops out very well. I'm looking for something just like this. It has a bit of color, but it's not too shouty. But if I don't see anyone I like, I'll just settle for a regular brick. Well, I like this one, but I don't think this one. So in this part of this video, you are free to select which material you feel will give you what you are looking for. But since if you are learning, we can just stick with this one. So for now, I think I've not seen any spectacular one in my opinion. So I'm just going to go for a nice bricks material. So I'm just going to be using this one. I think this is good, this old wall tile. Then I'm going to paste this here. Okay, so you can see how the texture is very nice. So I'm going to click on I on my keyboard. I'm going to select this. Then I'm just going to go to this height and I'm going to displace it more. So you can see how optimized this material setting is. So it's giving us this depth look. So if you want to reduce the height, you can reduce. If you want to make it deeper, it kind of gives that nice effect. So now we have some very deep tiles and I appreciate this. Let me not make it too deep. We're now going to apply some outdoor tiles. Okay, so this outdoor tiles is kind of like a transitionary tile. Okay, remember we are supposed to apply a stone material here, so we are going to scroll down and we are going to look for stone. Okay, so where we are going to go now is we are going to click on this natural raw materials. Then we're just going to scroll down and we're just going to click on rocks. So we're just going to click on this rock 5 and we're going to be using it. So because I want this stone to kind of give this natural feel to it, so I'm just going to paste this here. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on I and I'm going to select this since it's kind of looking weird and still looking unnatural. So I'm going to go and I'm just going to go to this. I'm going to change this material template from displacement to custom. Then I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to turn on this UV randomizer. I think this UV randomizer is weird. I'm going to turn it off, then click on triplanar. So after turning on this triplanar, you can see it makes sense now. Then I'm going to go to this round corner and I'm going to increase the radius to about 10 or 13. Then you can see how these stone materials are looking very perfect and it's looking nice. So now we are now going to apply some materials here to kind of give this kind of a small tiles here. That will be nice. But before we do that, we are just going to quickly apply material on this door. So let's just get this over with. So what we are going to do is I'm just going to select this material here, click on copy. Then I'm going to copy it and paste this material on this door frame first. So before I copy it again, I'm going to click on I and I'm going to edit it, select this. Then I'm going to click on this base color and click on it and change it from black to, I'm going to drag it towards red. But the only thing now, I'm not going to go to this H tab here and drag it and make this like brown. So I'm just going to drag this between red and yellow. Then I'm just going to make it. So I'm now going to go and reduce this metallic. So if you zoom out, you are going to see how the material is looking now. Then we're going to click on copy and just copy it to the second side, making this door look kind of nice and cool. So we're going to click on escape now. So another material we're going to edit is, I'm going to show you how to edit this LED light material. So remember in D5, I told you purposely to just leave it as a dark material. So the reason why I left it as a dark material is like when the LED light is turned off, it's going to appear dark like this. So we're going to click on I, select the material. Then we're going to reduce this darkness from this pitch black to something gray. Then we're just going to click on this emissive icon here. Then we're going to increase the intensity to 50. Then we're going to scroll down and change this from color to temperature and make the temperature warm up to this point. Then if you zoom out, you can see the kind of effect. Even though this effect is not supposed to be, I don't usually recommend owning LED lights during the hot afternoon. Okay, that is good and all. So now we are now going to apply some materials on this outdoor tile. So I'm going to click on escape. Then what I'm going to do, I'm now going to go to outdoor ground. So in this outdoor ground, we're just going to look for some nice transition tiles. So we're going to look for something kind of interesting. click on I, select this, turn on this triplanar setting and reduce the scale to 0.5. Around 0.5 should be fine. Then I think this is nice. So after doing this, we're now going to apply some tiling materials here. So for that, we are going to be using this exterior paving 0114. Then we're just going to paste this here. So of course, I don't intend on using this red paving here. I think it's just too much. So I'm too saturated. I'm going to click on I to edit it. Then I'm going to select it. I'm going to scroll up and I'm just going to go and click on this base color map. Click on this more setting. Reduce the saturation to 0. Then increase this brightness to about just 5 or 6 or 7. Around here for 6 is fine. Then I'm going to go to this stretch and increase the stretch to about 0.1 or 0.08 is fine. Okay, I think this 0.07 is fine. So I'm just going to go to stone. Then I'm just going to go to others and I'm going to click on this light Travertine stone and just place this here. Then it's going to appear as something like this. So I'm going to click on I, select this. Then I'm just going to go and change this from displacement to custom. Then click on triplanar settings. So if you go over to this, I think you can now see the materials here, and which makes sense. So now we are now going to apply a material on this asphalt road. So for this asphalt road material, I kind of want to use something a bit different. So we are going to be bringing in this material from outside D5 render. So what you are going to do, you are just going to open your browser, click on and open a new tab and just search for free Piperr materials. Then once you search for Piperr materials, you are now going to see this website, freepiperrmaterials.com. Click on it. Then you are just going to click on search and you are just going to search for asphalt. Click on enter. Then once you look for asphalt, you're now going to see this Piperr asphalt 1. Select it. Then you're just going to click on this Unity and download it. So it's just going to download here. So while it's downloading, you're also going to click on search and you're going to search for grass. Search. Then we're just going to scroll down and look for this patchy middle Piperr and click on it. Then we're just going to click on it and download. So after downloading this, we're going to click on this show folder location. Then we're now going to select both of them. Let's just wait for the second one to download. Let's just click on open file location. So we're just going to select this patchy middle and pebbled asphalt Unity. I think these are no. This is the first one we downloaded. So we're just going to select this one first. Right click, click on cut. Then we're going to go to the folder where we are keeping the D5 file. So I'm going to save this under resource, so you can just check your resource file and get it. Okay, instead of downloading it if you haven't. Okay, so we're now going to just go and save it in the folder. So I'm just going to save it under resource files. Then I'm just going to hit Ctrl V. Then after doing that, I'm now going to go click on this, go to downloads again, then click on this second one, show file location, right click. I'm even going to click on cut and go to resource files and paste it. So now we have pasted it where we want to paste it. You can, or is where it is if you didn't download it. We're going to right click and we're just going to extract it. So you are going to see, after you extract it, you are going to see the folder opened here. So now we can go back to D5 render now. So what we are going to do now is we are going to select this material, like this raw asphalt that came with Revit. Then after selecting it, I'm now going to scroll and I'm just going to click on this base color map. Then after clicking on this base color map, I'm going to now click on this material here and click on it. Then it's going to open my file location to replace that particular bitmap. So bitmap is basically like the maps of materials. So we're now going to go to that folder or the resource file in your own case, and then once we go to the place where we have the two folders, we're just going to open the pebbled asphalt unity. Then we're first going to select this asphalt albedo, that is the normal base material, and click on OK. Then after selecting that one, we're going to click on this normal. Then we're now going to go over to this pebbled asphalt normal, select it and click OK to replace it. Then we're now going to go to roughness. Then we're just going to go to this pebbled asphalt height and click on OK. Or what we can do is to right click and delete this roughness, click on this and change this to displacement. So once we change this to displacement, a new folder is going to open as height. We're going to click on this height. We're now going to change this to height here, pebbled asphalt height. So it's going to give this some thickness and some realistic depth. Then we're going to click on this AO. Then we're going to replace it with pebbled asphalt AO. So after doing this now, we're now going to scroll down and we're now going to just go to this value and just change the value of this by reducing this. So you can see how realistic this material is, and I think it's looking spectacular. So what we can do, I think this value is too much, so we are going to increase this to kind of reduce the scale to 1. So in order to maximize the realism, what we are going to be doing is when we are taking close-up shots, we are going to leave this as displaced, the material template as displaced. But when we are taking aerial shots, we are going to change this to custom, so it's not going to be appearing repeated like generic like this. Okay, so just keep that in mind. We're going to do it. So finally, we are now going to apply the green area material. So this green area material, there are actually two ways to do it. So there is the easy way and the will I call it the more technical way, but both of them are still easy regardless, but it just depends on what. But I will tell you the one I suggest and which I think is better. Okay, so what we are going to do first is let's try the easier way. So we're going to go to asset first. Then after going to asset, we're now going to go to outdoor ground or natural ground, natural raw materials. Then we're going to scroll down until we get to this dry deciduous woodland tool. Select it and just place this here. So after selecting this, we're going to click on I on our keyboard. We're going to select it, then click on this drop down and change it to custom. So the reason why I'm changing it to custom is so on aerial views it's not going to be appearing like this generic 3D. I think is still an issue. Then we're now going to go to this UV this setting here and change this to UV randomizer. So it's going to kind of scatter everything here, which makes it look better. So after we have done this now, so what we are now going to do now is we're now going to click on scatter. Okay, so this scatter is like the easy part, but I'm going to just show you another technical part that will be more optimized. So we can select from any of the green areas. So let's just select this natural middle. I think this makes sense. Or we can even select this regular middle. Both of them are actually very nice, just depending on what you want. But let's just go with this natural middle 12. So there are many options, especially if you have the pro version. If you have the free version, you are only limited to 1 and 2. But let's just try the sweet pro version stuff. Okay, so we can just click on this one. So I'm just looking for a grassland that is not too much, just basic green area. So I'm going to select this natural middle and I'm just going to place this scatter and click on create. So once I place it on the green area, it's going to take a little bit of time, but let's just wait. Okay, so this is the green area as you can see it. Personally, I don't even like this. If you want to change it, you can just select this free one. Let's just click on this free one, place this and click on create. Okay, so you can see how this looks. This isn't looking bad, okay, but I feel this is just too bushy. Just this, like imagine this house when they didn't mow it for a while. So I'm just going to click on this middle here and I'm just going to select the whole scatter, then just click on delete. Select this scatter too, select the scatter itself, then click on delete. So what we're going to do is now my own method. If you want to use this scatter, you can use it, have fun with it. Then we're going to go to assets, model. Then I'm just going to go to nature. Then I'm just going to click on ornamental grass. So under this ornamental grass, we're now going to use this brush tool. So the first thing we're going to do is to maximize this radius. So it's going to have a similar effect on this thing like the scatter, but in this time we're going to select what we want to do. So we're going to select the first grass, which you can see all these ones I actually click on this love icon. So this love icon means they are my favorite. So we're going to select this grass 09 cluster, select it. So this is like the basic one. So this grass is free, you can use it. Then we're going to increase the density to about 85%. We're going to reduce the size to about 20% and increase this random size to about 30%. So after doing this, you're going to see something like a paint bucket. We're just going to pour this grass. So this is the first one. Then we're going to uncheck this. We're not going to click on this grass cluster 02. Then for this, we're going to reduce the density and to about half and just place this. So this one is easier. Then we're going to scroll down and see whether we can see some nice grass in the pro version to just juice this up. But if you don't have the pro version, this is enough. Maybe what you can just do is to add maybe a third one like this one here. Remove this one from the brush. You can see the one you want to brush. Reduce this density and just add this one too. So it has some patches of this kind of grass, which is nice. So those imperfections, so we can even clear it if we want. If we want to clear a particular grass, we will click on clear, maximize the radius to select the grass we want to clear, which in this case is this one, and remove this. Okay, so you can see how it's looking and how it's just looking nice. So what we can now do is to just go over to this add grass, then click on this one here. This one is also a nice one. Reduce the size, the density is at its lowest, then add this. So I think this adds some depth to it. Remove this, scroll down. We can also add this one there. Since the size is small, I think it will make sense. We can just add this. So this is looking nice. So this is enough grass, and I think this is a very nice grass. So if you go to 3D views, I think this will make sense. So we can even add more a base green area to this. So what we can do is to simply add this one now. Remove it, make sure this size is very low, then we can just increase the density to about 70% or even 80% and just add it. So you can see it has given this green area some level of thickness. Okay, so if we want to remove it, we can just do the same thing and just remove it. So we can click and add it if we want. So I'm just going to reduce the density, reduce the size more, and just add it. So it's just going to give this some more density. Then I'm going to click on escape. Now we have created the green area. So now we are now going to just apply material to this walkway. So for this walkway, what I'm going to do is to just click on I, select this paved area here, click on copy this paved area to this one, click on I, select this paved area, then click on this base color and make it lighter first. Click on this base color map, click on this more settings and kind of reduce the saturation. So it's going to be a bit. Then we can just change this color to kind of tweak the color to maybe brown. Maybe put this at 16 and put this at -5, and I think we're good to go. Then we can reduce this to from 6 to like 2. So it's the saturation. So I can now click on this first one, click on base color and make sure the color is white. So this paved area is going to be bright. So now we are now going to apply the background green area and this beach sand. So for this one, we're going to be closing all of this, and we're going to be using that material we downloaded from freepbr.com. So don't mind this. If you zoom out, it's going to appear like that brown material, but if you zoom in, you're going to see the grass. So it doesn't mean the grass has deleted. It's just a graphical optimization thing from your software, from the software trying to manage your system. So we're going to select this, click on copy, and copy this to this other asphalt. Then click on I, select this and kind of adjust the scale. So for this I'm kind of almost sick of seeing this arranged asphalt, but remember that once we are doing an aerial view, we are going to make it custom and make it look more realistic. But with this, for this close-up shot, we are going to kind of take advantage of this roughness of this displacement material template. So we are going to select this background green area. We are going to click on base color map. Then we are going to click on this map. We are going to click on back to go back and enter this patchy middle. Then we're just going to select this patchy middle as the base material. We're going to go to this base color, leave it at white. Then we're going to click on this more setting and we're going to change everything back to 0. Then you're now going to see the color. So after doing this, we're now going to go to this base color and we're going to continue changing the maps or base color map. I'm going to click on this normal and I'm going to select the normal of this middle. I'm going to click on AO and I'm going to be selecting the patchy middle AO. So for this, we are not going to be using the displacement. We are going to be using custom. Then I'm going to go and turn on this 3D view randomizer. Then I'm just going to reduce this value to enlarge the scale to up to 0.14 or 0.13. Okay, I think I can increase this a bit to 0.22. Okay, so now we have done this. I think this makes sense. So now we're now going to apply some material to this asphalt, to this beach side sand. Okay, this material we set out for the beach sand. So we're going to go to assets. So what we can do is to click on material. We're going to click on search and we're just going to look for sand and click on enter. Then I think some sand materials will come out. So the one I'm going to be selecting is, okay, we're going to close this sand search. Then we're now going to go to this natural raw material and click on this sand category. Then we're now going to be selecting this impurity beach and just place this here. So we can try out this normal beach sand first and place this here and see how it looks. So this kind of looks so different from this one. So I think we can use this impurity beach. Or what we can even do is to go to this natural raw material, scroll down, and we're going to be looking for one. There's one I think will work. We're going to be using this grass gravel and we're just going to select it here. So I think this is more fitting for a beach like this. Then click on I, select this material, change it from displacement to custom. Then click on this UV randomizer and kind of increase the scale a bit, or just leave it at 0.5. Okay, so what we can now do now is to kind of try and blend these two together. So what we can do is to kind of make this one a bit green and make this one a bit light. So I'm going to select this material, scroll up, click on this base color map. Then I'm just going to desaturate it just a bit to 0. minus 19. I think minus 19 is a bit too dark, but let's just make it minus 10. And click on this base color, click on this color, change this hue towards greenish brown, then drag this around here, just make it a bit dark. Okay, so I think these two colors blend more than the way it was before. So now this is done. I think we have done justice with the materials. All right, so now we are done with the materials. We are now going to be working on the composition. So composition is divided mainly into two parts, the interior and external composition. So we are going to start from the interior, which is going to be quick and easy for this project, since the project is a very simple one. Then we are now going to go to the exterior. So what we are going to do first is we need to create layers. So what these layers are used for is kind of used to optimize your work better. For example, I want to also render an ambient view for this project as well as a daytime view. So you cannot have your artificial light turned on during the daytime view. So creating a layer helps you optimize it and decide when you want your lights to be on and when you want your lights to be off. So in that case, we are going to go over to these layers, click on this plus icon, right click here, click on rename. Then I'm just going to call this 00 lighting layer, but we can just call it lighting. We don't have to add layer. Then after creating this layer, we're now going to zoom into this space. Then we're now going to be adding some curtains. So just before, I just noticed this blue munion is here, so I'm just going to click on I, select this munion material, copy, and just copy it to this point here, so it makes sense. So now, like as I was saying, we are going to be adding some curtains inside this interior space. Okay, so by now you should know how to zoom in into this interior space. So what we are going to do is I'm going to go to Asset, and I'm just going to search for curtain. Then we are going to click on Enter. So I'm going to recommend you use this curtain 15. If you don't have the Pro version, you can manage the curtain 14, but it will kind of be difficult for you. But I'll suggest curtain 15 is standard. Okay, then we're just going to click on it. So of course there are still dynamic curtains like this one, but for what I want to use this thing for, I need more control over the materials. Then after I've placed this component, I'm going to close the asset library. I'm going to click on search. Meanwhile, if you need more components, you can click on asset. If the components in this material asset library is not enough for you, you can click on more and open your D5 work. So this D5 work have a lot of components, not only from D5 but also from other software. So you can click on filters and you can look for free. You can uncheck this free and look for all the components. You can check OBJ, different kind of files. SketchUp has its own components, and D5 files, D5 materials, D5 components too. So you can also check. It has a vast library here. So even though we might just be adding a few things from it while we're working, so that is just by the way. So now we have placed this curtain. We are going to edit the curtain material before we copy it. So I'm going to click on this curtain, then go to this inspector tab here. So with this inspector tab, I'm going to tweak this setting. So what I'm going to do first is to click on this and make sure this line is crossing here. Then I'm going to change this to, I'm going to leave this at 260. I'm going to change this Y to 3300 to make it wider, and I'm going to change the height to 3300 as well. Okay, so sorry, I just experienced some hanging. So I'm going to select this and I'm going to change this from 29 to 3300 and adjust this height. Then I'm going to let me just make the height 3000, so it's going to match the interior space perfectly. So after adjusting this height, I'm just going to move this a bit from here. Then we're now going to edit the material. So I'm going to edit the white part, then copy it to this other side. So I'm going to click on I, select this material. The first thing I'm going to do is to click on this material template and change it to cloth. Then I'm going to click on this base color map. I'm going to right click on this bitmap, delete. Right click on this normal, delete. Right click on this opacity, delete. Then I'm going to reduce this opacity to 0.65. Then increase this fall off to 5.4. Right click on this AO, delete. Then I'm now going to click on this base color, make sure the color is white. Then after doing this, I'm going to select this material, click on copy it to this second part, copy it to this third part. So it's going to be this unified material. Then I'm going to select this. What I can do is to maybe select the material and increase the opacity to about 0.68. Click on copy and copy it to the other one. So it will just 0.68 is enough. Then select this curtain, adjust it to this point, then hold shift on your keyboard, click on any of these straight axes and just hold shift and drag it. Right click, left click and hold and drag. It's going to now duplicate it. I'm going to hold shift, left click, hold and drag, duplicate this. So I'm going to zoom in here. Okay, and I'm going to make sure this curtain doesn't come out from this, doesn't clash with this curtain wall. So I'm just going to hold shift, copy this here and rotate this. Okay, you saw what I did. Let me hit Ctrl Z. Ctrl Z again. I click on this curtain, held shift on this yellow circle, then dragged it here, then clicked on this curve line, left click and hold and just rotate it. Once it hits 90 degrees to snap, then just adjust it on the horizontal plane to kind of match this. Then hold shift and copy this here. So what we are going to do now is we are going to just go to this lower floor, and since the curtain up is still selected, what we can simply do, instead of just stressing ourselves, is to just click on this curtain here, hold shift and copy it outside here. Then while it's still outside this space, we can click on this cube, this white cube, and just left click, hold and drag it inside here. So we have copied it we have just moved it. Remember, I didn't hold shift, I just copied it to that side and moved the copied version to this side, so we'll not make mistake. Then we're just going to rotate this to 90 and adjust the curtain to this point here. Make sure the curtain is not entering the glass. Then hold shift, okay. Then we can go over here, hold shift, copy this here. Remember, I held shift and held this circle, I didn't hold this cube, mind you. Rotate this to 90, click on this yellow circle and just adjust it here. Then I'm going to hold shift and copy it to this point here. So after doing this now, we are now going to go to this object tab and we're going to select one curtain, scroll down, hold shift and select the other curtain. Then we're going to right click and group all of them. So we're now going to right click on this group and click on rename. And we're just going to call this 00 curtains. So the reason why I just named this group is anytime we want to hide the curtain, we can just hide them, okay, instead of just creating them. And if you want to move them, they are like one single element. But if you want to ungroup them, we can right click and simply click on ungroup. But for now, I don't want to. So if you zoom out now, you're going to see how these curtains are looking, and I think they are looking very nice. So if you just click out of them, you can see how good they are looking from this view, and I think it's nice. So another thing I could just go and do is to just go to this upstairs here. I feel there is a gap. Let me zoom in and try to get a good position. I feel there is a gap here. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to right click and ungroup these curtains first. Then select these ones here, 1, 2, 3, hold control and select multiples. Then move it closer to the wall here, just outside the wall here. Then I can now go to this tab here, this object tab, select this first one, hold shift and select the last one, right click and group. Okay, so now we have done this. Now this is the first step. So now we are now going to place some lights. Okay, so the first set of lights we are going to be placing are the lights in the interior space. So we are going to kind of make it in a way that the light in the interior is going to be popping out from the exterior. So how are we going to do this? We are going to click on environment and change it to, let's say, 6 p.m. Okay, I think 6 p.m. is an evening view, kind of pretty ambient. Okay, so now what we are now going to do is we are now going to place light inside this space, and I'm going to show you how to do it correctly in D5. So now what we are going to do is we are going to click on this light tab, then we are going to be selecting rectangular lights. Then we are just going to place one of these rectangular lights. So before we do anything else, we are now going to go to this inspector tab of the rectangular light, click on this layer drop down, change this from default layer and select lighting layer. This is where this our layer comes in. Then I'm now going to go over to this intensity and change the intensity to 50. After clicking on this light, we are just going to increase the intensity to 50. Remember that we changed the layer to lighten. Okay, so I think we made a mistake. So I'm going to delete this light first. So apparently we placed this light under this group. So this group was selected while I clicked on light. So we'll have to click outside the group or click on escape, then click on light again, click on rectangular light and place this new one. Change the layer to lighting layer, then increase the intensity to 50 or 75. I think 75 is good. Then what we're now going to do is we're now going to scroll down and we're going to increase the attenuation radius, max it out to 15. Then the attenuation intensity, we're going to kind of just reduce it a bit, leave it at 0 for now. Then we're now going to go over to this warmth and reduce the warmth to about 3650. I think that is fine. Then we're going to scroll up and we're going to edit the size. We're going to click on this and make sure there is no line crossing here. So it means these two dimensions will be fixed. Or maybe uncheck this. Then make this 4000 by 5000. Okay, so it's actually, I think it's actually too wide. So I'm going to reduce this side to 3 or 39 by 6000. Okay, then I'm going to try and centralize this light. So this light is actually too bright, so I'm going to reduce it to 50, the intensity to 50. Then what I'm now going to do is I'm now going to go to this lower ground floor, hold shift on the light and just copy it and try and centralize this in this space here. Click on this box icon to just make sure it's placed, drag it down small, then zoom out, then just try and centralize it in this space here. Okay, so now if you want to now turn off this light, we can simply go to this layer, click on this eye icon, and it's going to turn off the light. Okay, so if we just click on this environment and make this like 6 p.m. and change this north offset, and we can just get a kind of sunset effect here. You can see the light inside, which is nice. So now we have done this, we're now going to add some spotlight. So for this spotlight, we are just going to click on import. We're going to go to the resource files. Then we're just going to click on this D5 render and we're going to click on this spotlight. You're welcome. This is just a spotlight I modeled in Revit and I just placed it with a light source in D5 render. So we're just going to place this spotlight here. Then after we place it, we're going to zoom in carefully and just drag it down till the base of the spotlight is about halfway into the ceiling. Okay, so another thing we could do just quickly, I remember we didn't edit the ceiling material, so I can click on eye and just make it a bit reflective by reducing the roughness. I think it's pure white, so it's no problem. So now we are going to click on this spotlight. We are going to click on this. So you can also edit groups. We are going to click on object, then click on this drop down here. So in this drop down, you are going to see the things that are part of this group because this is a model group. So we can select this spotlight inside the group, click on this layer and change it to lighting layer. Then click on this group here. Then we can click on escape. So if you click on this spotlight, you are going to see it will appear as multi-layer because the light source itself is in default layer while the light itself, I don't know if you get, the D5 light itself is now under lighting layer. So if I click on this lighting layer, the light is also going to turn off. So let's click it on for now. So for now, I'm just doing this lighting stuff to just, so we are going to click on this and just adjust this light here, this spotlight. Then I'm going to hold shift and duplicate it and place another one here. So we are done with the lighting on the building. So we still need some lighting for this landscape and we still need some street lights for this. And we are going to do all of that before we go into other aspect of the composition. So we are going to start with the lighting on the site, which we are going to be using some bollard lights. So to get this, we are going to go to assets. We are going to close this. So there is a nice free component I'm going to show you. We are going to go to outdoor and we are going to go to outdoor lighting. Then we're going to click on this floor lamp 06 and we're just going to place one here. So after placing one here, I'm going to close this. So the first thing I'm going to do is to click on eye. I'm going to zoom in and select this LED material. Click on copy or click on escape zoom in, click on eye, select this material here, turn on the emissive and increase it by to like 25. Then go to temperature and make it warm a bit, not too warm. Then we're now going to click on this light. We're going to be placing point light. Then what we're going to do first is to place this point light on top of this at the center point here. Then we're now going to click on this layer and change this point light layer. So we're just going to try and make sure that this stuff is not under any layer. So everything, this is independent on its own and this is independent. Then I'm going to click on this drop down and I'm going to change the layer of this light itself to lighting. I'm going to make it a bit warm. I'm going to reduce the intensity, but I'm going to increase the attenuation radius a bit. I can leave the intensity at about 25-ish. So I'm just going to make it about 4,900 in terms of the temperature. Then I'm just going to drop it. So by me dropping it, I'm kind of trying to centralize it here. Okay. Then I'm just going to change this intensity to 20. I don't want it to be too intense like that, and I don't want it to be too warm as well, but just a bit warm. About 5,000 is fine. Then make sure the layer is enlightened. Then I'm going to hold Control and select this lamp itself, this floor lamp 06, right click and group them together. So if you go to this lighting and turn it off, you are going to see all these lights are going to turn off simultaneously. Okay, then I'm just going to click on this lighting layer and turn it on for now. Then I'm going to hit T. So in this T, we are going to be seeing this in an orthographic view. So I'm just going to move this. Of course, we are not seeing our green areas. Don't mind it. It's just a graphical quirk. So we are going to place one light here. So I don't want to be placing the lights too many. So we are just going to place them at good intervals. I'm going to hold Shift, place another one here. Okay, so I'm going to hit P. So I think these are enough for the site. We don't need them to be too many. Then now we are now going to place some street lights. So street light kind of help the richness of a view. So we are going to place them. So I'm going to go to Assets and I'm now going to click on this outdoor lighting. So I'm just going to scroll down and see if D5, I think D5 should definitely have some street lights. So you can even see some other nice bollard lights. Very interesting stuff. Well, let's just scroll down and look for street light. So we can go to D5 Works and we can just search for street light. Click on enter. Okay, so we have some D5 lamps here. We have this one that is another D5 street lamp. So since this is a kind of we can even select this one that is a simple lamp, but I'm looking for something that also reflects the kind of design we're doing. Since this is a minimalist design, I don't want something kind of classical like this. So I think this one is looking nice. So we can click on this one. So after we click on it, I'm going to minimize this. I guess I'm going to click on this again. Click on this, then just place this here or click inside the project. Then we're going to have this. So before we start copying this, we'll need to do some editing. So the first thing I'll need to do is to edit the material. I think this material is too dark. I'm going to click on I, select the material. Then I'm going to go to this base color map, click on this drop down and just kind of try and see if I can make it lighter a bit. Okay, so I'm just increasing this to 21. I'm going to go back to this environment and I'm just going to change it back to an afternoon view. Then I'm just going to select this material. I'm going to go back to this base color and I'm going to try and reduce the roughness because I feel the roughness is a bit too much. Or what I'll just do, I'm just going to select a simple material. I'm going to select this steel material, click on copy and just copy it to this one. Okay, so now I'm going to click on I. I'm going to select this. I'm kind of going to right click and delete this bitmap. Select this, then click on this and make this gray. Okay, then increase the roughness a bit. I think we need to be careful with when we're editing this material. Click on escape. So what we can do to quickly get back to a view is to just click on one of these views, and we're going to just get back. So I'm going to click on P and go back to editing this light. Okay, then I'm going to click on I, select this now. So I can click on this and I'm going to edit this material. I can turn it, click on it and make it emissive, but I think that will be too simplified. I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to click on this custom and change it to glass transparent. Then I'm now going to click on this navigation and reduce the speed. So what I want to do is to go inside. Since this is glass now, I'm going to click on this glass color and make it white, that is transparent. Then I'm going to try and zoom in, click on this light and make it emissive. Then I'm going to go to temperature, make it a bit warm and increase the intensity to 100 and click on escape. So you can see the kind of light now. So we're now going to click on this street light now, and we're just going to be placing this street light and rotate it by 90 degrees. So I can just go here or just rotate it till it hits around here. So if we are not sure of the value, we can go here and click on this and change it to a fixed value like 270 degrees. So it's going to just align perfectly this way. Then I'm also going to edit the height. I think the height is too tall, so I'm going to make it 6. Let's make it 5.4 meter, 5,400. Okay, I think reducing the size overall makes sense. I think 5,400 is fair. Then we're just going to shift it. Then we're also going to add light to it. So I'm going to just click on this light, then click on spotlight. Then I'm going to place one spotlight here. So I'm going to reduce the intensity of the spotlight to 100, but I'm going to increase the attenuation radius and make it a bit warm, like 5,000 warm. Then I'm going to change this layer from default to lighting. Then I'm just going to hold shift and copy this out here. Then I'm now going to click on this white box here and just place this here. Then I'm now going to hold Ctrl and select the three of them and just right click and click on group. So you can see we have our nice light source. And you know the beautiful thing about all these layers, if you go to these layers and click on this lighting, you're going to see all the lights are going to turn off. Then we're going to turn this off. So we're going to click on T, which is top view, and I'm just going to hold shift and just copy this street light here. So the street light will be at further intervals, but we don't need to copy too many. We just need to copy up to about this point here. Yeah, so after copying this, we can hold Ctrl and select multiple. Then we can hold shift and copy it to this other side. Then move them to this point. Then we can also hold shift, click on this yellow circle and copy it to this other point here. That is this other side of the road. Hold shift and just copy it, something like this. And you're going to see it's going to like continue almost perfectly. And click on escape. You can delete this last one or just move it somewhere here. I think, yeah, somewhere here is fine. Then we can click on P. So you can see the street lights, and I think they are looking very nice. So now what we are now going to do, now I think we are done with the interior and the lighting composition. So we are now going to go into vegetation. Okay, so now for vegetation, we are going to start with the peripherals on our site. Okay, so we are going to go to the asset library, and for this vegetation I usually just click on T, that is the top view. I'll work on it from plans, then we are now going to go to 3D and kind of see how it comes out. We are just going to scroll, go to nature, then we're now going to go to conifers first. So this is where I usually start. I usually start with conifers. So I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to be placing some conifers at intervals on the peripherals of this site. So I'm going to be placing the small conifers which are going to be within the site. So I'm going to click on this. I'm also going to click on this brush tool. Then I'm going to maybe increase the size to about 50 or 60%. Now increase this random size to about 50%. Then click on this, turn off this brush tool. So the whole idea is once I turn on this brush tool, even if I'm not brushing, even if I'm placing this individually, this effect I set here is still going to affect the placement while it's individual. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to place one here first. Then you are going to see the variation in size will now start occurring. Okay, is this varying in size? So I'm just going to click on this and to just adjust this. turn this off, then click on this and continue placing. Then I'm going to place one here, place another one here. So you can see they are varying in size because of that setting. Okay, so after placing these ones, the next vegetation we are going to place are palm trees. So palm trees are very nice for all these kind of tropical views. You can see that this is like an island in an ocean. So we are going to be using this Phoenix sylvestris palm tree, but you can also look for more interesting palm trees. I think the pro version, there are pro trees here, so why not, let's just look for, I think this one is looking interesting, so I can download it. This one's nice, this one is looking nice, this Phoenix sylvestris 05 that is curved like this. So we can select this one too, click on this, but we will need to reduce the size, so we don't need very gigantic palm trees inside the compound. So I'm just going to check this, click on this again. Then the first palm tree is not going to, the settings is not going to affect the first one, so we can place the first one at the back, somewhere at the background. Then if we click on this setting again, reduce the size, density, random size, just reduce the size, well, click on this and turn it off, then click on this. Then we're just going to see that the size will now reduce. And so now we have placed this, what we can do is, some of these palm trees are looking too big, we can simply click on escape. So instead of selecting them individually and manipulating their setting, we can simply click on V on our keyboard. Then this is going to turn from a movement key tab to a size adjustment. So if you click and hold, we can make it big and make it smaller. So we're just going to carefully use it to adjust the sizes to more controlled sizes. Okay, so now I'm going to click on V again to turn off, deactivate that function. Then now we have placed this, we are now going to be placing the major shrubs. So these major shrubs are like the most consistent plants that will be throughout the site. So for that, we are going to go to hedge. We're going to go to shrubs. So what we are going to be doing now is, we're just going to select this plant, that is this Ilex vomitoria, vomitoria, sorry. Then we're going to click on this. So what we're going to do is, we're going to kind of manage the size at this 40%, then increase this random size. Okay, then I'm going to uncheck this brush, then click on it. So the first one, I'm going to place it here. Then you are going to see the size variation is also going to affect this, and we're just going to place them in group of 3. So I think this is too small, so I can click on this and kind of increase the size, so it's going to be bigger on average. Then off this brush, then click on them again. So I'm going to be placing them in pairs of 3s in between this major green area. So I'm just going to place this here, place this here, place them here in pairs of 3s. Okay, and I'm just trying to avoid making them perfectly linear, because it's going to kind of kill the whole natural vibes of the whole place, because the beauty, part of the beauty of nature is imperfection. So I'm just going to be placing them in pairs of 3s at this kind of points. Place them here, place one here. Then I'm just going to place about 2 here, because this place it has to be something special here. So now we're now going to, after placing this, we have placed the basic trees within the site. So we're now going to try and place some trees that, it's some plants that it's not like it's going to be repeated, it's just going to be a special point. Like this point here and this point here are kind of special. So I want to put a flower here and a nice conifer design here. So for that, we are going to go back to conifer, and we're going to be downloading this Purpose, or the whatever the name is, you can read it out on your own. Click on this, and we're just going to place this here. So it's quite a heavy plant, but it's nice. Place this here. Then we're now going to go and just go to these flowering herbs, or we can click on this on our, okay, I think flowering herbs should have some nice flowers. Then I'm just going to click on this one here. I like this flower here, but we're going to click on this and increase the size to almost 80% of this. Then click on this. Then I'm just going to place the first one somewhere here. Then the second one, the effect is now going to key in. I'm going to place one here, place another one here, place one close to this place, then maybe place one here, and maybe place 2 here. maybe one here, just at these key corners here, maybe one here. Okay, so I think that is enough for it. So now we are now going to place some edges. So the edges, I think the edges should go in some points like this place here. So we are just going to go to edge. Then for this edge, we may need to go back to 3D view. Do you know why? Because we need to access the 3D view and be able to place it properly. So I'm going to be scrolling down and looking for a very nice edge that I could use. So I'm going to try this one. I think this one is looking nice, and this one also is looking nice as well. Well, let's scroll down and see. Okay, we can just click on this one. I think this ficus one, I like it. But if I don't like it, I can always delete it. I'm just going to click on it. Then I told you I knew I would like it. Then let me just zoom in and see the details. Yeah, I think I like this. Place this here. Click on escape. Then select this. Rotate it by 90 degrees. Try and centralize it here. Then increase this size here. I think we're going to turn one of these size to 1000. That is 1 meter. Okay, so now it's a perfect box. We can now duplicate it and just copy it along here. Then hold shift, copy this here. Hold shift, copy this here. Hold shift, copy this here. Then after doing this now, I think this looks beautiful. Then we're now going to go and we are going to click on T again to access this top view again. So for now we have placed these trees. We're now going to place some deciduous trees. So these trees are like shading devices. So they will be in like major parts like this space here. They are going to be big deciduous and they are going to sprout their appendages around. Okay, and we can place maybe one here, one here, one here, and one here. So for this one, I'm going to go to broadleaf. Okay, so I think I'm even doing too much at this point. We may not even give chance for the air, but we're going to be looking for some very nice broadleaf. So the thing we are looking for in these broadleaf plants are plants that they are enough to cast shadows, but they are not totally going to block the light. They are more of going to filter it. So I'm just going to scroll down and we are going to look for some. So in essence, if we are not sure of what to look for, we are just going to use the AI agent. Okay, so we are going to go to this view now, and what we are going to be doing now is we are just going to adjust this camera a bit, because we have or adjust things around this camera, because this view was actually designed very well. So we are going to kind of modify the components around this view to make this view make sense. So the first thing is to click on this lamp and just move it to this side first, then click on the view again. So the lamp is no more obstructing the view. So another thing is to click on V and just reduce the size of all these plants here. They are kind of in the way, so we are going to reduce them. So they are going to be minus. So I'm going to click on V. Once they are small enough, I'm now going to just click on this box and just adjust them to how they were before. Okay, so now we are at this stage of the project. Of course, I could continue, but we want to make things faster. So we are going to be using the D5 AI agent. So this is a very innovative tool. It kind of helps us quicken the whole thing faster. So we are going to start by clicking on this AI scene match. Then we're just going to click on this realistic, and it's going to we are going to see this prompt, optimize the scene to make it more realistic. Then we're going to click on this icon. So it's going to generate a kind of reference image. Then we're now going to work from there moving forward. Mind you, we're not yet working on the render settings, but just follow this process to get just follow it. You are going to see where we're going to get with this. Alright, so it has finished processing and it has generated a reference image. So what we can now tell it is add more vegetations to this scene to create a shadow interplay. Okay, then we're just going to click on enter and we're going to see what it's going to tell us. Okay, so now it has formed the reference image, so you can see the reference image it formed. So what we can now do is now click on recommend assets similar to those in the reference image. So it's now going to go to the asset library and it's going to recommend assets to kind of assets it's recommending to create an image like this, something like this. Okay, so once the thing recommend the assets, we are now going to work from there to create our desired scene. Okay, so apparently you are now going to see it's going to recommend a lot of assets, and it's going to show us, give us an idea of where in the image that these assets could be. So all these ones that are blurred out are behind the glass, so you can see these images here. So these are the components it's recommending. So let's start with this major one. So we're going to click on this Pro 3, and we're going to try and place it on this side, since it's going to like create the shape. So I'm going to click on P, then zoom out of this view, then click on this component here and place this somewhere here. Okay, then I'm going to click on this rock and maybe download one of these rocks here, and I'm going to place the rock. I'm going to click on the rock and place it somewhere here. Okay, then I'm going to also click on this one and download this one too, download this one as well, and click on this and maybe place this rock here. So I can just click on this and shift it here. So I can now place this rock here, click on escape, rotate this, click on V to reduce the size, then I can zoom in, click on this other rock we placed here, increase the size a bit, click on this one, reduce the size, click on V and just kind of move it somewhere here. Okay, then after doing this, we are now going to go and click on this side here. We are now going to place a tree here to kind of create this shade you are looking for here. So if you click on this tree, we are going to place it. We're just going to place this outside the fence somewhere here. So by placing this here, if you go back to this view now, you are going to see it's kind of going to create a similar effect, like throwing some shade here and kind of shading here. So we're going to click on these flowering plants, and apart from plants too, we're also going to place things like these benches here. So we can just go here and click on this wooden grill pavilion here, just download some of these components, download this bench as well. Then we're going to go to shift. Sorry, it's very important, you need to be careful while placing components in order not to zoom in out of. So we can click on P to exit the 2 points. So we can just place a bench here. Okay, so I think placing it here will make it more useful. Okay, I think here will make sense. Then we can, so we're just going to be picking some components from here and kind of just placing them around. So I'm going to click on this one and place this one here, and maybe download this one as well and place it here. Okay, so we're just going to scroll up, I think, and so we can download some of this entourage here, some of these individuals here, and just place some of them in these balconies. So another thing we could do for the composition is to place some potted plants. So what we are going to do is we're just going to go to close this AI. So we're not going to be doing things manually ourselves, even though this AI have helped us get to this point. So we're just going to like adjust this, click on V, reduce the size of this plant, then click on this one too and reduce the size a bit, click on V to kind of adjust the position to somewhere here. Okay, so after doing this, now what we're now going to do is we're now going to create the potted plants as I told you. So what we're going to do, we're going to go to assets. I'm going to search for pots. Okay, so once you click on pots, I'm going to click on enter. Then we're going to see some pots, or let me just, instead of pots, POT, just pots. Then we're now going to scroll down and look at this flower pot, and we're just going to click it and place it here. Then I'm just going to rotate it to the front. So after this, I'm just going to close this, click on X to close this text I wrote here. Then I'm just going to simply click on assets and kind of load in a flower. So I'm going to go to nature. I'm going to go to flowering shrub. Then I'm just going to click on this first one. I think is Singa vulgaris or whatever. Or I could even scroll down but I think this one is fine. Or I could click on this one here. I think I like this one as well. It's not too colorful like that, but it's still nice. Then after clicking on it, we're now going to go to this conifers here. Then we're going to now load in, just look for a nice coniferous plant to just load it. So we can load in this one here. So I think this one is looking nice. Click on it and just load it here. So what we can do now is to simply reduce the size of it. So I'm just going to click on it, click on V, then just drop the size. Click on this other one too and drop the size significantly. So I'm just going to click on V again, so it will change back to moving it, and I'm just going to try and centralize it. Okay, so we can go back to environment and change this back to daytime. So I think we should be able to see everything very well now. So I'm just going to hold Control. I'm going to close this. I'm going to now hold Control here. Okay, this is not centralized, so I'm just going to try to manually centralize it. But I think I can delete this lower one. I think I can just leave this here. I can now click on V and kind of increase the size a bit. Then click on V again, then hold Control, select these two, right click and group. So now we have some flower pot here. We have a generic, so I can click on Shift, copy it here. Click on Shift, move this to this level. Just click on this cube here, move this here, raise it up a bit, then place this here. Okay, so another thing we could do now is to just I would have loved to add some vines here, but for now I'm just going to hold on to that thought. I'm just going to simply go to the asset library and go to scroll down and just look at the outdoor library. Then I'm going to be loading in things like this chair here. I'm going to place this here. Then I'm just going to rotate this to kind of be like this, then kind of push this here. Then I'm also going to select this plant. I'm going to click on Shift, and I'm just going to place this here outside, bring it down to this point, rotate this to here, and just move this here. Then I could just scroll down. I could click on, I think this is some nice outdoor sculpture. So I'm just going to scroll down and look for anyone that fits into the character. Okay, so I can even click on this outdoor decoration, and I can kind of use this as a sun shading device at this rear side here. I think it's going to look nice here. So I'm just going to click on this and place this here, click on Shift this. Then I can select this 4-seater table, click on Shift and just move it and have a copy on this first floor. Click on Shift here. Then I can go to this first floor here and also select this flower pot here. Select the flower pot, click on Shift and just copy this flower pot here and kind of raise it up a bit. So this is going to be like a nice outdoor terrace lounge. So now I'm going to click on T again. So now the next phase of the composition, I'm going to be placing the outdoor vegetation. So this outdoor vegetation is also important because it's going to like build the context around. So as usual, I'm going to go to nature and I'm going to start from conifers. So now I start from conifers, I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to be using this masquet gist. Okay, I don't want to be calling this big name, please, so just pardon me. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to kind of reduce the size to medium, then reduce this randomized size a bit, then turn this off. So I'm going to click on this and I'm going to place the first one here. Then I'm going to place about 2 here and another 2 here. So the interesting thing about this plant is that it kind of is good in casting shadows on the building. So I think it's a very nice one. I'm going to place one here. Then I'm just going to place one here, just at some intervals. And we are going to place it up to this point here. Okay, so after doing this now, we're now going to click on palms. So we're going to be placing some palms that are going to be outside the site. So these palms are going to be low poly palms. So we're going to click on palms like this one, and we're just going to be placing them sparsely on this beach area and all these other sides sparsely. Then I'm just going to click on this palm, and we're going to just place them sparsely here. Okay, so after doing this now, we are now going to put some background green. So this background green is kind of like, it's just kind of give this like a base. So to do that, we are going to scroll down. We are going to click on this low resolution. Then we are now going to click on this brush tool. Then we are going to remove this palm here. We are going to select this low poly 3, 1, 2, and 3. Then we can now scroll down and look for some other low poly trees, but I think these ones are fine for now. Then the first thing we're going to do is to reduce the size to about 20%. The density, leave the density at like 30%. Then this randomized size, leave it on. Then we're just going to be brushing these plants here, these trees here. I think this is too much, so I'm going to click on clear and clear everything first. So we need to actually almost perfect this thing. We're going to reduce this more and just brush. So another thing, we need to be careful while we're doing this thing, and at times, after a period of time, we're just going back 3D and click on escape. So we're just going to see. So I feel so far this isn't looking bad, and it's not like these trees are too big in of itself. So I think this is a good starting point now. All right, so what we are going to be doing now is kind of like exploratory, as we'll just be exploring different components that we're going to see fit for this. So we're going to go to the asset library, click on model, go to nature. Then we'll start going around from these flower shrubs and shrubs to just be looking for interesting natural elements we can put. So I'm just going to scroll down, go to another section. Okay, I think I like this one. I can click on this one and just place it somewhere here. Then I'm going to scroll down. So I can even reduce the size of this asset library and just push it to this side. So I'm going depending on which side I want to see in the view. So I can scroll down, click on this. No, okay, this is too big. I can click on this one here. This one looks too generic. I can just place this here. I can go to flowering herbs, scroll down. So basically I'm just looking for, so assuming if I put green areas on top of this place, I will have just created vines, but I don't think it's necessary for the design itself. So we're just going to be looking for more, because you know the thing about this stuff that I like doing is that I know in nature there are imperfections. So I can just look for other herbs. I like this one, but I can scroll down. I like this. This is looking nice, and I can just place this at this side here. Okay, so if we click on this asset library and we drag it here and we close this, you can see here is already a nice thing. So we're now going to add some vehicles, and I think I can add some individuals here. So I'm going to click on P to exit this view for now. Then I'm just going to go to assets. Then I'm going to click on, I can extend this again just a bit. Then I'm just going to scroll down and go to where vehicles are. So once I go to where vehicles are, we're going to scroll down and I'm going to be looking. There's this favorite car I like using, and it's just this simple classic car, and I think it's nice. I just like the vintage style. Then I'm just going to place it. So it's going to be one of the cars here. I'm also going to place another car. Maybe I like this sedan here. It's looking nice. Or scroll down and look for more options. You can even see a Porsche here, or even a Mercedes here. So makes sense. Or you can scroll down and look for even more nice cars. So there are even bicycles. We can even also add some bicycles. So another thing is, once we place these cars, we can edit them. So we'll just select the car, go over to driver, dynamic. We can turn on these lights and reduce the intensity of the light to about 18 or 17. Then do the same for this. Turn on the lights. You can even click on and reduce the intensity to about 10. Then click on this drop down and we can change this color to black. I want this vehicle to be dark here. Then I can just click on this extra realistic components like this bicycle here. So I'm just going to try and place it in a place that is going to be visible in the view, but it's not going to be like a distraction. So I'm just going to, the thing I can do is to go back to this view and just visualize it and think, okay, where would this thing be nice? So I'm just thinking of placing it somewhere here. Then click on this and close. Then click on escape and click on P again. So you see how this car is looking nice. I think it makes sense. Then we're now going to go to where this bicycle is. We're just going to now move the bicycle a bit to this side here, so it will just stay beside the building. We can bring it out and kind of slant it here. Then we can also go to this rotation and go to this Y angle and rotate it to just slightly, not too much, just to be like it's leaning on this space here, on this wall here. So if you go back to this view, it's just going to be a minor element. So another thing is, if we are creating every element we place, we should try and make it intentional. So for example, I'm going to click on this flower here and I'm just going to move it a bit. So the reason why I moved it a bit is basically so this bicycle is going to show. So all those minor details are actually very nice, and all this in composition of a project. Then after doing this, I think the final thing we are going to do on this view before we go to the settings is to just go and add some birds flying. So we're going to click on P again. We're going to zoom to the top. Then what we're going to do now is, you can see how this scene is just looking nice already without us even rendering it, especially with these background trees. I'm going to go to assets, I'm just going to go over here and click on particles. Then this asset library is still going to open. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on this animal cluster and I'm going to be clicking on these pro beds. Okay, so if you don't have the pro version, you can click on the free one. Click on this bed, place this here, then raise it up here. Okay, close this, raise it up, and just place this bed. So we're now going to go back to this view. Remember that everything we're placing in this view is for it to be visible. So I'm just going to move it. And remember, I'm not using here to move it. I'm just moving it both horizontally or on this horizontal plane. Then I can hold shift and also hold shift and also copy it to this side. So we have beds on these two sides. Okay, so now I think the last thing is to place more people around. So I'm just going to try and place somebody here. So I'm going to go to P. I'm going to now go to assets. I'm now going to go to model. I'm going to go under character and I'm going to be looking for some nice realistic characters. So I'm going to click on filter and click on dynamic only. So this dynamic means they are going to be moving and you can animate them, or they can move in the animation. So we're just going to scroll down because I feel that the best is usually, so we can click on this Terry exercising. So just a fun thing to do, just click on this man just having fun here. We can also just look for more entourage, like people just enter. This one is not for this context. Then we can go to 2. This one is just for outdoor relaxation. So we can even search. We can click on search and we can just click on sitting and click on enter. Then once we click on enter, you're now going to see character sitting. We can click on this Joe sitting. Then we're going to just place Joe here. So what we can do is we can rotate it and then we can click on this box here and drag him to display. then move him to this side here, so he will just sit perfectly. So of course, sometimes the size of the characters in proportion to this other components isn't the most accurate, but we can always tweak it. So I'm going to change this to 0. I'm going to go to this X and kind of just tilt his sitting a bit, then drag this down. Okay, so I think it's better now. Then I'm going to kind of space these guys apart. Click on this and place this. Then we can click on this also. This is another lady sitting. You can just click, even though they are not going, most of them are not going to be visible in this view, but I think you get the gist. So now we are going to go back to this view, and we're now going to start in render settings. So the first thing to consider while doing render setting is to decide what kind of settings you will use for each view. For example, this scene 1, I'm going to be using a pure daylight setting. This scene 2, I'm going to be using an ambient setting. This scene 3, I'm going to be using a semi-ambient setting. Okay, so let's start from scene 1. So from scene 1 now, our environment is pretty much set. What we are going to do first is we are going to go to effect, and we are going to click on this, turn off this auto exposure. So after doing this now, we're now going to go to this lighting layer, and we're going to hide it in this scene. Then we're now going to go to environment, and we're going to click on change this from geo sky to custom. Then we're going to click on this cloud, and we're going to be selecting this legacy sky. Okay, so pay attention to these settings as we go. Then I can close this. Then I'm going to first increase the sun intensity to about 70. Then I'm going to increase the sun attenuation radius to 2. And the altitude, before I do the altitude, I'm going to go back to this effect, and I'm going to reduce the exposure to about minus 0.14 at first. Then I'm just going to go to the contrast and increase the contrast to 0.05. The highlight is going to be the same. I'm going to increase the warmth to 6,800, around 6,800. I'm going to go to tint 0.06 or 0.07. Then I'm going to go to bloom 0.24. I'm going to go to vignette amount and increase the vignette to 0.26 or 0.3. Then I'm going to scroll down. I'm going to go to saturation 0.6. Then I'm going to go back to environment. Then I'm now going to reduce this azimuth angle to about 36 or 31. Then I'm just going to rotate this. So I'm going to be rotating this sun to a point that this place is going to cast some shadows, but it's not going to totally obstruct the whole view. So we are just going to adjust it to cast some shadows on the building without necessarily overlapping. So I like the fact that there are interesting shadows here. So what I'm going to do now is up to this point, I'm going to click on update and update this scene. Then another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to off this LED light, but I'm not going to off the light source. So it's only this LED light I'm going to off as well. But once I go to other views, I'm going to turn them on. So I'm going to click on P. I'm now going to zoom, and I'm going to go to this LED, click on I, select the LED light, and just turn it off for the meantime. So it's only this light here. Okay, so just a minor hanging issue. You know, this file is already quite heavy. So what we are now going to do now is we are now going to go over to this environmental light tool, click on I, select this material, and turn off the emissive for now. Then we are now going to go back to this view. So this is now the full daylight view. Another thing we are going to do is we are going to click on P. We are going to zoom out. Then I'm just going to click on escape. I'm going to select this fence. So this is F1 fence. Remember what I told you? I brought this fence separately for flexibility. So if you go back to this view, I kind of feel this fence is obstructing us. Then I'm going to click on hide to hide the fence. Then I'm going to click on update scene. So now I think the shadow effect on the ground is fine, even though I feel we can still adjust it a bit. Let's say something like this is just enough sunlight and enough shadows is nice, and I like the interesting shadow on the building. So we are still going to just tweak the settings, these daylight settings, just a bit more to kind of see if we can get a much better effect. So I'm going to click on P. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to zoom out to this area view. So what I'm going to try and do is to try and reposition or duplicate these conifers here, these big conifers, to a point that it can throw some shadows on this part of the building. So we can hold shift and copy it. Then you are going to see the shadow appearing here. We can even raise it up if we want, it doesn't matter. Then it's just for it to cast some shadows. Then we'll go back to this view and you are going to see how it's looking now. So what we can now do now is, I think the shadows are a bit too much on this side. So what I can do is to adjust the position of the plant around this side to kind of reduce the shadow on this lower side. I'm going to click on P. I'm going to zoom out. Then I'm going to click on this plant here, and I'm first going to hide it in view, or click on this eye icon. So I don't think it's the thing, is the major cause of this shadow here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to this plant, and I'm just going to basically, I don't think it's this one. Is it this one? Okay. So this plant is tricky. So what I'm going to do is, we're going to click on this plant and we're just going to shift it back a bit. So what it's kind of doing is kind of reducing the amount of shadows casting here. So if you go back to this view, I think it kind of kills the whole idea of plant here. So I can just move this back, or hit Ctrl Z to adjust this back to this position. Okay, so what I can do is to go back to environmental effect and try and see whether increasing the altitude a bit will change things. So I don't think so, but you know, the thing about this render effect is just you keep tweaking it slightly till you get your desired effect. So we're just going to change the azimuth angle a bit to get more sunlight here, but we're going to look at this value and change it, put it to maybe 149. Then I'm just going to update it. So looking at this now, I feel that okay, for this plant, I think this plant is too much. I can click on P, and okay, I think it's fine. So what I can now do is to click on this flower here, drag it a bit front. Then if you go to this view now, this is too much, so I'm just going to click on V to reduce the size of this. Okay, I feel this is still too much. I'm just going to click on P, reduce the size again, click on V again, then move this here, then go to this view. I still feel this is too much, so let's reduce it. Now push it here. Okay. So I think this is not bad. Another thing I could do here is just to create some more realistic detailing here. Maybe add a kind of rock or something here. So I can go to assets, I can close this seed search, then I can just go to and look for rocks, or just go to nature and basically maybe place this here. I think placing this will make sense here. Then we're now going to go to what we call decals. So these decals, we are just going to click on this filter and uncheck this dynamic only. So what we are going to do now is we are going to scroll down and we are going to put things like footsteps here. We are going to click on the color of these footsteps, make it white, then close this. Then we can hit P and just zoom out. Then move this here, hold shift, move this here, hold shift, move this here. Then we can also click on assets and we can just click on these concrete cracks, asphalt road cracks, and just place cracks here. Hold shift, copy it, and just rotate this one here. So if you go back to this view, I think this view is rich as it gets. So another thing we're going to do, we're going to go to this environment, we're going to tweak the clouds a bit. So the cloud amount, I'm going to leave it at maybe 0.55. Then the height, I'm just going to alternate it to when I feel is nice, to like 0.9. Then the direction, I can change the direction, doesn't really matter like that, but I think I can increase the cloud amount up to 0.6. So you'll see a little bit of cloud reflecting here. So what I'm going to do, I'm also going to turn on the wind, maximize the wind strength. Then I'm going to update this view. I think I'm just going to reduce this exposure to 0.16. I think 0.16 is fine. The bloom is fine. And what we are now going to do now is we're just going to click on update this scene. So we are now going to render this first scene, okay? Then after rendering this scene, we are going to go to the other view, set it, then render it. So to render, we are just going to click on image. Then we're just going to change this custom form. You can just start with the 3000 here and just change this custom to 3000. That is the width to 3000. We're going to make sure this channel is unchecked. We don't need it now. Then we're just going to click on render, and we're just going to pick the part where we want to render it. And I'm just going to call this scene 1, or call this render 1. So you can give it any name you want. So we're just going to click on save and see how it comes out. Then based on how it comes out, we're now going to adjust some things, tweak some things, and see how it looks. So the rendering time depends on the hardware components of your system. If your system is more powerful, it will render faster. Okay, so the estimated time is showing me is 1 minute. I use the system I'm using has a laptop RTX 4080, so it's pretty decent in terms of the rendering speed and all. Alright, so now the render is ready. We're just going to click on open folder. We are still going to do this AI post-processing, but let's just click on open folder first. Then let's just look at the render and double click on it and kind of criticize this render. Okay, so looking at this, I think it's actually looking nice. The lighting is fine, although I feel it could be a bit darker. The reflection on the curtains are on point. The components, the light and shadow interplay is making sense, and I think this is nice overall. I'm just going to quickly minimize this now, and we're just going to look at the D5 AI post-processing. So we're just going to click on it. So what we can just do now, we have rendered the image, we can just simply double click on this AI post-processing. So if you go to this source now, let me just cancel this and click on this again. If you go to this source, what you just need to do is to double click on this, okay? Then it's now going to show you the preview. So you're now going to select what you want to do, okay? You can use this in-painting tool. So what this in-painting does is that it kind of gives you, like, you can change this vegetation, you can change the sky if you want, you can change anything. For example, if we click on sky and we want to change this sky from this simple one to this one, even though I don't see any need to, I will just select in paint, select the sky I want to change it to, click on in painting. So I'm going to click on specified sky. So it's going to take some time to select precisely. Okay, so now it's loaded. You can see that we can just select each of them. So basically, I don't want to do this, but let me just do it for the sample. So we can just select even a different sky. Let's just say we want to select let's say this overcast. Then I'm just going to select this sky. I'm going to hold Control to add, select this one too, select here, and I think that is enough. Then I'm just going to click on in painting, and we're just going to wait for it to paint, give it the new sky, and just basics. Okay, now you can see this line will come out now, so you can see the before here and the after here. So this isn't bad actually. This whole cloudy setting is actually not looking bad, but you can click on this original image and click on another AI effect, or we can even click on this one and kind of add another AI effect on this new image, depending. So let's just go to this original one and we're just going to add AI enhancer. So enhancement weight, I usually suggest we just leave it at 0.4. Texture strength, leave it at 0.4. Then click on AI enhancer. So we are just going to wait for it to enhance and see the final result. So you can see that the AI enhancement is done. So it's barely different, but if you notice this side here, that is the after one, is a bit sharper. So we can even see it here. So what we are going to do, we can simply click on download and download this one. Then we can just override it and save it as this render one and just click on save. Then if you go to our view and we just open the render one again, it's actually a smaller image, but you can see this is the AI enhanced version, and you can see how detailed and crisp it is, even though it's just a 3K render, which normally I'll use to render 4K, but this is looking nice. Okay, so now let's go to the other view. Let's not waste too much time. So we're just going to close this for now because I think we're done with this view. Then we're just going to go to this other view. You see the beauty of D5 render and composition. Like once you work on one side of the project, the other side will kind of be easy work remaining. So now we have this plant here. We're going to click on this image to exit this render scene here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to move this car. I don't like the position of this car, so I'm going to change it for this particular image. So I'm just going to click on it, move, and just rotate it to somewhere here. I want to get the front. Then I'm going to click on P, and I'm going to try and move it from here for now, just for this image here, and bend it this side. So I'm going to go back to this scene too. So it's going to be looking something like this. I'm still going to reduce this light intensity to about 10. So now we have done this. The first thing we're going to do now is we're going to click on this, and we're going to click on V to kind of reduce the size of this green area or this plant here. Click on V again to change it back to, and just move this position here. So the reason why I'm moving this is so it's not going to kind of obstruct this column element and this edge. Then the next thing, I'm going to click on P. I'm now going to zoom in, and I'm going to turn on this LED light. Click on I and turn it on. Okay, then go here, click on this, and also turn it on too. So you see I'm separating the daylight and the ambient view. So now after we have done this, I'm just going to go and I'm going to click on escape. Remember those cracks on the asphalt we placed? These are them here. So I'm just going to hold shift and copy it to this place here. Place this here, click on shift and just rotate it to this side, and also place this here. Then I'm just going to go back to this view. Okay, so now we want to create some kind of like green umbrella here, kind of grass here, similar to what we have in the front view. So I'm just going to click on P to access this 3D view. Then I'm just going to rotate this. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to click on this green area here. I'm going to click on shift, and I'm just going to copy it here. Then I'm going to click on V, and I'm going to increase the size. So I'm just going to try and make sure it's not really on a walkway. Click on V again to change it back to movement, and just move this here. Or I'm not sure it's going to show, but let's just see. And then go back to this view here. Okay, obviously it's not showing. So we're going to click on P. I think we're going to move it. The camera is somewhere here. So I'm going to move this here, and I'm going to click on V to reduce the size. Click on V again and move it closer to this plant here. Then click on this camera shot again. Not steer yet. Rotate it here. Then just move it from this point up to here. And set this camera. Set this camera. Click on this scene too. Okay, so we have something like this. What we can do now is just to click on this and move it backwards a bit, so it's not going to obstruct too much. So it's just going to be some feathering here. Then we are just going to, I think this plant here is enough. Then we're just going to leave this here. So now after doing this, we are just going to shift this back a bit, so the car is not going to take too much attention in this view. I think the car should take some attention, but not all the attention. So after setting it like this, we are now going to add some nice shrubs here to kind of make this place interesting like we did the last one. So I'm going to go to assets, I'm going to go to nature, and we're just going to go around looking for some stuff. Okay, so we're just going to click on nature first. So there's something I saw. We are going to click on this plant combo. It's going to take some time to load, but we're going to just place this plant combo here. So remember, all these things we are placing are actually making this work heavier and heavier, so be mindful of that. So after placing this plant combo, it's like a combo of light, so we're just going to shift it to this. We're going to click on P first, then we're just going to shift it and rotate it in a way that is going to show in the view, but it's not going to be obstructing too much. Okay, so this is nice. We can still shift this a bit backwards. Then we can drag this down so it's not going to be interfering. I don't like those green mulch here, so I'm just going to click out. So we have something like this, and I think this is very interesting. Then we can also go to assets again. We can just maybe go to vine, or not vine, sorry, click on other herbs. Then we can just scroll down and maybe place this one here, this simple herb here, and scroll down, go to ornamental grass, click on this one and place this here and close this. So I think this view is kind of balanced. I'm going to shift this front and I'm going to click on V to reduce the size. Okay, so I would have loved to place a statue here, but I think it would just make me think a lot, so don't worry. So I'm also going to place, since I shifted this, I'm going to place a small plant here. So I'm going to go to assets, and so you see why sometimes it's just good to render a scene before moving to the next, because all these small changes might affect that scene a bit, but it's no biggie, but it's just something to keep in mind. So we're just going to go and look for, maybe I want to look for a different flowering plant. Let's say this one here, and just place this here. Then since we already activated the resizing setting, click on V, reduce it, click on V again and adjust this. So we have something like this. Somehow I'm feeling I'm already doing too much and this view is getting too jam-packed. So I'm going to click on this, click on V, click on escape, select this, click on V, then reduce this size a bit. Okay, so we have this view composed fully. So now what we are now going to do is, I'm now going to go to environment here. Then instead of using the custom, we are now going to use the HDRIs. So yes, this will be like a big light flash, but not mind, we are going to work on this. So the first thing we are going to do is to go to effect, and we are going to turn off this auto exposure. Then we are first going to reduce this from 0, drag this down to about minus 0.220 or 21. Then we're just going to touch the contrast. We're going to increase contrast to 0.6 or 0.5. White balance 6008, tint 0.05. Bloom, we're going to increase the bloom this time around to about 0.3 or 3.4. Lens flare, we're going to touch the lens flare up to 0.1. The vignette, we're going to increase the vignette to about 0.3. The saturation about 0.06 is fine. Then we're now going to go to this environment and we're going to click on this drop down. So we're going to see different HDRI for different settings. So I'm going to try and get a kind of sunset HDRI. So we're first going to start. Normally the easiest one I used to use is just this early morning. So it's early morning that is currently set now, which it can create nice stuff, but I'll just prefer something a bit more interesting. So let's try this sunset glow 02 and click on it. So something that has light coming from one side and the other side is dark. Then after we select this, what we're going to do is we're just going to click on these two icons here. Then we now have this background and this skylight. So this background is basically the brightness of the sky, and this skylight is basically the light coming from the sky. So the first thing we're going to do is we need to get the sun angle here. So we're going to click on this sun, turn it on for now. Then we're just going to leave the sun intensity as 1. Then what we're now going to do is to go to this rotate and move it. So I'm just going to try and set this in a way that the sun is coming from one side is bright, then one side is darker. And the side that is bright, I'll usually prefer it to be this side. So I'm just going to, this minus 90 is fine, but I just want some small sunlight for this side to be a bit brighter. Okay, so now this is like this. We're going to go to this sun intensity and reduce it to 0.05. I think 0.01 is fine. Okay, then we're now going to scroll up. We're now going to go to this skylight and we're going to increase the skylight a bit to 0.5. Then I'm just going to go to this background and reduce the background to about 0.35. So this background is like this sky color. So I feel the skylight is kind of redundant, but the background is the skylight is was kind of a bit dark, but this sky color is too bright for it. So I'm going to reduce the background color to about 0.3. So it's going to kind of match. Then the next thing I'm going to do is to update this scene. So another thing you notice is that there is not enough light around this green area, and we need to do something about that. So what we are going to do, this is a strategy I normally use. I'm going to click on P. I'm just going to rotate this. Then I'm going to click on one of these our environmental lights, preferably this one. Click on V so I can move it. Then shift it closer to this side. Then I'm now going to edit this particular light. I'm going to click on this drop down and edit this point light. Then I'm now going to increase the intensity of the light to about 30, 35. So it's going to kind of illuminate this place here. Or 48, I think 40 is fine. Then we're now going to go back to this view. So if you can see there is some light coming from here. And if we update this scene now, you're going to see the hair is a bit brighter. So another thing we can do to kind of just add some more effect to this is to go to environment. We're going to click on this wind and we're going to turn the wind on. Then I'm going to increase the wind strength. Then this sun intensity, I think I'm still going to reduce it to about 0.06. The sun is not meant to, or 0.05. The sun is not meant to be intense in this kind of ambient view. Then we're going to scroll down and we're going to click on precipitation. So I want some rain to fall, but the first thing, I don't want the rain to be falling like horizontally. So I'm going to reduce this strength and I'm going to reduce this puddle amount or increase this puddle amount. Okay, this is too much. Let's just keep the puddle at 0.4. Okay, so the reason why I'm keeping the puddle is so this building and its light can reflect on the floor. I think that setting is actually nice. Okay, I think the puddle like this is fine. Okay, it's too much here, so let's reduce it to about 0.5. Okay, so we are going to render this. If it doesn't come out well, we're just going to reset it. Then we're just going to update this scene. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go back to effect. We're going to go and increase this bloom to about 0.37. Okay, let's leave it 0.35. Or 0.34 is fine. Then we're just going to update this scene. Then what we're going to do is we're going to click on image. Then we're just going to render at 3K. So I'm going to click on render. I'm going to select this scene 1 and just change the number to scene 2. And click on save. Alright, so we're just going to click on open this folder location. Then we're just going to check out this render tool and basically see. Okay, so looking at this, it didn't come out badly. I feel it's even a bit too bright, but I think I can deal with that. I kind of felt there should be a light source here, but so I kind of feel this view, I've not yet done justice to it. So I'm going to close this. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to work on this side of this project. So I'm going to click on this image, click on P, then I'm just going to hold shift. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just kind of going to tweak this place. So the first thing I'm going to do is to select this light source and click on shift to copy, make a copy here. Then I'm going to click on V to reduce the size of this shrub. Click on V to adjust it just behind here. Then click on this to rotate this a bit to this side. Then move it in between here. Click on this and just adjust it here. Then if we go back to this scene 2, I think something like this isn't too bad. Let's just move this here. Then what I'm going to do, I'm going to tweak these settings a bit. I'm going to go to this environment. I think the background is too bright, so I'm just going to reduce the skylight just a bit to 0.48. Yeah, I think 0.48 is fair. Then I'm going to go and increase this puddle to about 0.53. Then I'm just going to click on image and I'm going to go to effect and I'm going to just increase this vignette amount to 0.38. So I think this background will be still darker in as much as, like, okay, let's say 0.34. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl S, save this project. Then I'm just going to click on render and I'm just going to, so the setting still remains the same, and click on this render tool and click on save and just replace this view. We're just going to click on open folder, and I'm just going to try and just look at this render tool and just basically compare and contrast it with the older one. So this is the AI enhanced older one. So I still feel that we can still even use the AI enhanced tool on this one, but we are just going to use it ever so slightly. So I'm just going to close this and just basically click on AI post processing, click on source, select this render tool, then click on AI enhancer. So I'm going to reduce this enhancement weight and leave the texture strength to normal, then click on AI enhancer. So we're just going to see it and just compare and contrast with the former one. This is the AI enhanced version, which I think is looking nice. So I'm just going to click on download, and I'm just going to save it as render 2B. So now we can compare these two renders side by side. So it's just going to be simple and direct. So we have the render 2 and we have the more refined render 2B, which is just a nice thing to put out there, even though I feel the AI enhancement kind of messed with the texture a bit, but it's still fine overall. Okay, so now we are not going to do the last view, which we are going to just do the area view. So we're just going to go to this scene tree. So in this scene tree, it basically covers everything we have done so far. So what I can do now is to click on this image and exit this interface to edit, then click on this vehicle, rotate this back to change this Z to 0 degrees, then click on move and just move this back to this point since we rendered our view. I'm just going to go back to this view and just see how things are looking from here. So it's pretty much the same thing, just like we left it. So we're just going to go back to this aerial view here, and we're now going to work on this render setting. So remember what I told you about changing the material of the asphalt road. So I'm going to click on I, select this, click on this drop down and change it to custom. Then after changing it to custom, I'm now going to go and turn on this triplanar settings. Okay, not triplanar, sorry, UV randomizer. So now this UV randomizer is looking more realistic from an aerial point of view. But the only thing is that it kind of lost that deep texture. So I'm going to select this, click on copy and copy it to this one here. So now I can click on I, select this material, then basically increase this value to reduce the scale to match this one here. So I think now it's done. So what we are going to do is we're going to just put moving cars here to kind of indicate this is a street. So we're just going to go to parts, we're going to click on vehicles. So we're going to click on this vehicle library, click on this plus icon to access the vehicle library. So we're just going to select some nice vehicles. I'm going to select 1, 2, and maybe one SUV. So it doesn't need to be too much like that. Then we're just going to select this pickup truck. So once the thing is showing here, it means it's loaded in. So these components haven't downloaded. So I'm just going to select this truck. I'm now going to select this vehicle as third one. So now we have 3 vehicles. I'm going to click on T to access top view. Then I'm just going to draw a car moving from here. I'm going to start from this point here. Let me just start from here. Moving like this and picking this part here. So I'm just going to be picking multiple points to kind of follow this curve. I'm going to pick it up to here. Then I'm just going to follow this cul-de-sac and go around. Then I'm just going to draw straight here, then curve here too, just follow and pick some points here. Okay, then I'm going to click on escape. So I'm going to select this car part here, then it's going to appear in this inspector like this. I'm going to leave it as road 1. Minimum width 3.5 is fine. Speed, I'm going to reduce the speed to about 30. Random spacing, I'm going to increase the random spacing. I'm going to also go and click on light and turn on the light. Then I'm going to reduce the light intensity. So I'm now going to go and reduce the density because this is not an express. If you if you click on P now, you are going to see there are still quite a number of cars, so I can reduce the density even further, so it will be fewer cars. Then if I go to this shot now, once the cars reach up to this point, I can just click on image. So when I want to render, I'll just wait for when the car move like this, and maybe we can see 2 cars. I'm just going to click on this render. So but before we do that, let's start working. So we're going to go to effect, turn off this auto exposure. Then we're going to reduce this exposure to about -17, -1.7. Then go to the contrast, increase it to 0.06. The width balance, white balance 6800. The tint 0.08. The bloom amount 0.34. The vignette 0.3. So this view is looking very dark, I get it. Then go to the saturation 0.808. Then go to this environment. Instead of using this geosky, we're going to click on HDRI. Then we're going to click on this drop down. So we're going to be selecting a specific HDRI, which I'll recommend. So the HDRI we're going to be selecting is this cloudy, not this cloudy too, just this normal cloudy. We're going to click on this, then click on this icon here. So the first thing we're going to reduce now is the skylight. We're going to reduce the skylight first, so because the skylight is basically reflecting on this environment. Then we're just going to drop the background a bit. Let's say, I think the background doesn't even matter, but let's just reduce the background to about to match this. Then we're going to rotate this. So the way I'm going to rotate this, I'm going to turn on this sun first. So I'm going to rotate it in a way that the shadows are backing the building. So for example, the shadows are currently, the shadows are in front of the building. So if you rotate it like this, you can see the shadows are actually going behind the building. So I'm just going to rotate it to where the shadows are actually in front of the building. So it's kind of sun coming from here. So I'm just going to keep rotating it till I think this is nice here. Then we're going to drop this skylight again. So we're just going to be using our visual prowess here to kind of make sure that you can, in order not to be seeing all these light icons here, we can click on L, so the light icons will be showing. Then we can still just reduce this, and I'm now going to go to this sun, and I'm going to turn this sun off. Then I'm now going to increase this skylight to about 0.26. So once it's bright like this, usually if I click on render, it's going to appear brighter than this. So we need to be careful in that regard. So this background, I'm going to drop it. So I'm just going to reduce this to 0.2. So I'm going to turn on wind setting. So the reason why I'm just turning on this wind setting is just because of the animation, because later it's still going to come in handy. Then I'm just going to click on update scene. So what we're going to do for this scene, I'm sure of the light setting, so it's kind of very tricky. Then what I'm going to do first is I'm going to click on render, and I'm going to just be rendering this at this 1400. Click on render and just call this render tray. So we are just doing this very quick render to kind of just confirm the exposure and whether we should increase it or we should reduce it or tweak it. So now the render is ready. Let's just click on open folder. Then let's just look at how it's looking. So you can see the thing, normally it was actually looking so dark in this view, but if you double click on it, this thing is actually looking sharp here. So I think we need to tweak some settings, and I'm going to close this. So now I'm going to click on close. So I think we can tweak this setting here. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to click on sun. Then I'm going to kind of increase this sun disk radius. Then I'm going to reduce the sun intensity to 0.1. So after doing this now, I'm now going to scroll down. Then I'm just going to drop this to 0.190. Then click on effect. Then increase this exposure to 0.15. So I'm just going to be basically increasing the exposure just a bit and going back to environment and just reducing it. So we're just going to go to assets. We're going to go to vehicle. Under vehicle, we're just going to look for a sailboat here. We're just going to click on it and just add it here. We can go to character. Then we can just basically look for group of people. Then go down and just select this character combo 113. So this is quite heavy because it's a lot of people. I'm just going to click on escape. I'm just going to leave these people here. Then I can just close this. I can click on assets, just place some more palm trees here. So I'm just going to go to nature. I'm going to click on palms. Then I'm just going to click on this phoenix palm tree and just place one here. I'm going to click on this and reduce the size and place it again. So I'm going to place this one. So the subsequent ones are going to be smaller. Place one here and place one here. So I'm basically going to click on this one, shift it towards here, click on V, reduce the size, and click on this one, click on V, and just adjust the position here. Then I'm going to close this. So I'm also going to click on this car part. I think I should be able to select it. So I'm going to scroll down. If I don't see it here, I'm just going to look for parts and to select this vehicle part. So once I select it, I'm just going to go and increase the density just a bit, so there will be more cars in this view. Okay, so another thing I noticed is that I think the cars are kind of sinking into the ground. Let me just see. So okay, so I've just confirmed my prediction. So I'm just going to click on edit part. So what I'm going to do is, remember we placed this on this orthographic view. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to click on this point, hold and drag it to here. Hold this point, drag it to here. So it's going to come to this plane. Then I'm going to scroll to this other side here. Then click on this point here and kind of, okay, I think we can leave this point here, but sorry, go to this point here. Let me zoom in here through this and zoom out. Click on this point here and drag it to this plane here. Click on this point, drag it to this plane. So this is going to kind of bring this out of the ground and make this go on the surface. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to go back to this view and I'm just going to click on render. So I'm just going to change this from 1.4 to 3000. So aerial views usually take more time to render, so it's a normal stuff. We're just going to click on render and we're just going to render it as render 3. So now we have done a wonderful work. So I'm just going to open the folder location and we're just going to look at this render 3 in all its glory. So I think I like this. This makes sense. Alright, so now we are done with the renders. I'm going to show you a new feature that comes with D5 Render 3.0 that is very unique. So this new feature is called D5 Tour. So what D5 Tour basically does is that it kind of takes you through the project, or it kind of takes your client through the project in a more creative way. So we know you can send people images or you can send people animation, but what if you give people some level of freedom in their movement while using the project? That's what Tours does for you. So to access Tours, we are just going to click on this Tour icon here that looks like a location. Then we're just going to click on create. So there are two types of Tours. We have the Spatial Tour and we have the XR Tour Pro. Okay, so we're going to start from the Spatial Tour, which is a more simple one. So what we're going to be doing in this Spatial Tour is, before we click on edit, we're going to go to the scene we want to create a tour for. Okay, so in this case, I'm just going to go to scene 1. So I'm kind of going to just be creating a perspective view from here and just going to like this corner here. I'm just going to use my keys to kind of navigate it. Then I'm just going to click on this scene. So we are going to hide some things in this scene because I feel it to be an obstruction. So I'm just going to go here and click on hide for now. Then I'm going to click on this fence. So I'm going to be looking for this F1 and I'm going to unhide it because this is not like a rendered view. This is a scene we are trying to create. So I think the key thing we are looking for here is visibility. So after doing this, what we are now going to do now is we're now going to go back to this tour and click on top. Then we're now going to click on edit. So we're going to start from this as a base point. So just like the same way snap 3D shot, we're just going to click on add camera position to create a scene shot. Okay, then we're going to just create about 3 camera positions. We're going to go create one from that first side, another one from here. We're just going to drop the camera and go to somewhere here and click on add current position. Then we're going to go up and get an aerial view from this sun daytime view. Okay, then I'm just going to click on add current location. So now what we're now going to do now is we're just going to click on done now. Then after clicking on done, we're now going to just click on this rendering now. So we are now going to set the rendering resolution at 8K so it will have some quality, and we're going to click on all. Okay, so we're just going to click on render and wait a bit. Okay, apparently this is taking too long, so I'm just going to just because of this is a showcase, so I'm just going to click on 4K and I'm going to just render only 2 of the scenes. Then I'm just going to click on render. All right, so now it's done rendering. What we are going to click on is we're going to click on share. Okay, if you want to see the preview, you can see it, but I don't think that is necessary. So what we're now going to do is we're going to just give it a name. I can just call it Special Tour 1. Just remove the untitled, or we can just call it my Special Tour 1. And yeah, we're going to leave it as default project. Under default project, then click on publish. So it's going to publish this project to the D5 cloud. So what we are going to do now is going to now, after it publishes, it's going to now give us access to where we can get the link, and we're just going to go and follow it. All right, so now it's ready. It has published successfully, so we're just going to click on publish. Okay, we have published it, so we're just going to click on this icon here to take us to the D5 cloud. Then we're going to see, I think this was one I just did before, but we're just going to do, so if you want to share this, we're just going to click on share, and we can click on copy link. So you can go to your WhatsApp, to email, and just send the link to whoever you want to send it for. But we're just going to open the link ourselves to see what it has for us. So we're just going to enter, then you are going to see the link now is open now. So of course you can see how it's looking. I think it's still loading. So now we can click on scenes now. So for this, we can click on this to access the scenes. So if you click on this scene 2, it's going to carry us to the scene 2. If you click on this scene 1, it's going to carry us. So if you want to access the VR, we can just click on VR here. So we can see this. So I think this is meant to be optimized for a mobile phone, so we can even send it and have the person view it through mobile phone. So if you want to go to the next scene, we can click on escape, then click on this untitled 2 and click on VR. So I think we're just going to rotate it, wait for it to load, then rotate it. We'll just move our mouse left and right, or move it up. We don't need to click for this. So you can see, so basically if we had more shots of this, you are going to be able to see. So it kind of gives us a panoramic view in each scene we create, which I think is very nice. So I'm just going to click on escape and click on scenes, and then you can just see it. So now we are going to go back to D5 render, and we're going to close this and close this. Then we're going to click this back icon here. So we have this project 1 done. So we're just going to click on this create again, and I'm now going to show you about the XR tour. So the XR tour is a bit similar to the Special Tour, but the only difference is that you are going to have like a set of cameras. So I'm going to show you. So if you click on edit, the first thing you're going to do is to click on create, and you're now going to choose the template. So you can choose a hemisphere, a cube, or a sphere. So what this thing means is that all these shapes are going to have cameras all over them. So depending on the kind of pattern of camera positioning you want, so let's just say we'll select hemisphere. Then I'm just going to place it somewhere here by left clicking here. Then it's going to appear. So if I zoom out, I'm going to be able to see the hemisphere. So what I'm going to do is to increase the size to 2000. So it's going to be big enough. Then I'm just going to go over to this location and move it on X and Y axis to just change the location and kind of centralize it. Then after doing this now, I'm just going to click on preview. Okay, so now in order to move around, we are just going to click on A, or you can even click on Q, or A or W or S and W to move up and down, A to move, A and D to move left and right. So we are going to be moving across all those camera points you saw on that shape. So this is another creative way. So as well as the other one, if you want to render, we can click on rendering. We are just going to select the template we want to render. We can set the resolution at 1080p or 2K and just render it. But I'm not going to do that for now. I think you should know how to do it at this point. So now we have done with that. We are now going to go into the main stuff, or rather the final stuff of this project, animation creation. So we are going to go back to this scene 1, as it's one of my favorite views, so I just like it. First thing we're going to do now is to click on P, and I'm just going to add an extra component. So I'm going to add somebody walking here. So I'm just going to go to assets, and I'm going to be going to character. Okay, sorry, model. Then click on character. Then simply search on filter, dynamic only, and click on search and just type walk and click enter. Then you're going to see characters walking. So we are just going to find somebody walking that is a bit realistic. Let me just say someone that will fit this context. Let's get this Brian, Mr. Brian, walking. So we're just going to select Mr. Brian, and we are just going to place him here. Then we're going to rotate him to face this way. Okay, so obviously he's not working, he's just working on one spot, but we are still going to go. So we are going to start working on animations. So what are basically animations? Animations are basically moving images. Okay, so just keep that definition in mind, because it's what we are going to be using to do this. So we're just going to go to this scene 1. I think I like this scene 1, but let me just click on P. I'm just going to off this LED light since I want to do a daytime animation. I'm just going to click on emissive, turn this off for now. Go here, select this and turn this off. Then I'm going to go back to this scene 1. So now what I'm going to be doing now is we're now going to click on this video. Okay, so animation is very simple in D5 Render, and that is why I turned on this wind setting. So animation, for us to create an animation, we're going to pick 2 images in 2 different points. Okay, so the distance or the displacement from each image from image 1 to the second image is basically what is going to create our animation. So in instance, I'm just going to reduce this movement speed to 1. So be careful of this thing. If you notice, when I just clicked on this scene 1, the video kind of cropped. So we are going to go click on this video and click on this scene 1 again, then click on video again. So it's not going to crop. So I'm going to click on this speed, and I'm going to reduce this speed here, this navigation speed. Then I'm going to try and move back. I'm going to even use the keys to move back. I'm going to use S and move back up to this point. Okay, just enough. I think here is enough. Okay, let's move back a bit. So what are we going to do? We're just going to click on this icon and click on add current view. Then we're going to click on W to create a simple linear animation moving forward here. And we're just going to go over here and click on this icon here to add another view. So now we're now going to set the timeline between these 2 images. So this is the image 1 that is closed, this is the image 2 that is 4. So we're going to set this timeline to 6 seconds. So we're just going to click on play. Okay, so if you notice something, there is a bit of lag in the beginning and the end. What is causing this? We're just going to click in between this short 1 and this number. We're just going to click on this blue box here, or this blue chasm here. Then we're going to click on this drop down and change both of them to linear. Then it's going to be an evenly smooth animation. Now we have created a simple linear animation. Okay, so if you want the animation to be more dynamic, you can add more shots, but I usually just recommend simple linear animation, especially for beginners. All right, so we are going to animate that guy here. So what we are going to do now is first to click on P. So we are going to move dynamically, regardless of the fact that we have already selected this scene. So just like scenes in normal renders, where it's only going to be affected if we just click on update and change it. Okay, so we're just going to click on this guy here, Mr. Brian. Then we're just going to click on this add keyframe. So what are keyframes? So this keyframe basically means at this point in this video, this guy is going to be at this position. So if we go to the end of the video and we just adjust this guy to move up to this point, then click on add another keyframe, it means that at this end of this video, this guy will be here. So what is it going to create? It's going to create a displacement during this timeline. So what is the displacement? So if you click on play, you are going to see Mr. Brian walking. Okay, so that is basically how to create your animations in D5 Render. Okay, so now we are just going to render this animation. Then I'm now going to show you another form of picking shots in D5 Render, apart from just picking basic linear shots. Okay, so now we are just going to render this image first. We are going to click on video. We are going to change the format, leave the format as MP4. We are going to change this resolution to 2K. I usually like rendering at 2K quality. Then I'm just going to click on render. Okay, to render this animation. Then I'm just going to go to the folder I want to place it in, and I'm just going to call this animation 1, or you can call it, let's just call it clip 1. I'm just going to click on save, and it's going to start rendering this animation clip. Just take a look at the marvel of D5 render. It rendered this animation clip in a total of 4 minutes 45 seconds, which is crazy. But let's just look at the result. We're going to click on open folder, and we're going to see what this clip one looks like. So I'm just going to play this on my video player. Are you seeing this marvel? So this is sensational if you ask me. So this is why I love D5 render, quick and quality animation. So we're going to close this, and I'm just going to create a new kind of animation. So I'm just going to click on create clip again. So in this clip, I'm going to be going to this scene 2, and I'm going to be creating, let me just click on clip 4. So I'm going to be creating an orbital shot. Okay, so I'm going to click on this drop down and reduce the speed first. Then I'm going to zoom out a bit, or click on S to go back. Then after doing this, I'm going to go to environment and make sure the wind setting is turned on, which I think it is. Yes, I think wind is turned on. Then what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to zoom out a bit, just a bit, then click on add new keyframe. So after adding new keyframe, what am I going to do? I'm going to click on navigation and simply click on. Okay, so apparently I think D5 render with the new updates, there is now a dedicated orbit tool, which I don't know why they did this, but I don't like it basically. So what we are going to do now is we're just going to create an animation for the aerial shots. Okay, so since we don't have orbital views, and for now I don't really know how to get the orbital view, we're just going to try and see what we can do with creating an animation with the aerial shot. But before we do that, we're going to click on this video icon again. So we'll go to the main D5 work interface, and we're going to turn on this LED lights and click on I, select the LED lights, turn it on, click on emissive, then also select this and also click on emissive to turn on the light. Then we're going to go back to this aerial view. Then we're going to click on this video, and now we have created a new clip. We're just going to be trying to create an animation here. So I'm going to click on this add current view. Then I'm just going to use my key on my keyboard. I'm going to click on D to move this to here. Then I'm just going to be rotating it gradually to kind of mimic an orbital shot. Then I'm just going to click on this add clip. So I'm just going to put the timer as 6 seconds. Then I'm going to click on this, and I'm going to change this to linear and change this to linear. So I'm going to go back to this. So since the human beings or the entourage here is far from this view, we don't need to even animate this guy. As far as these cars are moving, it's good to go. But I'm going to animate this shadow, so I'm going to make the shadows move with the view. So I'm going to go to this second clip, and I'm going to go to environment. Then I'm just going to rotate this from 366 to about 401. 366, no, that is too far. I'm just going to change it to 389. Okay, 389 is still too far, like 381. Then I'm just going to click on this update scenery. Then I'm going to click on play. So you can see that the thing even created an orbital view because of the way we just adjusted it. So just one last thing, I wanted to kind of enhance this view. So if you notice, if you look at the edge where this water interacts with this landscape, it's not actually looking nice. It's kind of looking weird because of this landscape was modeled in Revit. So I'm going to show you another route in which we can enhance it. So we're just going to do some final touches on this scene just to enhance the render, make it look very nice. So the first thing we're going to do is I want to edit this brush. So I don't like this particular kind of tree, it's looking unrealistic. So I'm just going to select this brush. I'm not going to click on apply to erase. Then I'm going to click on this minus to remove all the trees I don't want to remove. So I'm just going to select minus and remove them. So this one that I want to remove, I'm not going to click on maximize radius and just click to remove it. Then I'm going to have to replace it. So I'm going to click on brush now. But this time I'm going to remove it because I'm looking for another kind of deciduous tree tool. So I'm just going to click on this drop down, click on broadleaf. So for this deciduous tree, what I'm going to be looking for is a tree that actually moves with the wind. So I'm just going to select this one. I'm going to increase the size a bit. I'm going to reduce the density to almost 0 and increase the radius and just add this here to this material. Okay, so is going to distribute this plant somewhat evenly across this material. So I'm now going to click on escape. So now I think we have fixed that for the grass. We're now going to fix for this landscape. So the first thing I'm going to do is go to my asset library, click on materials. We're going to change this base material. So I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to look for, let me just scroll down. Okay, we're going to go under natural raw ground raw material. I think there's this simple default one that, okay, we're just going to go to this wild grassland. I think this one is balanced. Select it, place it here, click on I on my keyboard, select this, then change this from displacement to custom, scroll down, click on UV randomizer, then reduce this value to kind of increase the scale, reduce the value to about 0.1. Let's just change this to 0.1 and click on enter. Okay, so I think this is fine. So after we have done this, now we are now going to do some landscape terrain work. So we're going to close this. So what we're now going to do is we're now going to go and click on this terrain here. Then we're now going to click on this upward. Then what I'm going to do now is I'm going to increase the size of this brush for this upward. Then I'm going to increase the strength. So I'm going to start from one side, usually one of the wider sides. So I'm going to start from here and just increase the brush here and just basically go at the peripherals. So I'm just going to be, once it increases a bit, I'm going to move the focus. Okay, so I think this is fine. So the next thing we're now going to do is we're now going to go and click on this flatten icon here. Then we're just going to maximize the size and simply flatten everything. So once we maximize the size and we left click and hold, okay, so I'm just going to hit Ctrl Z and just do it gradually. Then we're going to click on smooth, and we're going to like increase size and kind of smoothen this side here. So I think this works. So now after doing this, we're now going to click on paint now. So for this paint, we are going to change this paint from this grassland to kind of match this one. So what we are going to do is to click on this, click on replace, then look for this same wild grass that we use for this other one. So I'm going to scroll down till we find wild grass. I think this is it here. So I'm just going to click on it. So you are going to see it's matching the one we used within the island. I'm kind of not satisfied with this material now. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to kind of do some adjustments. So I'm going to first go to asset library, then I'm going to go to this natural raw material. I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to select this dry woodland deciduous. Then I'm just going to place this here. Then I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to click on I on my keyboard. I'm going to select this material. I'm going to change the material template from displacement to custom. Then I'm going to click on this UV randomizer and turn it on. Then I'm now going to change this value from 0.5 to 0.1 and click on enter. So after doing this, I'm going to click on escape. I'm going to close this and I'm going to click on this terrain. Then I'm now going to click on this paint. I'm going to click on this ground place, click on this three dots and click on replace. Then I'm going to scroll down and I'm going to select this dry deciduous woodland. Then I'm also going to do some sculpting adjustment because I noticed some little errors here. So I'm going to click on upward. I'm going to reduce this size. Then I'm just going to try and up here a bit. So this kind of funny stuff is not going to go on again, like this wave entering inside. Then I'm now going to zoom out and I'm going to do something. I'm going to click on paint. So what I can do is to click on this add material and I can just add. Then we're now going to go to sand material and we're going to be adding this impurity beach. Then I'm going to click on paint. I'm going to reduce the size to, I think this 25 size is good. Then I'm now going to go to these edges and start painting the edges of this place here. So I'm just going to be painting it. So it's going to okay, so I think this is nice. So now I'm going to click on escape and we're now going to add on this green area. So the first thing I'm going to do now is I'm just going to click on close this first and we're going to start adding some nice green areas to kind of fill up this place. So I'm going to go to T, that is top view, and you can see even by this view this is kind of scanty. So I'm going to go to asset. I'm now going to scroll down and I'm going to go to model. I'm going to click on nature and I'm going to go to low resolution trees. So I'm going to try and select this two again. I'm going to click on brush, select this two here. Then now maybe go to this normal broadleaf plant and kind of select the third one. So I'm just going to be looking for a nice tree that has some nice texture and density. So we're going to scroll down. Okay, so I'm going to select this one. So what I'm going to do now is instead of using this maximum radius, we're just going to use a controlled radius and I'm just going to be brushing this around. So I'm just making this as dense as it could be. So now after making this, I think this is denser like this. And so we're now going to do a little more build up. I'm going to go to conifers now, or I'm going to go to palm trees. I think we have placed enough conifers. So I'm going to be placing this palm here, but this time I'm not going to be brushing it. I'm just going to click on this palm and be placing it in between these conifers here. So I think I'm going to click on this, increase the size a bit, uncheck this, click on this palm. So I'm now going to place these palms just in between along this place here. Then place some here along this beach. Okay, so I'm going to click on escape and click on P. So I think we have worked on the density of this very much well. So now we are going to be picking a different kind of aerial view. So I'm going to go to this aerial 3, and this time I'm just going to zoom back out, and I'm just going to be creating a daytime aerial view. So I'm going to click on add scene. So in this scene now, what we are going to do first is I'm going to change this back to geo and sky. Then I'll change this back to custom zone. So I'm going to go to this effect, and I think this exposure, we're just going to tweak it this way. So what we are going to do first to make things faster, I'm just going to right click on this first view, click on copy parameter, click on this one, right click and click on paste parameter. Then we're now going to start tweaking the parameter from here. So I'm going to go under effect. I'm going to go to this sunlight. I think this sunlight intensity is nice. I'm going to now go to this azimuth angle and just adjust it. I can increase the altitude height to be higher. So I'm just going to rotate this azimuth angle that the sun is kind of in this position. Then I'm going to go to effect. I'm going to reduce the exposure to 0.25. Go to environment, then increase the sunlight intensity. So the whole game I'm going to be playing is increase the sunlight intensity while reducing the exposure. So we're now going to also go to effect. I'm going to kind of create make this 6009, and then I'm just going to click on update. So I feel this exposure could go down just a little bit more, so we're going to click on minus 2.7. then I'm just going to click on update again. So if we go to environment now, we rotate this sun, we can get something like this. I think something like this is also nice. Change this, then click on update here. Okay, let me just click on this exposure and drop it to minus 0.3. Go to this environment and increase the sun intensity to 93. Then update this scene. So after doing this, we're just going to click on render, and we're just going to render this as 3K. Click on render and just save it. We're going to call this render 3B and click on save. Alright, so we're just going to open the folder and we're gonna just look at this. So I'm just going to double click on it and see how it's looking. I feel this is nice. I like this. The only thing I could do now is to kind of reduce the exposure a bit, and I think we're good to go. So for this exposure, I'm going to reduce this exposure now, and then we're now going to tackle the animation. So I'm just going to reduce it to minus 0.32 or 0.31. I think 0.31 is kind of balanced. Yeah, 0.31, enter, and I'm going to update this. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to go to this video here, and I'm just going to right click and delete this clip here. So I'm going to go back to this scene here. I'm going to click on this video off and click on this animation video. So the thing I'm going to do, I'm just going to create new clip in this animation. Select this clip file, uncheck this, then go back to this scene here. So now we're at this scene now. I'm now going to click on this animation tab here. Then I'm just going to zoom out a bit. I think I just want to get small of the context here. Then I'm just going to click on snap. I'm going to take an animation shot. Then I'm just going to increase the speed. Then we're now going to go over to this side to kind of create an orbital shot. So this animation, this shot is going to be 8 seconds. So I'm going to click on this icon, change this value to 8. Click on this and change this from auto smooth to linear. Change the second one to linear as well. Then we're just going to play this clip here. Okay, so I don't like the movement, so I'm going to click on this minus, click on this. Then I'm just going to try and make sure that is orbital. So I'm just going to click on add keyframe, and I'm going to change this to 7 seconds. So let's see how it goes. So I'm going to click on this again and change this from mixed to linear. Okay, so this is going too far, so I'm going to start again. I'm just trying to get a good shot that is not looking weird. I'm going to add this now. Then I'm going to click on this, change this to linear again, change this to linear, and click on play. Okay, I think I like this. This is better. Then I'm going to go back to this first shot. I'm going to click on this boat here. I'm going to move it backwards. I'm going to add a keyframe, then move it, go to the end of this and move it closer here and add another keyframe here. So if you click on play now, you're going to see in this animation this boat is moving. So we can increase the speed of the boat by increasing the distance. So I'm always going to click on these boats here and I'm just going to move it further here. So play the video now, and the boat is going to be moving more visibly, and this makes sense. I feel the blend here is almost perfect and it looks nice. Then we're just going to click on render and we're going to render this animation here. So sometimes in D5 render, even though you will try a lot of things, it kind of takes time. I'm just going to override the former version of the aerial animation. So we're just going to render this one and see how it comes out. Alright, so the render has been completed. We're just going to click on open folder and we're going to see the animation. So I'm just going to double click on it and we're just going to look at how it came out. So as you can see, this is looking nice and I think this is a good result. It's kind of rewarding for our hard work. So you can see how the animation came out nice. The landscape is well blended. So this is just an amazing stuff. So this just shows in D5 render, if you want to get good results, you just have to sit down and work more to get those nice results. I think compared to the last one, we're able to resolve a lot of things. So if we even look at the images of render 3, which is the aerial view, so this is the first one we did. But if you go to this one, it's kind of blended and fused together. So, and the waves of the ocean is kind of jamming against it. It's not like just ignoring it. So I think this is pretty nice if you ask me. Okay, so just I think this is the end of this video, and hopefully I've imparted enough knowledge of D5 render into you. So make sure you reward me, hit that like button, subscribe to this channel for more content like this, and also hit the notification so you get notified once we drop new videos like this. Have a nice day and we'll meet again in the next video.